Before I leave, toward the media, uh, this is a trial that has going to have many exhibits. The monitors are up there just so that people can, for the benefit of the folks that are in the gallery, they can follow along and whatnot. This, I believe strongly in open courts, and this is one of the ways of being able to do that. At the same time, there are many things that are going to come in as exhibits in this trial. I suspect some of them have already been pre-admitted. So I know that there's going to be graphic photographs. The media, you are not allowed, one, to have any part of the jury in your video site, period. The cameras go off when the jury's walking out. Cameras go off when when the jury's coming back in. And I know that there is no camera pointed at the jury box, but I also know that these modern cameras have a way of swinging that way. So please make sure that that does not happen. I know we talked about this already. So. And the guys from the local media, I know that you've talked about this with me already, so please continue to do that. Also, with regard to the exhibits that are going to go up, we are going to do our best. My policy has always been on the outside of monitors, the ones that are not directed toward the jury. We try our best to turn those off when we believe, and this is our discretion alone, that they're going to be graphic. And so those are we're going to do our best to turn those off, but I can't guarantee you we're going to get to that. So I know that the state has said that they will give a heads up with regard to that, some sort of when that exhibit is going to be coming up. So it'll help us for that purpose, and it'll also obviously for the benefit of the gallery, family, friends. If you'd like to turn away, step out, it might be a time to do that at that particular moment. Okay? And I know that the state has already probably talked to you all about that. Okay. But I do not want any of that. The final instruction to the media with regard to that, I don't want, especially local media, don't want that on our graphic photos of that nature. Something that you would not, obviously publish. I don't want that on your feed. It's all right. So I think enough said with regard to that. But you know where I'm coming from on that. Thank you. All right. Anything else that leave out? I think that's it. So we'll be back in a few minutes. So got to take care of one little thing, and then we'll be back and start opening, or not opening, but we'll swear in the jury. We've already sworn in the jury individually, but we'll swear them in together, and we'll remind them of the instructions fully, and then we'll read the indictment, get his plea, get started with opening. Thank you.
Please rise.
Giving rides and food. Do not discuss the case with anyone, even your spouse or a friend. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you or in your hearing. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your hearing, tell me immediately. We do not want you to be influenced by something other than the evidence admitted in court. Do not talk about the case with anyone during the trial, not even with other jurors until the end of the trial. You should not discuss the case with your fellow jurors until the end of the trial, so that you do not form opinions about the case before you have heard everything. After you have heard all the evidence, received all my instructions, and heard all of the lawyer's arguments, you will then go to the jury room to discuss the case with the other jurors and reach a verdict. Do not investigate this case on your own. For example, do not try to get information about the case, the lawyers, the witnesses, or the issues from outside this courtroom. Do not go to places mentioned in the case to inspect the places. Do not inspect items mentioned in this case until they are presented as evidence in court. Do not try to learn more about the case by looking things up in law books, dictionaries, public record. Do not try to learn more about the case by looking things up on the internet. And do not let anyone else do any of these things for you. This rule is very important because we cannot have a trial based on evidence not presented in open court. Your conclusions about the case must be based only on what you see and hear in the courtroom. All the evidence must be presented in open court so that the parties and their lawyers can test it and object to it. Do not tell other jurors your own experiences or other people's experiences. For example, you may have special knowledge of something in the case, such as business, technical, or professional information. You may even have expert knowledge or opinions, or you may know what happened in this case or another similar case. Do not tell the other jurors about it. Telling other jurors about it is wrong because it means the jury will be considering things that were not presented in open court. During the trial, if taking notes will help focus your attention on the evidence, you may take notes using the materials the court will provide. Do not use any personal electronic devices to take notes. If taking notes will distract your attention from the evidence, you should not take notes. Your notes are for your own personal use. Do not show or read your notes to anyone, including other jurors. You may take your notes back into the jury room and consult them during deliberations, but your notes are not evidence. When you deliberate, each of you should rely on your own independent recollection of the evidence and not be influenced by the fact that another juror has or has not taken notes. You must leave your notes in the courtroom or with the bailiff. The bailiff will keep your notes in a safe, secure location and will not allow them to be disclosed to anyone. After you complete your deliberations, the bailiff will collect your notes. When you are discharged, the bailiff will promptly destroy your notes so that nobody can read what you wrote. It is your duty to listen and consider the evidence and to determine fact issues that I may submit to you at the end of the trial. After you have heard all the evidence, I will give you instructions to follow as you make your decision. The instructions also will have questions for you to answer. You will not be asked, and you should not consider which side will win. Instead, you will need to answer specific questions I give you. Every juror must obey my instructions. If you do not follow these instructions, you will be guilty of juror misconduct, and I may have to order a new trial and start this process over again. This would waste your time and the party's money and would require the taxpayers of this county to pay for another trial. Do you understand these instructions? Please keep these instructions and review them as we go through this case, and if anyone does not follow these instructions, let me know at once. Very well. I hope that what we instructed you would find when you got here this morning was in fact what you found. You now have your badge with you, your juror badge. It identifies you as a juror, and it's your parking pass, right? When you get up now, you don't have to show the letter anymore. Now you just come on up with your badge. They'll let you up. You get your parking space. You'll come right into the courtroom the same way you did this morning. You'll find exactly what I promised you would find this morning in terms of something to drink, something to eat in the morning, just in case you didn't get to that in getting ready for today. That's the way you'll find things every day. Thank you very much once again, and we will start this process. I told you that I would identify more or less what you would be looking at the way this process would start. We will start with opening statements from both the state and the defense. Opening statements are not evidence. Opening statements are in fact what the lawyers believe the case that they will present to you will show, what the evidence will show. And it's their roadmap, if you will, of what in fact they believe the evidence will show. Okay? When it comes in as evidence, that's when it becomes evidence. There has been many pieces of evidence that have already been pre-admitted, and those will be shown, some, if not most, will be shown to you throughout the trial. You will also have the ability to have that at the end of the trial as well in your hands. Some of it will be shown to you today as the case unfolds. So when the defense also will have an opportunity to give you their opening statement, their version of what the evidence will show. But again, it's what the evidence will show, and it doesn't become evidence until it actually comes in. So keep that in mind. Throughout the trial, you need to understand that this is an adversarial proceeding. It is a court of law, and it has lots of rules. And what we do here gets reviewed by other courts in the area, in the state. And so as a result of that, the lawyers may have to object. Under the rules, they may have to object to something that is said, to something that's going to be said, to something that's going to be brought in. Don't concern yourself.
Reports to the Laredo North State do further present.
As a result of that,
This is a case about a danger within. A danger within a family, a danger within law enforcement, a danger within society. The evidence will show that on April the 9th of 2018 started like any other ordinary day. Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles, the man who sits here today, a supervisor, Border Patrol agent of 9 years, reports to the Laredo North Station for his shift from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. He arrives. The evidence will show that he goes to his morning meeting that's called muster, where the assignments are handed out. At about 8:01, after he's assigned his kilo unit, you're going to hear that word kilo unit during this trial. And that is the term that they use for the pickup trucks. We've all seen the white and green trucks driven by Border Patrol. He was driving one. K66119. K66119. That was the unit that he was driving. He exits at 8:01 a.m. His destination, Father McDougal Park off of Mines Road. That is the area that he was going to be in charge of that day, and the evidence will show that that area covers from Father McDougal Park all the way to World Trade Bridge. He is a supervisor, and he has other agents under his supervision. But today is going to be far from normal. Today, April the 9th of 2018, is the day that he is going to carry out a sinister plan. The evidence will show that he invites a young woman, a secret lover, and the child that they have together to the park. But the evidence will show that the meeting that he's setting up for them is not at the park, but it is in a dense, brushy area near the Rio Grande River. He instructs her to arrive at Father McDougal Park, to park her car, and to take the walk to this secret meeting. We'll take you there. You'll see, and the evidence will show that she walks by the baseball field, then she walks through a nature trail, then she walks around a soccer field, then she gets near the river area, and that's where the dirt trail starts. The plan is to set up an ambush. The evidence will show that the kilo unit, 66119, is parked at the end of this trail. We will take you to that trail. You will see the vantage point that when she's pushing her stroller and she enters the path, up ahead is the kilo unit, the pickup truck. That's the decoy. What she doesn't know is that Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles is lying in wait. He is hiding, waiting for her to get close enough to the truck to carry out his ambush. The time around that this is going on is about 9:45 in the morning. The next few minutes that this young woman and this innocent baby experience is the most horrific and terrifying, unimaginable thing that anybody could imagine. It's at that time that her attacker comes out of the brush and with violent and vicious moves, clenching a knife, attacks this young woman. But what does every mother have? What does God give every mother when it comes to protecting a child? What will every mother do? The evidence will show that they will protect, that they will fight, and they will even die in order to protect their child, just like a mother bear. Who is this young mother? Who is this innocent baby? Griselda Hernandez? And 18-month-old Dominic Hernandez. These are the two victims that on that morning lives were taken. The evidence will show that the plan that Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles set was to make it look like some smugglers had attacked this woman. The dirt trail that he used his skills, that he knew so well, the trees, the brush, the camouflage, areas that he had patrolled before, were perfect for this crime. What he did not anticipate was the fight. The fight. You see, when we take you to this trail, there is going to be a lot of evidence that was showed how violent this fight was. We're going to bring you physical evidence. There's going to be photos. There's going to be lots and lots and lots of blood. This dirt trail will tell a story. It will tell a very tragic and horrific story. You see, the evidence will show that baby Dominic was being hunted, but not by a creature, not by an animal, but by his own father, the man sitting here today, supervising Border Patrol agent Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles. But in order to get his prey, in order to get that baby, he needed to go through Griselda. "27 stab wounds." I said that. 27 stab wounds it took to stop Griselda. We will bring you evidence that will show stab wounds to her head, to her face, her shoulders, her back, her arms, her ear. Stabbed so many times that she was almost unrecognizable. You will see through the forensic evidence the defensive wounds on her hands that show how violent the attack was. You will also see that in the fight, she lost her shoes. The tennis shoes that she was wearing were off her feet. After he kills Griselda, and one of the things that you're going to have to pay attention to is that this fight, that it happens, this attack happens so sudden when she's holding the stroller with her baby, and he's got his little cell phone, his broken cell phone that only has certain apps or games. Comes from behind, the attack moves. You'll see the blood trail where she's trying to fight or get away until she dies. The fight moves from a south to north direction. I'm going to show you, this is a satellite view of the area of Father Magdalene Park, the Rio Grande, and the brushy area where this took place. We will take you there through the testimony, through the evidence. You will see in this area of this dirt trail of where this ambush and attack took place. After he finishes with Griselda, he's now able to get the innocent baby. The evidence will show that as she lays dead, he walks back to the stroller. We'll bring you the stroller. You'll see the stroller. He gets in front of baby Dominic and he unstraps the buckle to take him out. Baby Dominic is confused at this time, probably scared. How do we know this? The evidence will show that Griselda's blood is on the straps, on the buckles, where he unbuckled the baby. Mama Bear's blood is there where he unbuckles the baby. What he does next is something that is unimaginable. He takes the baby into the grass, into the brush, closer to the river, holding the baby, 18 months old, his son, and you will see the pictures of Dominic. Dominic is wearing a little green shirt from Star Wars. And on that shirt, he has a picture of Yoda. It's the baby Yoda. It says, "Lucky I am." Lucky I am. We'll bring you the shirt and you'll see the shirt. One of the things, and again, I'm going to ask you throughout this trial to pay close attention to the details, because the details will prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. One of the interesting facts about the Lucky I Am little shirt, and I'll come and I'll show it to you, is that there is no hole in the shirt. Listen to that. There is no hole in the shirt. Why is that important? Because when he takes baby Dominic to the grass under a huizache tree and lays him down, he picks up the shirt. He covers his eyes. He holds his hand over his little face. He takes the knife, puts it right in the middle of his little sternum, that little pigeon bone right here, and he punctures baby Dominic. But baby Dominic, like his mother, was a fighter, and he doesn't die. He doesn't die. He doesn't stop at that point. There's no clarity as to what am I doing to this child. No. He has to finish the job. So like he did to his mother, with the same sharp object, he puts it to baby Dominic's throat. That little 3-inch throat. Sticks the knife, cuts the carotid, and cuts the jugular vein of this baby. You'll see the blood. You'll see how Dominic was left drenched in blood on his jeans, on the left side. Evidence that shows that when he gets stabbed in the carotid artery, in the jugular, that squirts. That's where he has to step back. And that's where the baby tries to stand up or sit up and then falls down. There's a bunch of blood all over his jeans. You'll see it. Now what? Now what does the evidence tell us? The evidence will next tell you that Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles next is to stage the crime. Remember what we talked about in jury selection? Who decides where, when, and how to commit the crime? The defendant. Police have to work after. They have the head start. Him being a law enforcement officer, being trained, knows what they're going to look for. So let me create a scene. You're going to see the scene. The first thing the evidence is going to show is that he grabs a phone, the baby's cell phone that the baby would play games with, and he takes that. The next thing he does is that he throws the stroller to the east in the brush. There's a shoe around that area where the initial ambush took place. He grabs a shoe and he throws it towards the river. And it lands in the tall grass. Next, he has to go to Griselda. What does she have? That's important. Her phone. He grabs her phone. But what happens? What happens when a double murder has just occurred? There's adrenaline, nerves, fear. Panic starts to set in. And it's going to be very important for all of you to pay attention throughout this trial to see the mistakes that he makes. He had a plan. Now he's got two bloody, innocent people down. He has to stage it, but things start moving fast. There's going to be many mistakes that he committed, but the evidence, and I'll highlight just a few that you're going to see. The evidence will show that in the Kilo unit, 66119, the official Border Patrol truck that he was driving, he goes in there. The two phones that belong to both of his victims, he places them under his vest, the Border Patrol protective vest, and you'll see the name Burgos, R. Burgos. He stuffs them under on the passenger side. During the attack, when Griselda was fighting and kicking for her life, he loses a belt keeper. You see, you'll learn that police officers wear a belt, and then on top of that belt, they wear a Sam Brown, which is their utility belt where they have their gun. But that's held by keepers. Typically 3 to 4 keepers around the waist to hold all the equipment together, right? One of those keepers falls. It falls. It's stepped on during the fight. And blood droplets fall on the belt keeper. And we'll show you who those blood droplets belong to. He throws that belt keeper into the truck. And guess where it lands? Under the front seat. Under the front seat. 9:49 a.m. How do we get that time? We're going to bring you GPS evidence. We're going to bring you every unit from Border Patrol has technology, right? We're going to bring you the evidence that shows that in this circumstance, when you turn off your unit, the system, the GPS system, records the time it turns off. The evidence is going to show that the best calculation of when this murder took place was between 9:49 and 10:10 a.m. I'll repeat that. It's very important 9:49 to 10:10 a.m. In between that time. At 9:49, the GPS turns off one time. Could it be that that's when Griselda was coming up pushing the stroller and he had to hide? At 10:10, it turns off again a little bit further down the trail at 10:10. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot going on at this time. What did we say in jury selection? That sometimes evidence is lost. Who controls the evidence? I'll tell you right now, we're not going to have bloody pants. We're not going to have a bloody shirt. We're not going to have bloody shoes, boots, or tennies. We're not. The evidence of what he was wearing, we do not have. Why? Because the evidence will show that he had time on his side. And if you want to see the knife that was used, you're not going to see it. We do not have the murder weapon. But I'll tell you what we do have. We have technology. You see, when he's leaving the brush area, there's a camera, a security camera set up by DPS in the brush facing an area where normally there's either criminal activity, and they're called drawbridge cameras. There is a camera pointing to the east. You will see his kilo unit, his truck driving by, and it snaps a picture. We will also bring you evidence of camera footage from throughout the city of his path after the murder. It's important to think logically and chronologically throughout this case. He has just killed 2 people using a knife. At least 29 stab wounds. You will see the tremendous amount of blood at the crime scene. How do you control so much blood? You can't. You can't. One of the mistakes was, and maybe it wasn't, but the evidence will show that baby Dominic's blood on the back tailgate Dominic's blood marking the truck of his killer. You're going to see it. You'll see video footage from his home, from the neighbor's camera, sometime after 10:15, 10:30, shortly after the double murder. You will see this man who sits here today, you will see him getting off his government vehicle in shorts and in tennies. I said that. You're going to see him, after the murders, get off his truck in shorts and tennies. He went to work that morning in his full green uniform. He left at 8:01 a.m. with his full green uniform. And after the murders, his neighbor's video catches him getting off his truck, and he leaves it on. He leaves it on. But you'll see a glimpse. You'll see the shorts, you'll see the tennies, you'll see him. He's not there more than 10 minutes. Comes out. Now you won't see the evidence of him coming out in his full green uniform. Unfortunately, we don't have that. Camera didn't catch it. But you'll have his actions of what he needs to do next. And what does he have to do? This man's in charge of this sector between Father McNabb Park and World Trade Bridge. He's just committed a murder. He's gone home. He's gotten rid of evidence. Gone home, got dressed again. Now he has to get back. But what happens when he comes back? A couple of his agents see him. They see him driving erratically, speeding in the area near World Trade Bridge. What does that do? What does that do? You'll hear from those agents, and they'll tell you his demeanor. Things now are there's decisions now having to be made on the fly. Things are changing now, right? Maybe somebody else was going to find the body, but now he's been spotted driving fast, probably trying to get to some spot. So what does he decide to do? The evidence will show that he turns around near World Trade Bridge, drives back all the way to Father McNabb Park, where he's trying to get back to the area where the two bodies now have been for possibly more than an hour already. And when he's driving in, he runs into Border Patrol agents Lara and Smith, who happen to be parked near the soccer field, probably somewhere they shouldn't have been, but they were there fixing maps in their truck. The evidence will show that Border Patrol supervisor pulls up, his hands are clenched on the steering wheel, and he asks a very odd question, and you'll hear it. He asks Border Patrol Lara, what's over there? Pointing to the brushy area. And Lara says, well, there's an ATV trail. There's a trail that we have. Do you know if there's an exit? Lara's like, well, I don't think so, but if you want to go check. Right after that, the evidence will show that he comes on the radio. Lara, get over here. I need you. That's where he initiates this whole charade of finding a dead body. And we'll get back to that. But it's going to be very important for you to pay attention to what the Border Patrol agents and the police officers who respond, because the evidence is going to show, and you're going to hear that the one that makes the call is none other than Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles. The man that sits here today is the one that calls in about a subject down needing EMS. Send the ambulance. Can we get more information? Send an ambulance. You're going to hear when he calls it in. And you're going to hear and see from the people that come here, the witnesses, that this man was there when they arrived. Now, how did we get here? And this story, I cannot tell you this tragic story without telling you the beginning. Because there is a beginning, there's a middle, and there's an end. The evidence will show in this story that Griselda met this guy who told her, who the evidence shows, that his name was Anthony Burgos. That's very important. She knew him as Anthony. She got involved with him in 2015. You're going to learn that through her friends and family. She got involved with him in 2015. The evidence will show, and it'll come out, that he was married. They had 2 little boys. They were having this secret relationship where they would see each other. You may even hear during this trial, friends with benefits. And that was their relationship. They would get together to have a good time. But she got pregnant in 2015. She gets pregnant. On July the 26th of 2016, July the 26th of 2016, little baby Dominic Alexander Hernandez is born. He's born. The evidence will show that all of the time that this little innocent baby was alive, he was being provided for by Griselda and her family. Not once, the evidence will show, not once did this man who sits here today ever take responsibility for that innocent baby. But what do they say, right? Babies are expensive. Griselda had dreams. She had hopes. She had goals. You're going to learn that one of her dreams, one of her goals was to become a nurse like her older sister, Angelica. And we're going to bring you Angelica. And Angelica is going to be a very important witness in making the connection between her baby sister and this guy that they know as Anthony. Because their meetings were secret, the family didn't really know much about Anthony. And Griselda protected him. So much so that for the first 18 months of Dominic's life, she made herself financially responsible for Dominic. You're going to learn that she wanted to be a nurse, but because of the financial strain that was going on in her life, she needed help. You're going to find out through the evidence that she was supporting her baby in the daycare through student loans. But student loans can only go so far. Right? Baby needs daycare. Griselda needed help. And how do you get help in the state of Texas? Child support. And Griselda did what the right that every young woman has who becomes pregnant when there's a father who does not want to make himself responsible. She exercised her right to go to the Texas Attorney General and begin the process. You will see the evidence of her trying to say, hey, help me out. Help me out. But no help was coming. So what do? So the chronology is going to show that in 2017 in December, she starts practicing how to tell him, hey, I'm going to have to go to the Attorney General. In January of 2018 is when she says, I need help. I'm thinking about going to the child support. Can you help me out? This is when, and the evidence is going to show, and you're going to have to pay close attention to this. This is when the Facebook activity is going to spike up with their communications. Every time she brings up child support, what he does is deflect the subject by using humor, talking about sex, giving her guilt trips. You're going to see this pattern, right? But he's not showing rage. He's not showing anger. You'll see the communications. And it's not how's Dominic. El nene, the baby, or the baby. but he doesn't use Dominic's name. By March the 21st of 2018, by that time he's already been served. When you file a child support action in the state of Texas, one of the first steps is what's called a negotiation conference. A negotiation conference. And that's where the state of Texas will try to bring the father into a meeting to try to work out, hey, this is what the percentage is, this is what you're going to have to pay. By March the 21st, that was already set. You're going to see evidence that that train was moving. That legal proceeding had already started. And then something happens that had never happened before. Something happens. He says, I want to meet Dominic. And I guess through the pressure, something else comes out through these Facebook communications. And there's a prediction. And you're going to see it. A prediction where he tells Griselda, in a few weeks, I don't think you're going to want to be my friend. Real subtle. In a few weeks, I don't think you're going to want to be my friend. March 24th, I want to see you guys tomorrow. In the morning of March the 25th, this is a very important date, ladies and gentlemen. On March the 25th, approximately at around 9:49 a.m., she gets a text to meet him at Winfield Park, off of Del Mar and Winfield. There's a park as you go into this neighborhood. He selects the area. This is a big day because for the first time in baby Dominic's 18 months alive, he's going to meet his father. The evidence will show that she goes over there, she gets there. Burgos says he's going to be playing basketball and he's there at the park, sends her the instructions. She arrives, she shows baby Dominic, introduces baby Dominic to his father. She has to go back to her vehicle to get some stuff. So she gives the baby over to the father. Something that maybe she shouldn't have done. But she so badly wanted to trust this man. She hands over her innocent child to him. She goes to the truck or the car. When she comes back, baby Dominic is crying. Baby Dominic is in crisis. Something's going on with baby Dominic. She can't figure it out. It's so bad that she cancels the meeting. She takes the baby back and says, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go. You're gonna hear evidence from Angelica Hernandez and you're gonna see the communications of saying something happened to Dominic. What? What happened to Dominic? I don't know. I think he got bit by something. They get over to Angelica's house, and the evidence will show that Angelica, being a registered nurse, they strip down the baby, starts to examine the baby, and they find a small wound on his thigh. On his thigh. Think about it. You take your child out to a park in April. It's warm. You're in the outdoors. What happened? It was probably a spider bite. It was probably a spider bite. Even at that moment, ladies and gentlemen, Griselda, Angelica, still no indication that they were in danger. it'll be very important later on, and the evidence will show that that, in fact, was not a spider bite. You're going to hear evidence and testimony that over the course of the next 15 days, from March the 25th up until April the 9th, and you're going to see evidence that baby Dominic's leg did not heal. It did not heal. It got so bad, ladies and gentlemen, that you're going to see that he was unable to stand. He could not walk. This is an 18-month-old child that was running around like any toddler up until March the 25th. And after March the 25th of 2018, he was dragging himself, crawling around. The mama was worried. She wanted answers. You'll hear from Dr. Rodriguez, one of the physicians, a pediatrician that went to go see him. They took baby Dominic. And what do doctors rely on when it comes to children? First thing they're going to ask you is the history. And you're going to have Dr. Rodriguez come here and he'll talk about the history that was given to him by the mother. It was a day or so after the injury. There were some photos that were taken by Angelica at her house. She had instructed her sister to show them to the doctor. She didn't show them to the doctor. The doctor went based on what he was being told by Mama. Mama was telling him that it was a spider bite. So the evidence and the protocol you're going to see that was followed was that of a spider bite treatment. Antibiotics, other, little anti-inflammatory type things. And you know what? It's always easy to go back and say, if we would have known, because it was a hole. When you're going to see it, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to show you the pictures that on his little left thigh, he has a prick, a hole. But what caused it? What caused it? And we're going to bring you evidence that is going to be a very plausible source of what caused that injury. I won't say it now, but we'll bring it to you.
Can wrap it up, Johnny.
I'll finish up with this. So I could have 5 more minutes, 10. But that morning of April 9th, she goes. She's going to go meet Anthony. She's going to meet Anthony. She calls her sister Angelica, and she tells her, "Can I borrow your Mercedes?" She says yes. Angelica picks her up. She goes and drops Angelica off. Then they go to Chick-fil-A. They buy one of his favorite meals, a chicken minis, and this is at 8:14 in the morning. After that, the evidence will show that they deliver the food to Angelica at work, and she makes one more stop at Adriana Flores' house. We will bring you Adriana Flores, the last person to see her alive. And Adriana would have told her, "Hey, I'll take care of the baby." And she says, "No, I'm going to go see the father at Father Magdalene Park. I'm going to go see Anthony." She leaves. She goes. She gets to the park at 9:09 a.m. We're going to show you video of the car driving in, the white Mercedes sedan, as she drives in and out of the different parking spaces. She waits. There's a Snapchat text that she gets that's, we figure the evidence will show that's her indication to go. She loads her stroller. She loads Dominic, and she starts the 10 to 15 minute walk over to Father Magdalene Park. And when she gets there, she's killed. Now we have a double murder on our hands, and the Laredo police are in charge of unraveling this tangled web. And we're going to bring you those witnesses. We're going to bring you family. We're going to bring you friends, Border Patrol and police officers that will give you facts and show you how the evidence shows that this man used his skill, used his training, used deception, and used extreme violence to carry this out. One of the most shocking, and I need to say this, One of the most shocking moments in this case is going to be when they discovered his identity. You're going to hear from Sergeant Gilbert Benavides, one of the officers who identified the vehicle, and they run the license plate. When he runs the license plate, it gives an address to Angelica Hernandez. So he goes to Angelica Hernandez's house, makes contact and verifies. Angelica Hernandez is terrified. What happened to my sister? Can you tell me what she's doing? Yes. She went to the park to go meet Anthony. She went to the park to go meet Anthony. At this moment, and you're going to hear the live transmissions of Gilbert Benavides on Channel 3, where he says, subject, that's 82, which is dead, went to meet baby daddy or her ex, some guy named Anthony Burgos. Every cop that's on scene has a radio or a radio on his waist. That's broadcast. And guess who's standing around there at that time? That man right there. He hears it. He makes his way. The evidence will show he takes a 10-minute walk to go back to Griselda's car. And then you're going to hear, does anyone have visual on him? You'll hear lead detective, Raimundo Garcia. You'll hear his voice when he says, hey, that's the guy that found the body. That's the guy that found the body. Somebody get visual on him. And then Detective Ray will come and tell you he switches to a cell phone so that it's not broadcast. The killer is right there among the police officers in full uniform. Detective Reyes will come and tell you, when they say Anthony Burgos, he sees Burgos and he says, hey, what's your name? And you know what the evidence is going to show? That he says, my name's Ronald. My name's Ronald. Deception. The name he gave Grisela was Anthony. And I'm wrapping it up. Detective Reyes has enough already where he says, give me your full name. Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles. The officers figure out. One of the other officers there, Greg de la Cruz, I believe his name is, hey, get this guy's weapons up against the car. Take off your Sam Brown. Hey, what's going on? They disarm him. You'll hear when at that moment when they ask him, the hand gets close. It's a tense moment. You'll see Detective Rick Reyes, big guy, 2-3 times any of our size. Thank God he was there. And they get Burgos Aviles and they put him in the unit. Super important. There's a camera in the unit. We will bring you the footage from that camera. And guess what? It has audio. When he gets in there, and you're going to hear him as he sits in the back seat and he's licking and wiping his arms. Teléfono. He says that. Teléfono. Where are the phones? They're in the truck that is at the crime scene under his vest. The very phones that we used to tell us that story. Detective Garcia will bring you all of this evidence. You'll also hear experts. And in the end, Dr. Stern, our Webb County medical examiner, will tell you, in her opinion, that the injury caused to baby Dominic's leg was caused by a needle, between a 14 to 18 gauge needle. Something was injected into that child. It was too late now because the baby was now dead. There was nothing else that can be done. But Detective Garcia will tell you that in his personal truck, in his lunchbox, guess what we found? Syringe and needles. Syringe and needles. In the end, ladies and gentlemen, all of the facts, all of the evidence, all of the circumstantial evidence that you use every single day in your lives will show that this man used his skill, used his expertise, used his job, used his equipment, used extreme violence, and used deception to kill two innocent people.
Thank you, Ronnie. Mr. Peña. You may proceed.
Your Honor, counsel, members of the jury. April 9, 2018, the date of the murders, is a total aberration in the life of Ronald Burgos. Prior to that date, Ronald was a Border Patrol agent supervisor. He had a home where he lived with his wife, Amy, who is a U.S. Customs and Border Protection agent, and their two children, Gabriel and Damien, who were 10 and 3 years old at the time. On April 9, 2018, Ronald, who has no prior criminal history whatsoever, was accused of the murders of Griselda and Dominic Hernandez. This is an enormous anomaly, an aberration in Ronald's otherwise normal, law-abiding life. And now in this trial, Ronald is literally fighting for his life. As his lawyers, we have the duty to render effective assistance of counsel. The right to effective assistance of counsel is a constitutional right that every person accused of a crime has. And we have the duty to screen the evidence, to contest it, and to make sure that only evidence that is credible and reliable is considered by you so that you can accurately determine the truth or falsity of the disputed facts in this case. For example, the state will present evidence from an expert in historical cell phone tower analysis. And they will do that in an effort to show Ronald's locations at particular times of the day on the morning of April 9, 2018. We, on the other hand, will show that a person's physical location cannot be accurately determined using cell tower site analysis because the cell tower data on which the analysis relies are too imprecise to reach any reliable conclusions about a person's location at a particular time. If Ronald is convicted of capital murder, he will die in prison regardless of whether you impose the death penalty or not, because the only other available penalty is life in prison without the possibility of parole. So we urge you to weigh the evidence with extreme caution and to consider only evidence that you believe is credible and reliable. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Peña. All right, we're going to pause really quick. I know you have just a witness to bring in this morning, but I want to pause real quick to give the jury an opportunity to go to the restroom, and then we'll be right back.
Please rise for the jury.
I'm the district attorney. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Angelica Hernandez.
Okay, you can move the mic up a little bit and speak up loudly so that the court reporter can hear you
Angelica Hernandez.
very well. And what is your occupation?
I am a registered nurse.
Do you know why you're here today?
Yes.
Why are you here?
For the murder of my sister Griselda Hernandez and my nephew Dominic Hernandez.
Do you know how old your sister was at the time of her death?
27.
Do you know how old your nephew was at the time of his death?
A year and 7 months.
At the time of her death, how many children did your sister have?
2.
And for the record, we're talking about Griselda Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay. What's the age difference between you and Griselda?
9 years.
Her other child, how old at the time of her death was her other child?
Jaden was 6 years old.
Okay, so she had Jaden, who was 6, and Dominic, who was 18 months.
Yes, that's correct.
Was she married?
No,
She was a single mother?
she was a single mother raising both her children.
When you say raising both of her children, tell us more about that. How, if any way, was she raising her children?
She was a single mother living at my mother's household. She was raising Jaden at the time. Jaden was 6 years old. He was, if I'm not mistaken, in about first grade going to second. Dominic was going to daycare, our daycare that we've taken all our children to, me and her both. She was studying full-time at TAMIU. She was pursuing nursing. She was doing her second year of prerequisites.
Okay. And how was she paying for her nursing program?
She was paying for it the way I did, with student loans and financial aid.
And if you know, what would she be using the financial aid for?
She was using, well, her financial aid was primarily used to pay her classes. Her student loans went for her books and to get to and from the university and to pay for the child's daycare. It gets pretty expensive.
Correct. And tell us a little bit about Dominic. You say, do you happen to know his date of birth?
Yes, I was at my sister's C-section. I was the only person there when she had Dominic. He was born 10 days before my son, so that would be July 25th. July 26th. 28,
17?
16.
2016. Okay, so he was, now, so at the time that Dominic died, tell us about him. How was he as a child? Was he pretty active?
Yes, he was. He actually started walking and running before my son did, even though they're just 10 days apart. He was always, I feel, the more active one when he was little. But yes, he was walking before he was murdered, but up to the date when he was murdered, he wasn't walking anymore. His dad had hurt him 2 weeks prior.
Well, and we'll get into his condition as far as that goes. But let me ask you, during the 18 months of Dominic's life, was he receiving any financial assistance from the father?
No.
No? Do you know at around this time, and then the time she got pregnant or the time she gave birth, who the presumed father of the child was?
Yes.
And who would that be?
Anthony Burgos.
Anthony Burgos. And let's talk about when she got involved with Anthony Burgos. At the time that she had gotten pregnant, do you know, if you know, that how long had she been seeing Anthony?
I don't know. If what I do know is that they had met online. I don't know via how.
Well, don't guess. I'm just wanting to know that if you all you know is that they met online, but you don't know
That's correct.
What site.
That's correct.
Now, in 2018, was she still pursuing her nursing career?
Yes.
Was she still receiving financial aid?
Yes.
Up until this time, had she ever received child support?
No.
Now let's talk about child support. Did you and her ever talk about child support?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what was your advice, if any, regarding child support?
She spoke to me about opening a case for child support because she went to go apply for, at the time, I believe it was CCMS. It's a program that helps you pay for childcare. And that's when my conversation with her, you know, I stated some of the facts about the program because I myself was in CCMS when I reached out for daycare assistance back when my little ones were smaller. One of the requisites for your application even to be looked at is that you have to open a child support case. If not, you know, it won't. It's just one of the requirements. So when I told her that, she told me she had already applied and they had already called her that if she wanted, you know, to pursue with her application, that she needed to open a child support case since they had already checked and there wasn't one open. That was my conversation with her about it.
At the time of her death, who was she living with?
My mother.
Okay, and had she been getting any strong financial support? I mean, tell us about the background there in your mother's house.
My mother and, you know, at times my father, my brother, myself, we would help her out whenever, you know, she would voice that she needed something for the children. Whenever I was going to buy my son or my children clothes, I would bring her along with me and we would do our shopping together. As far as diapers, which is what goes pretty fast when they're small, and, you know, formula and taking him to and from the doctor's visit for vaccines, all those things, you know, we would all help her. I can't say just, you know, one person. We would all help her as a family unit.
Okay, but it is safe to say that you did advise her that she should proceed with the child support action.
Yes.
Permission to approach.
Approach, please.
I'm gonna show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 483. See if you recognize this document.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Does it fairly and accurately depict the what's within its contents here?
Yes, it's my sister's information, and I recognize it all.
Do you recognize this handwriting?
Yes, it's my sister's handwriting.
Whose handwriting is that?
Griselda.
Okay.
Any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
What's the number on it?
This is, state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 483, the child support.
All right, 483 is admitted without objection. Thank you. States 483.
Can I publish this to your?
Amen.
So,
Mr. Knight, do me a favor, for purposes of the record, 483 has how many pages on it?
including the, the document itself is 11 pages, the certifications are 2.
All right, very good, thank you.
Okay, so, now, I'm showing you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 483. Can you read what this says up on top?
The title of the document?
Yes.
Application for 4D services.
Okay. And this is the application for child support?
That's correct.
And you see here, what is the name that's here?
Dominic Hernandez.
And do you see when this was also submitted?
February 9th of 2018.
The information on page 2 is your sister's,
That's correct.
Griselda Hernandez.
That's correct.
Now, on page 3, you see the information,
Yes.
and that here is the name of, what name is up there?
Ronald A. Burgos Aviles.
And this is place of employment.
Yes, it is.
Do you know what this address indicates here, 307 Pedrosa Street?
11307 Pedrosa Street. Yes. I can read the address. I would not know.
Okay. Can you tell over here on 19 what under where it says the question, why do you believe this person is a biological father?
Yes. Unprotected intercourse for years until became pregnant.
So then April February the 9th, 2018 is when she officially filed for child support. In February.
That's correct.
A little bit over a month and a half before she was killed.
That's
Correct.
correct.
Now, I want to refer your attention to the date of March 25th of 2018. March 25th of 2018. You remember that date?
Yes.
Did you speak to your sister on that day?
Yes, I did.
How would you regularly communicate with her?
Phone or text message.
Do you remember what her cell number was?
771-1633.
Okay, and what's the area code?
Area code 956.
For the rec-
956-771-1633.
771-1633.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know what other types of social media your sister would have been using around that time?
Facebook and Snapchat
Okay. Do you know
and
what her,
Instagram.
okay, let's talk about that. Do you know what her Snapchat name was?
I wouldn't be able to remember.
Okay. What about her Facebook name? If you-
It would likely be her name, Griselda Hernandez.
Did she have a profile picture on her Facebook account?
Yes, she did.
And what was that?
A picture of herself or herself with my nephews.
What about an email? Are you familiar with her email?
She had a Tammy U email address, and I believe she also had a Yahoo address, but I wouldn't be able to read those out loud. If I see them, I could recognize them.
If I may approach you, I'm gonna now show you State's Exhibit 490. Ask you if you recognize.
Yes, these are texts from me and my sister.
These are text messages between you and her?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. These are text messages between you and her?
Yes.
You and your sister?
Yes.
Okay, and you've seen this document before?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing to defense counsel. There's no objection. Permission to,
States 490,
yes.
admitted without objection.
Okay, move to admit. And now, place this up here. Do you recognize some of the conversations that are going on here? And we'll start at the top.
Yes, yes, I do.
It says from Angie. Right? Is that you?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And do you want to go ahead and read for the jury what
Of course.
it says?
So from me, it says, I'm sleeping low. From me, again, it says, what's up? I believe prior to this, she was texting me, and that was my reply to her. Following, it says, from her to me, I was going to ask for a huge favor. My response, sup.
Now, over here on the left of this document, it says the outgoing and incoming.
Yes,
So these are text messages to you, to her phone, correct?
yes,
So what we're seeing is from her phone?
yes, to and from me to her, from her to me. Yes.
All right. So go ahead and
Okay, so I respond, sup, and she
what does
texts.
that mean, sir?
It means like, what's up? What's going on? What do you need?
Okay.
And then she goes on to respond, Dom's dad wants to meet him, so I wanted to borrow your car so I won't be having trouble with the truck, referring to my mom's truck. I respond, she keeps on and she says, in like an hour. This is 3:25, 3:43. Like in an hour or less. And then my response to her was, okay. Why and where are you meeting? Is my continued response. So she replies, so I can borrow it? Asking again. My reply to her is it in a public place? She replies, yes. Oh, no, my reply is yes to when she asks, so can I borrow it? My reply is yes to her. And then she responds, at a park by Winfield, public place, so he can play. He referring to Dominic. She responds, I'm freaking out. Laugh out loud. I'm going to take a shower real quick, text you once I'm out. My response to her, I don't think it's a good idea. And it looks like there are some emojis next to it, those little black squares. And then, but yes, you can borrow it.
Hold on there. So why are you saying it's not a good idea?
Well, because they just had a huge argument prior to this, after February, when she submitted her documents for child support. And from her words to me was that he was very upset. He was very angry. He didn't want to speak to her again. He said he was never going to go through with it. He blocked her from social media, from her account, from her phone, everything. And then all of a sudden, that's why I'm asking her, is this a good idea? Because all of a sudden he wants to meet her. He wants to meet her. I didn't know it was a park until she tells me in the text it was a park. But I wanted it to be a public place. I'm thinking, maybe they're going to start arguing. So I want to make sure it's somewhere public where if she needs help, there's people watching that can help.
Okay, so you're concerned about her safety.
Yes.
Then, what do you go on to say here?
That's exactly what I was sharing right now. Why does he want him to meet him now after so long? And he's going to try to convince you of doing otherwise, referring to the child support case that he was so upset about and he didn't want to, go forward with it. And she replies, he can't convince me. I need that money for Dominic. He already accepted he's going to pay child support. And now he's like, okay, fine. I want to see him. He's my son. Oh, this is him talking. I want to see him. He's my son. And I want to see him. So I don't know if he feels guilty or like, well, it's all there, so might as well, or what. I'll tell you the whole story later. This is just part of it. I respond, okay. And she responds, he's not getting off of child support. Ta pendejo.
Okay, so that's on the 25th, right?
That's correct.
And she's pretty insistent, saying that when she says "ta pendejo," like he's stupid, like he's not gonna get away with this.
Yes.
So, did she end up borrowing your car on that day?
Yes, she did.
And where did she end up taking Dominic?
They met. She took Dominic with her in my car to meet his father at the Winfield Park off of Del Mar. It's the only Winfield Park.
Was it in the morning or in the afternoon?
It was late morning, getting close to early afternoon, like right after like lunchtime, around noontime.
What if at any time did you see your sister again that day?
On or about 2 p.m. I wrote a timeline myself, and I submitted it to you guys. If I can look at that, I can tell you exactly what time, because I have Vivint
That's okay.
at home, and it can tell me exactly what time she went through my door.
And it's okay as far as the exact time. I don't necessarily need the exact time. My main question to you is that did you have the occasion to see her again after that after she borrowed your car?
Yes, she came back home. She drove my car back home.
And more importantly, did you see her after her meeting with the baby's father?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened when you saw her? Tell us walk the jury through how you came to see her and Dominic, and where did you see her?
So I spoke to my sister shortly before she started driving home. She told me she was cutting the visit short because my nephew had become very angsty and was crying a lot, and he just wouldn't stay. So I told her okay that I would see her when she would get home.
Okay, what happened, what if anything happened when you came in contact with her or with Dominic?
So she comes home, she walks in the door, and as soon as I open the door for her, I see her with my nephew in her arms, and he's crying. As soon as I open the door, he's saying, "Owie, owie," where she's carrying him. So I'm thinking, something's wrong with him the way she's holding him. So I said, "What's wrong with him? Why is he crying?" And she just said, "Maybe he needs a nap. He's just been fuzzy since the park, and that's why I had to leave." So I said, "Okay, well, come on in and lay down in the sofa with him and see if he'll, go to sleep and he'll feel better." So she's like, "Okay." In my house, in the living room, it's always kind of, dim, so everybody falls asleep easily in the living room. So she takes him onto the sofa and she lays with him there. And maybe about 25 minutes later, I can still hear him moaning and just being uncomfortable. So at this point, I tell her, "You know what?" And I can hear him saying "owie" to her still. "Owie, owie, mama, owie." So I tell her, "Bring Dominic to the room. Let me check him." So I grab him from her arms and I lay him down right on my bed. And I start checking him from head to toe. My mom, whenever my children, or when I'm the oldest from my brothers and sisters, whenever something was wrong with us, she'd always, lay us down and check us to make sure nothing was wrong with us. So I do the same thing. I start taking off his clothes pieces one by one, and when I put on his little shorts, he wears a diaper at this time. He's a year and a half, so he wears a diaper. I pulled on his shorts, and then when I go to pull him down, his legs look normal to me at first sight, and then I flip him this way to see his right thigh. It looks okay. His leg looks okay. But when I flip him on his right side, that I see his left leg, I see a dot of blood on his thigh, right on his vastus lateralis, right on his thigh, where you would get like a shot when the babies get shots from the doctors. So as I'm checking him, I'm talking to my sister right next to me, and I'm asking her, "Have you taken him in for shots lately?" Because I noticed that as soon as I moved him and I went to check his leg, he starts "owie, owie," like now he's crying. Now he's not just saying "owie," now he's crying. So I'm telling her, "When did you take him for shots?" And she's like, I just see her eyes like wide open. She's like, "I haven't taken him for shots. I haven't taken him. He hasn't gotten any shots."
Let me stop you right there. You said her eyes will get wide open. What is her demeanor, if any, at this moment? How is she acting?
I just feel at that moment when I ask her, she just goes into straight panic, because then she starts telling me like, "What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him?" And I just tell her, hold on, let me check. And like, I'm trying to calm her down because she's screaming, she's frantic, she's just freaked out. And I'm checking Dominic, and when I go to wipe the area with my hand where he had the blood on it, the little scab, whatever had formed, it wipes off, and then we start seeing black, like his blood was not red, it was like very dark, like a brown blackish color.
Let me ask you though, is she crying?
She's at this point, she's already crying and screaming, and my kids can hear her in the sala, and they all kind of rush in the room. And I tell her to calm down. I actually scream at her and tell her like, "Calm down, you're scaring the baby," because the baby's crying, she's crying, and she's hysterical next to me, asking me what's wrong with him. I don't know what's wrong with him. I'm checking him.
Okay, so let me just take a question and answer. So you're a registered nurse, right?
Yes.
Okay, you have training,
Yes.
right? Here you have a baby presented with a wound or some injury, correct?
Yes.
What is the first thing you do as far as trying to find out what happened?
So my first thought was a shot, because like I said, the side of his leg, this muscle right here is where we put shots when you put shot in a baby. So that's why I'm thinking that. But when she says no, that I see the blood coming out, I'm thinking maybe an insect bite. And, you know, I've asked myself after that question, why didn't I think like a bee, a hornet, something that stung him? Because I've gone stung by bees and hornets and no black blood comes out of it. So what I'm thinking is if black blood or dark blood is coming out, there's something poisonous in there, like something is reacting with his blood. So when I go to squish it out and I'm telling her to calm down at the same time, you know, it just keeps flowing. And I keep wiping it off at this time with the cloth and it just keeps coming out. And she's freaking out because what she's seeing. And I'm trying to stay composed, but I'm here that he doesn't have a shot. And I'm thinking maybe something bit him at the park.
Okay,
So
but if you could just slow down a little bit. But what, if any, information did you find out? How and where would Dominic be bitten by an insect?
So I asked her if, you know, what happened at the park while I'm checking him. Did the baby fall? Did you notice anything bite him? Did you not leave him unattended for a while? Did you leave him alone with his dad for any amount of time that you maybe didn't see? And I feel that's why she went into panic mode, because she did leave him alone with his father for momentarily, I don't know how long. She tells me that she went to the car to get the sippy cup and some snacks that she had for him. And on her way back, Dominic's father is facing the park and is holding the Dominic on a bench. And I imagine he was holding him like this because that's what she modeled to me when she was showing me. And she hears his dad speaking to him about him being present in his life because he doesn't want Dominic to go through what he went through when he was small, that he was raised by his grandmother. And he's going to be there for Dominic, and you know, he's going to be present in his life. So my sister tells me that she took a while to get to him to allow them to have that, you know, moment.
The bond.
Yes. And when she starts walking a little faster because she starts hearing Dominic kind of cry or I don't know, be uneasy. But that was the only time she left him alone that she wasn't watching.
Okay. So the visit with his father was short then?
She cut the visit short because after that he wouldn't stop crying. He was just uneasy.
Now, so your nephew presents himself. He's got this you describe as a brown or dark, like a black blood coming out of this wound. What, if anything, do you do next?
I tell her that we have to take him to the ER immediately. Because one, she just told me the baby didn't get any injection. So if this thing that he has is, he didn't have it before and he just got it now, and he's in pain, and you know, it's not blood where he cut himself, that blood's coming out. I tell her, you know what, we need to go and we need to go now. So I leave my children at home. I leave with her to the ER, and we get there, they check him out. Before we leave, I took pictures of his leg, of the blood that was coming out.
Okay.
I just never seen that before. I just felt it was important for us to take the pictures because I don't know when we get to the ER if it's still going to be bleeding or not, but I wanted them to see what it was like when I found it.
Okay. Can I approach her?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 463, 464, and ask you if you recognize these photos.
Yes.
You can look at them both.
Yes.
Did you take those photos?
Yes.
I can get that. These have already been admitted. Now, did you come across recently an additional photo that you tendered to the state?
Yes.
When was this?
A Saturday afternoon.
Okay, so just this Saturday, you came across another photo in your phone?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna approach one, so yeah. I'm gonna ask you if you, that's
Yes.
State's Exhibit 484, do you recognize that photo?
Yes. I took this picture.
You
Yes.
took that picture?
Yes.
Also?
It was outside my mom's house days after the incident.
Okay.
And I was telling my sister to take pictures on a daily just so we can see what's getting better or worse.
So you wanted to document the injury.
Yes, that's correct.
So the first two photos I showed you, those were actually that day?
Yes, that's correct.
And this was
Days after.
Days
Mhm.
after, okay. This one has not been admitted, Your Honor, but I'll tell you this.
What number is that?
Yeah, 484, and, I'm sorry, I missed this one, 484.1, which was also, you brought to us.
That's correct. That's correct.
And this was also taken by you,
Yes.
and just recently discovered.
Yes, Saturday afternoon.
Any objection? Offering,
I'm offering State's Exhibit 484 and 484.1.
admitted without objection. Thank you.
I published on.
You may.
So, I'm first gonna show you State's Exhibit 463. You described earlier, certain dark colored or black looking blood. Is that what you saw?
That's correct.
Do you know whose hand this is over there?
Yes, it's my hand holding him while I'm taking the picture.
I'm also gonna show you this 464. What are we looking at here?
His left side, outer side of his thigh, where the puncture or injection wound was at.
This is State's 484.
Same side, left side of his thigh.
And 484.1.
Same side, my nephew's left side of the thigh.
How, being that you were around your nephew, how was this injury affecting his mobility?
After March 25th, after that day, he went from being a normal 18-month-old, I can run, everything, walk, to not being able to walk anymore. Days after, if I'm not mistaken, it was on March 29th, I received a text message from my sister asking if she could borrow my walker that we used for our children when they were about 9 months old, when they were learning to walk, because my nephew could no longer walk.
Did you guys engage in communications again by text regarding the leg or the injury to the leg?
Yes, both by phone and text.
Okay. Let me approach you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 491. Ask you to look at these text messages and see if you recognize the communications that are contained therein and if they are between, in fact, you and your sister.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Any objection?
Move to admit State's Exhibit 491.
All right. It'll be admitted without objection.
And for the record, Your Honor, we also redacted any communications with persons outside.
All right.
Communications. So, You see the date that's here?
Yes.
What is that date?
March 26, 2018.
Okay, so we're still at March 26, 2018. This is 14 days before Dominic death, correct?
That's correct.
And this is after the child support petition has already been filed, correct?
That's correct.
And this is after the meeting between Dominic and his father for the very first time they meet.
That's correct.
So tell us what's going on.
These are texts from my sister. She texts, "Hey, Dom's dad is asking if he can get necrosis. He's all worried."
Okay, what is necrosis?
So going back to the suspected insect bite, necrosis basically is when your skin starts deteriorating in the inside. I had sent her some information, and we had spoken about if it was a poisonous spider or anything that had bitten him, there might be necrosis happening in the inside, since the top looked like if there was nothing but a little pinpoint.
You know, let's talk a little bit about that. You know, you're a nurse. You went with an insect bite, right?
Yes,
Initially, when you first saw the baby, you thought injection, correct?
that's correct.
And what was the main reason why you went back to it being an insect bite?
Because she told me herself that she had not taken Dominic for any injections. So I trust her. That just went out the window, no injections. So I'm seeing black blood. I'm thinking something bit him. I'm thinking something poisonous bit him. I've gotten bit by ants or hornets, like I said, or bees. So I know it wasn't that. It had to have been something that caused his blood color to turn otherwise. I don't know any bug that's been my children or myself or my brothers or sisters that has been that color. So I'm thinking poisonous, something poisonous is causing this color change. Time is of the essence. We need to do something.
Now, does the fact that he had been outdoors at a park also have something to do with it?
That's mainly why I thought it might have been an insect of some sort. He was around trees. Maybe there was foliage on the floor. Something could have been hiding wherever he was running or in the swings or play sets. So I'm thinking he got, either stung or bit by something.
I'm just gonna go up here and if you know, I'm gonna show you something that these text messages contain. If you understand. Of course, we've had our meetings. You and I have met, and we met with the state prosecutors, correct?
That's correct.
And I know it's been a long time since this happened, right?
Yes.
Now, if you notice up here, it says, can you tell us what those three letters are?
UTC?
Yeah, UTC. And given, do you recall it being explained to you that you have to do a conversion as far as the time?
Yes.
And that it's 5 hours behind?
I was not sure how many hours, but yes, I know there had to be a conversion on that.
Okay. And we'll get into that later on, but for purposes of the questioning right now, you do see that it says UTC, and you remember us having the discussion that it's 5 hours behind.
Okay, yes.
So when it says 12:49 a.m., it actually would be on the 25th?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So these...
That's correct.
Okay, so just for the jury's purposes, the conversations around the injury, they weren't on the 26th, they were on...
They were on the date. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying that. So, This is going on at night, I guess, right?
After the hospital visit, once she got home with my mom.
And you guys are texting all up until midnight and a little bit past, maybe?
Yes.
Okay. Very well. So then, let's continue on. Here, where did we leave off?
Mr. Onís, can you,
Yes.
I wanted to see if you could finish the exhibit, then after that, have a bench conference with you all.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you.
So where did you leave off? I'm sorry.
I left off, I already read the top portion. I need to read what's right there on a little bit higher. No, I mean like there,
Okay.
where it says yes.
Okay.
So the response to her messages about the necrosis and the higher messages, my response was yes, yes, he can. He and we should all be worried. And it says, yes, pobrecito ma. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this was a chat between my mom, her, and myself.
What do you mean by pobrecito?
Well, because if it was something poisonous, what I was thinking, a poisonous spider, that's very, very painful. I've seen what I thought at the time. I'm thinking brown recluse or black widow, something poisonous, and I've had patients that have come in weeks after them being bitten, and it is just, it's bad. It's very painful. It's very painful to get treatment to correct it. It's horrible.
And pobrecito means poor, like
Yeah, like
poor child.
poor child. It must be very painful for him.
And I know you're not, I'm kind of asking you to translate, but not really. Like pobrecito means like poor child.
Yes, that's correct.
And then keep going.
So she messages me some emojis that we can't see him here, and then my response, she says, "I'm going home right after."
Do you happen to remember what those emojis were? If you do.
They most of them were sad emojis from me and from her, again, because we're talking about how painful this must be for him. So they were all sad emojis, sad emoji faces.
And what is that?
Well, again, meaning like poor child, like the frowny face on the emoji.
Okay. Go on.
So she messages, "I'm going right after," and then I message yes, and I'm telling her to measure his thighs, and to take pictures, and to check him in good lighting. Oh, so I say just measure his thighs and take pictures, check him in good lighting. She responds, "Yes, I will," with some emojis, and then I respond with emojis, and then I respond, "Keep me posted."
And this goes late into the night of the 25th, correct?
Yes.
All right, folks, can you approach?
Yes.
All right, members of the, if you can just remain seated while we do this, okay? Members of the jury, we're going to go ahead and cut off for lunch. Obviously, for those of you who may have brought something with you, you can eat here, you can stay here. Those of you who plan to go out to eat lunch, just make sure and be back by 1:30, so we can get started once everybody's here present, okay? Remember that when you go out, if you happen to go out together or with anybody else, but the instructions that I gave you, I think this is the third time I gave you the instructions. Basically, if you need to remind yourselves of them, go to the instructions now before you go. But bottom line is, do not speak with anybody about this case. What you've heard so far is not ready to be discussed amongst yourselves or anybody else for that matter. Okay. Thank you all.
Please rise for the jury.
Just in case
Which one? What was that? They haven't been introduced.
84.
But they were five.
State what?
State moves to introduce Exhibit 84, the medical records of the hospital.
Thank you. Admitted. State 84.
Okay, so at Doctor's Hospital, please tell the jury what happened.
We get there with baby Dominic, and he's taken, after we shared Dominic's name, date of birth, basic demographic information, to the ER front staff. He's taken to the back referring to get examined by the nurse practitioner or nurses that get to check him. My sister goes back there with them, and I can see her from afar talking to the nurses about Dominic as they are checking him.
And what sort of treatment do they do for him?
They did an x-ray, if I'm not mistaken. They also did a lab draw for lab work, basic vital signs, respirations, temperature, blood pressure. They checked his oxygen level.
Okay.
I believe, I know when we left, she left with the prescription for an antibiotic. I believe another one for a steroid. I believe it was some type of prednisone. And ibuprofen for pain.
Okay. I'm showing you from the medical records. Do you see here where it talks about, if you could read this line?
Instructions provided for allergic reaction, insect, local cellulitis, child. Follow-up and/or special medication instructions.
Okay, so, and then also the medications you just mentioned, right?
Yes, cephalexin, which is the antibiotic, and then prednisolone, which is the oral suspension of the steroid.
Where did they get the conclusion that it was an insect bite?
I imagine they came to that conclusion after me and my sister, after my sister shared in the ER that he had sustained an insect bite or some type of bite to his leg.
How much time had passed between the injury and this visit to the ER, do you know?
We were there within the hour of my sister getting home. However, I don't know at what time he sustained the injury at the park.
Okay. So you finish up with that treatment or the diagnosis that it's an insect bite, correct?
That's correct.
And he's given those medications.
That's correct.
And what if anything happens after that?
We go home. By this time, my mom has already shown up at the ER. So my sister leaves with my mom and my nephew home, and I leave to my house.
Okay. Now let's get to the 26th of March, which will be the next day. Okay? We're going to move into the next day. Did you have the opportunity to communicate with your sister by text?
Yes.
And what was the general subject matter around that, about that?
Following up to see how my nephew was doing.
Okay. If I may approach you on it.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 492. And ask you to look at that. You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
These are text messages between me and my sister.
Tender. Offer 492, Your Honor.
Any objection? States 492 is the new.
Okay. Now, up here on line 12828, okay, do you recall what those web searches were for?
Yes, I was sending her, I was sharing a link with her. The first one, if we were able to click on it right now, it should be a charting schedule for dosing for, if I believe it was Tylenol, and the bottom one is for Benadryl.
Okay, and those are websites you sent her,
Yes, that's correct.
okay? Then on line 12841, you can,
That is me texting her to see how, it says, how's Dominic? The following line says, how did he pass the night? And I'm telling her, jumping in the shower, don't forget his medicine right now. I was reminding her of the dosing schedule.
okay,
The following message says, it's from her to me. It says, I see him the same, foot still swollen, his thigh is still swollen and hard. He didn't cry all night and slept, but I woke up to check on him and give him his meds at their times, and he took them. No fever or vomiting, and his abdomen is still soft. His foot is still cold. And the other one is hot. I'm taking him as soon as the doctor opens, taking him to LMC ER.
you continue texting that day?
Yes.
We can start here at line 12847.
This is me texting her. Okay, yes, keep me posted. Keep up with the medicine schedule. She replies, yes, I am. I have the alarms for when I need to give them to him. I message you when I'm at the doctor's, and I respond, okay. Show him our pics, and that we suspect it to be a brown recluse or a black widow. Yes, I will. Send me the other ones you took besides the ones you sent. I have Mommy's phone and yours. My camera is broken, so they're too blurry. I only have those two, was my response to her.
Okay,
Okay.
so here, your instructions to her were that for her to show the doctor
The photos.
the photos. Okay, you can continue here on 12859. So she's
Okay, I'll let you know what they tell me. And I respond, okay.
Okay. What's her mood at this time, her demeanor? How is she?
I was not in front of her, but she was very concerned because when we checked his foot at my house before taking him to the ER, his foot was already feeling slightly colder than the other one, and you could see modeling on his lower part of his leg towards where his foot is. You could already see some color changes. And I imagine by this time, I didn't have Dominic in front of me, but I imagine by this time when she says that his leg is still cold, it might have been slightly colder than what I had felt the day before.
So even after doctor's hospital, she's telling you the next day she's going, or she's telling you she's gonna go to LMC now, or she's gonna go see a doctor, so she's still scared about what's happening.
Yes.
Okay. And then on 12871?
This is for my sister. Stupid doctor didn't want to see Dominic until 2. I brought him to Vital Med on McPherson. My response, okay, great. My response, he's an idiot.
Okay, so you guys are pretty much being frustrated about what's going on, right?
Yes.
Okay. You want him to be seen.
Yes.
Does he eventually get to Vital Med?
Yes, he does.
And does he eventually get to see his pediatrician?
Yes, he does. He sees my mom takes them to Vital Med first, and then they still follow up with Dr. Rodriguez as indicated by the ER.
By now, and you testified to this earlier, but prior to March 25th, Dominic was able to walk on his own, right? Even run.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did he ever improve to the point where he could actually walk or run?
He never, ever, ever walk again.
Did you ever have to lend her anything as to assist him in walking?
Yes, I'm not too sure if she messaged me or phone called me asking if she could borrow my stroller that I use for my son, Tristan. She had a stroller too, but once they finished using their stroller, she would always donate to the daycare, whatever, tools that she had for the kiddos so other kids from the daycare could use them. And none of us were using strollers anymore. The only reason I had mine is I had stored it in the storage. She told me she wanted to borrow the stroller to see if that would motivate Dominic to try to start walking again with the support of him being sitting and standing and not forcing him just to get up and walk.
Okay. I'm gonna approach you on her.
You may.
I'm gonna go ahead and show you what are marked as case exhibits 497 and 499 and ask you to examine those and tell me.
Laugh out loud, no, but really, culerita.
LOL, no, but really, let's see.
And then she puts, and yeah, that's what I told him, that he literally had no idea if he's thinking or is going to give up his rights, pero pues I don't know. Emoji faces.
And yeah, that's what I told him, that he literally had no idea if he thinking or is going to give up his rights, but oh well, dude, I don't know.
Next slide.
I texted her, I'll be on standby, love, don't worry, but message me through Facebook or something. Cause I don't know why I'm not getting messages all day, a day late unless I message first. So I was having issues with my phone. And she puts, okay, yeah, I will. Tomorrow for sure, too. I go back on Tuesday.
And to your knowledge, did she ever file for child support?
Yes, she did.
Did she, who if anyone did she advise that she was going to be filing?
Like, who did she mention? Who did she tell? She told me and I'm sure her family. and I don't know who else, and Anthony.
Let me show you. State's Exhibit 488. Read that.
If you just leave it a little bit, it'll focus on its own. If you, it'll take a little bit, but it'll try and focus.
All right, so what I'm going to do is start over on this side, line 9442. This is to you,
Yes.
and this is on February the 12th. Right, so now, gone from January, now we're in February.
Yeah, a month later.
Okay, what are y'all talking about here?
And so, she's telling me, dude, A just replied. A is Anthony. What the fuck do I say? Where are you when I need you? And then she puts booties, meaning, like, that was like a nickname, right? I wasn't answering.
What was going on?
Well, Anthony had just replied to her and she was trying to tell me, but I wasn't answering because my phone was, I was having issues with my, that's a text message, so I was having issues with my phone.
At this time, February 12th, is she already moving forward with the child support?
Yes.
That's why he's reaching out to her?
Yeah. Yes.
On March 25th. Remember March 25th, 2018?
Yes.
Remember anything significant that happened on that day?
Yes. That's my new phone number.
That's
So,
your phone number?
so that had just gotten a new phone.
Okay. You know what that means? Did you get a phone call or text or what?
Yeah, that was a phone call she called me that day.
You remember that day of March 25th?
Yes.
And this is about 15 days before, prior to Dominic's death, correct?
Yes.
What can you tell us about that day, from that morning, if you remember anything that happened?
So she goes to meet up with Anthony at the Winfield Park.
Okay. And were you aware of this meeting?
I don't recall if I knew beforehand, before her going. I just received that call around noon. And that's when she starts explaining to me what had happened.
And what happened?
From what I remember, I don't remember the whole conversation. I just remember her calling me crying.
Okay, let's talk about that. She calls you crying.
Yes.
Please tell the jury what was her emotional state when she called.
She was crying. She was really emotional, very. She was angry that she had gone to the park. She was regretting her going.
And while she was crying on this conversation?
Yeah, she was just crying and crying.
What kind of things was she saying?
She was just saying that, well, I can hear the baby crying in the background. She was just like, that she was regretting going over to go meet up with Anthony. That it didn't go as planned. She just wanted him to see the baby, to have a little relationship, just to meet him. And, talk about the child support. And he had said something along the lines with, me vas a odiar por lo que voy a hacer. Meaning, you're gonna hate.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm not sure, Matt, you there?
Do I keep on?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna ask you.
You're going to hate me for what I'm going to do.
Is that accurate what the translator just said?
Yes.
You're gonna hate me for what I'm gonna do?
Yes. And
And what if anything do you say or do?
well, I told her that that sounded like a threat, so she should put a restraining order against him.
That was your advice, for her to go get a restraining order?
Yes, I told her and just to be careful and not to meet up with him again. That was around that time.
Did she ever go and get a restraining order?
Not that I know of, no.
Did you? Anything else that you learned about Dominic that day? Anything happened to him?
Later on that day, we had a concert to attend that night. So I texted her like around 4, and I was like, "Are you ready?"
What concert?
The Bad Bunny concert
That was here in the...
in the arena, yes. So I texted her around 4, and I said, "Hey, are you ready? Are we still going?" or something like that. And she told me that she was at the hospital with Dominic because she thought that he had got bitten by a spider or something, that he was in pain.
And what, did she end up going with you to the concert, or what happened to Dominic?
Yeah, so she was at the emergency room and he was getting treated, and so I guess they gave him antibiotics. He got treated and they released him, and we did end up going to the concert later on that night
Where did she leave Dominic?
with her mom.
Pass it over, sir.
Mr. Bond?
Pardon me, good morning.
Good morning.
Make sure that mic is on.
Thank you for being here. I think, and I know, everyone in this room is very sorry for your loss. You were Griselda's best friend.
Yes.
And more than that, you were the last person to see both Griselda and Dominic alive.
Yes.
And that That's a very heavy burden, isn't it?
Yes.
And, ma'am, you testified on direct examination that you never actually met Anthony. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And you never saw Anthony and Griselda together, correct?
Correct.
So everything that you know about their relationship is from Griselda. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just very briefly, I want to talk about the evening, actually the 25th. And the 25th stands out because that's the day that you went to the Bad Bunny concert. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified on direct examination that Griselda called you from the emergency room. Did I understand that correctly?
No, she did not call me from the emergency room.
Okay. So she called you, and that was the exhibit that the state showed you. Is that the record? Is that correct?
From the text messages?
Well, the last exhibit they
Oh,
showed
okay.
you was a phone call, as I understood.
Yes, but she was not at the emergency yet.
She was on her way to the emergency room.
She was not on, I didn't know about the emergency room till she texted me.
And you actually had messaged with Griselda earlier that day on the 25th in the morning. Isn't that correct?
I messaged her. I'm pretty sure since we did speak daily.
So she messaged you on Facebook very early in the morning on the 25th.
Mhm.
Isn't that correct?
I don't recall. I'm sure she did. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to see a copy of your Facebook Messenger?
Yeah.
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
May I pass it to the witness, Judge?
Or do you intend to offer that?
It depends on what the witness says.
Okay, go ahead.
But I'll take that. So look at those messages and let me know when your recollection is refreshed.
Yeah. I do recall these messages.
Okay. And are those Facebook messages, do they accurately reflect the messages that you exchanged with Griselda on the morning of the 25th?
Yes, it's just not the morning. It's like after.
So I know you're looking at it, and you say it's the afternoon because it says
13.
UTC 1:40, 13:40. Is that why you're saying it's the afternoon?
Yeah, it's like after.
Okay. So I would ask you, well, if I apologize, may I have the back so I can mark it? And
Are you going to offer it?
I am going to.
Okay, because there was no objection from the state at the very beginning, so that's all I was trying to avoid that. What is the number on it?
It'll be D1, sir.
Defendants 1 being offered the objection? Admitted. Can you hand that back to counsel?
Thank you.
Is this 1 and 2 or just 1? Because I see 2 exhibit tags on it.
It's 2 pages.
All right.
So I'll do
Just one is fine.
defendants 1. Defendants 1.2 will be page 166. And defendants 1.1 will be page 165.
All right. Well, defense 1.1 and 1.2 are, there is no 1.
And so, and I apologize, I put them in the bin. I'm gonna retrieve it and give it back.
Go ahead.
Trying to obey the court. So ma'am, if I could have you look at page 165. I apologize. Page 166, as it's marked at the top, which for the record is defendants 1.2. And at the bottom of the page, it's the 4th message from the bottom. It says author Adriana Lynette. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And that's where it says sent, and then it's 2018-325.
Yes.
Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, that's what it says here.
And then it says 133556 UTC. Is that correct, ma'am?
1335, yeah, UTC. Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna try to use
The,
it.
document. You just have to focus out of that, because I think it's going to be, there you go, thank you. All right.
And so you can see that the message I previously referred to is the one that says 133546 UTC. And then you have written to Griselda, why are you awake? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that UTC doesn't refer to Central Standard Time that we're in.
Okay.
Is that the way you understand it?
Yeah, that's that. I was getting confused with the time.
Okay. So we're not sure actually if it's afternoon. Is that correct?
From my Facebook records, that would be sent in like after midnight.
Okay. And she replied, and then the next, and these are the way that they're ordered here is in reverse order.
Yes.
Right. So you asked her, why are you awake? And then she said, I can't sleep.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Griselda, in the next message, wrote to you and said, all night with Dom, and right now I just woke up.
Yes.
Okay. And then you all have a discussion about going to the concert. Is that correct?
Yes.
You just like that now.
And I'm pointing you to what is labeled as 133656 UTC. It's the 4th message from the top, and you said, yay, what are you wearing?
Correct.
Right. And then the message above that is from Griselda to you, where she says IDK, which you understood to mean I don't know what he has. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And you understood that to mean in reference to Dominic, is that right?
Yes.
Griselda was telling you she doesn't know what he has because she'd said that she was up all night with Dominic and that she'd woken up. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And just so everyone understands, this is the morning of the 25th before she was taking Dominic to see Ronald. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'd ask you to look at page 165, which has been admitted as Defense Exhibit 1.1. And then Griselda, and again, so everyone understands, these are in reverse order, the way Facebook provides them, writes, yes, and he's coughing, and could you read that next line? It's the bottom of the page.
Yeah. Yes, and he's coughing. Así como que se va a vomitar. His eyes are really watery. He just wants to be carried in I know way.
Okay.
One second.
Like he's going to throw up. I don't know, dude.
I'm sorry,
Did you hear that?
I have
Did you hear it?
Yes.
She heard it.
Did you understand that when Griselda wrote that Dominic had been coughing all night and it looked like he was going to vomit?
Yes.
Okay. And that his eyes were really watery and he just wanted to be carried.
Yes.
And so that was the entire night before Dominic saw Ronald. Is that correct?
According to the date, yes.
Okay. And you have no reason to suspect that Facebook has altered the date or anything, is that
No.
correct? Okay. And matter of fact, 2 messages up, so it's 3 messages from the bottom. You respond to her with, that's Aaron right now, dude. Ugh. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is Aaron your child? or-
Aaron is my child, yes.
Okay, so your child was sick at the same time, is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And Griselda, in the next line, she describes in more detail about Dominic's condition, and it was all night, was waking up crying, and with the fever and whatnot. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
And then eventually, as you've already described, you both decide to go to the Bad Bunny concert. Is that right, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So, and I just want to, this is summarizing it, and from your understanding and what Griselda had told you, Dominic was sick prior to seeing Ronald on the 25th. Is that your understanding, ma'am?
According to the messages, yes.
Okay. I'll pass the witness to give you the. Thank you for your patience, ma'am.
This one. You are excused, and you go back to your business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Careful with it. Could you all approach real quick, Mr. Peña, Mr. Alanis? Quick break, let's take a little morning break. We won't be, hopefully you can keep it inside of 10 minutes, okay? Thank you. Next witness, please.
State calls Border Patrol Agent Bradley Dennison.
Dennison or Dennison?
Dennison, Bradley Dennison.
All right, thank you. Watch out. Good morning, sir. You've been sworn in already, have you not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please have a seat, please. You got some water already, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You proceed when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Bradley Dennison.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you for purposes of the court reporter to speak loudly and into that microphone. You want to pull it up or move your chair in. Okay. Mr. Dennison, how are you employed?
I work for the United States Border Patrol
Okay.
as a Border Patrol agent.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Border Patrol?
At this time, a little over 23 years, sir.
Okay. What are your current assignments?
I'm currently assigned at the Laredo North Station to the day shift.
Okay. Throughout your career, what cities have you been assigned to?
I've only, my entire career, I've been here in Laredo.
Okay, great, great. Before we get started, I want to go over some terminology that's unique to the Border Patrol and or law enforcement rather, but and also discuss a little bit of what the standard uniform is. You know how it is you all wear your uniform. I see today you are in uniform.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and as part of your uniform, you carry a Sam Browne or a belt.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what does that consist of?
So our typical duty belt is, we'll carry obviously a firearm. We're required to carry 2 magazines, spare ammunition magazines, a less lethal use of force weapon, handcuffs, radio. Also consists of an inner belt that goes in on the pants inside the belt loops, outer belt that goes outside, and those 2 belts are held together with a minimum of 4 belt keepers.
Belt keepers, okay. Would you mind, do you have that equipment, some of that equipment on today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Your Honor, can you show the ladies and gentlemen? Can you please kind of stand up and show, do some show and tell with the jury so that they can see you, if you can come.
I guess.
Can you come down here?
Yes, go ahead.
And I'm asking you this because it's over here, because it's an important part of this case. Just kind of walk us through what you're wearing.
So obviously, like I said, inner belt goes on the pants itself inside the belt loops. Outer belt, as you can see, holds all of my heavier equipment, sidearm, magazines, flashlight, et cetera, et cetera. Keepers that I mentioned will be like here. I have 4 of them fastened, 2 in the front, 1 behind the firearm, 1 in the back. And the purpose of those is while you're moving, it keeps that belt, those 2 belts from separating the outer belt that has weight on it from moving around your body, either shifting side to side or moving up or down further. It just holds everything in place because it does have, like I said, it supports quite a bit of weight when you have all your equipment on.
Would it be trouble to unbutton the keeper?
So they just snap off like that. Most keepers are the same way. Some will only have 1 button. Most have 2 buttons, snaps, I should say. They just be underneath the inner belt. Whip it over and then you just snap them in place in the hose. It holds those 2 belts together. Okay. Minimum we're required to wear 4 keepers by our uniform standards. Some guys will wear more, 4 or 5, maybe even 6.
Thank you, sir.
Where they want that weight distribution. Thank you. Please, okay.
Now, can you define what the word muster means?
So muster for us in the Border Patrol would be a gathering we have, I guess, at the beginning of every shift. We report to our duty station. We gather in the muster room that's designated at the station. Everybody who's working that shift for that day, supervisors, watch commander, regular agents, we all gather there. Roll is called. Assignments are given out. Any information about patrol information from the day before, what, things to expect that day, things that might be going on in the community, information like that, significant arrests. All that information is given out. After muster, after they get their work assignments, you go get your vehicle assignments, any equipment you want to check out from the station, and then we leave the station and go report to our assigned areas of duty for the day.
Great. Another term that I want you to explain is kilo unit.
So a kilo unit in the Border Patrol is a pickup truck. Could be a Ford, could be a Chevy, could be a Dodge, but that's the part of the number designator for a pickup truck in the Border Patrol. Usually it'll start with kilo, and then after that, it has an assigned number for the individual pickup truck.
When you say it starts with kilo, is that the letter K? Or the
Letter
word
K,
kilo?
yes, sir.
It's
Letter
not
K.
the word kilo. It's
No, it's the letter K, and then either 4 or 5 numbers will follow that.
Okay. What about boots? What kind of, are you guys issued boots, or what type of boots do y'all use?
So we're not issued and required to wear a specific brand or model of boot. The way our uniforms work, we have a uniform allowance that we're issued every year. Every agent is given the same amount, a certain dollar amount that we can spend through our uniform company that has the contract to provide our uniforms. On that website through that company, there are certain models that we can purchase, certain makes, manufacturers, but we're not required to wear only those. We're restricted by color, material, things of that nature. As long as our boots meet those requirements, we can go outside of those that uniform ordering website, but we have to spend our own money. If we're going to use the uniform allowance, most agents will buy from those boots that are available to them on the website there.
Okay. And as far as the green uniform that you wear today, is that issued?
That is also available on that site, and that is required. We can't go outside of that provider to provide our actual uniforms. The only thing we can go outside for is belts or nylon gear and boots. Everything else pretty much has to come through that uniform provider.
What about knives, folding knives, utility knives? You guys carry that on your own, or is it issued?
No, that's not issued. Most agents carry one, a knife of some types, but that's up to us to provide on our own.
Okay, thank you. What about what are the primary duties and responsibilities of a Border Patrol agent like yourself?
As far as like our mission statement, or just what we
Yes.
do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I mean, your mission statement, and then what you do day to day.
So day-to-day, an average day for a Laredo North agent on the shift, on the line, we have multiple duties that we cover. Obviously, the checkpoint, most people are familiar with our checkpoint that we run up on IH-35. And then mainly, other than some support roles, it's going to be to patrol the river areas of Laredo, also the highway areas, the ranches north of town, to detect any kind of illegal entry into the country, whether it's terrorist weapons, illegal aliens, any other kind of contraband. That's primarily what we do day-to-day basis.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to April the 9th of 2018. Do you recall that day?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. Let's start off in the morning.
Okay.
Did you report on that morning?
Yes, sir. To the day shift, I reported at 6 a.m. that morning.
Okay, and tell us where you reported and how you reported and what you did that morning.
So like I mentioned, we start off with muster in the morning. So I reported at 6 a.m. is what our start time is for the day shift. So I reported to my station. We had muster 6 a.m., received my work assignment for the day, which for that day I was working the area from the Father McNabb Park up to the World Trade Bridge. That was my designated assigned area to patrol for that day. So after muster, like I said, retrieved my vehicle keys, equipment I was going to use for that day from the armory at the station, went out and went to my area of patrol.
And when you say you reported to work that day, where is that station?
So that is on McPherson Road, north of Loop 20. Just, I guess it's 2 blocks north of Loop 20. The address is 1119 McPherson. It's north of the loop there,
Okay.
Loretta Moore Station.
And so you're talking about where you were assigned that day, correct? You said between Father Magdebo Park all the way out to
To the World Trade
World
Bridge.
Trade Bridge. And more or less for the jury, if you can orient us to how many miles that is.
It's probably, I would say, a stretch of about a mile, more or less from, I've never measured it specifically, but it's probably about a mile from the park up to the World Trade Bridge.
Okay.
Possibly a mile and a half, but probably about a mile.
Can I approach on?
I can ask the agent to step down and show the jury.
Sure.
The area.
You may step down, sir.
So, this is now State's Exhibit 102. Show the fence. This is World Trade Bridge. So what we want to do is be able to show the jury where it is that your area that you were covering that day. Show them.
So, my area from that day, this is the World Trade Bridge here. You see crossing, this is Mexican side of the river, United States. So this is the World Trade Bridge. My area would have gone from that bridge all the way down here. This is where the park begins. Soccer fields are here, baseball field here. So pretty much right here at the edge of the baseball field is what we've always considered the start of the park. Now it's a little more developed. This looks like a map from more or less that time. But it's pretty much from the end of Quail Creek on down, the park begins all the way up there. My assigned area for that day.
Okay, very good. Do you know how many agents, if you can have a seat? Do you know how many agents were assigned that day to that region?
To the specific area that I was assigned to, it was only me, sir.
Do you know an agent by the name of Maximo Lugo?
I do, sir, yes.
Do you know where he was assigned on that day?
So he was assigned the next area downriver of me, south of me, which that area encompasses Fletcher Lane, from Fletcher Lane up to the start of the park there.
Okay, so it would have been adjacent or contiguous to you? It would have been.
Correct, sir, yes.
So you all would have been in areas that touch each other?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know Agent Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you can, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And can you identify an article of clothing he's wearing or where he's sitting?
Yes, sir,
Proximity
he's
to you?
wearing looks like a light blue shirt, blue tie, sitting at the table over there.
Okay. The record reflect that Agent Dennison has identified Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles. Okay. How do you know him?
So he was assigned as my supervisor for that day, and he was the supervisor for the deployment areas that day. So he would have been in charge or overseeing all of our deployment zones for that day, which would have been a number of agents.
So when you say a number of agents, would it be 3, 4, 5? How many?
Specifically, I don't know without having the daily schedule in front of me, but yeah, probably would have been anywhere between 5 to 10 agents, I would imagine.
And he would have been the supervisor?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Do you know if Agent or Mr. Burgos Aviles was dressed in his uniform that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, he was at the muster that I attended that morning, and at that time he was definitely in his uniform, yes.
Okay, so he was present during the muster?
Yes.
Okay. What about Agent Lugo? Was he out in that zone that you described? Was he going to go out to that zone?
So he was at muster as well, and he was at that time also assigned some collateral duties aside from his normal patrol duties. He was assigned to do a station inventory, or one of the station inventory takers. So pretty much annually, we have a inventory of all of our gear or equipment that's assigned to us, be that radios, flashlights, GPSs, things of that nature, phones, laptops, anything that's government-issued equipment that is on a property card that's assigned to an agent. We have to bring it in, and they check serial numbers on it and make sure everything's accounted for once a year at that time. So he was part of that group of agents that were assigned collateral duty of taking inventory. So that morning, and usually it stretches a period of a month or so that everybody make sure everybody has a chance to bring in their stuff. So that morning it had been put out at muster that Agent Lugo was going to be there, be available at the station all morning long to be able to take inventory of your equipment. So if you had your equipment with you that morning, or if you were available to go pick it up, you had it in your locker, vehicle, whatever, he was going to be there available to bring your equipment, so that he wasn't going to be in his area. He'd be there at the station available to do that inventory.
Did he have the similar position as Agent Burgos Aviles? Was he also a supervisor level?
No, sir, he was not. No, he was
So instead of being
regular
out
line
in the
border patrol
field,
agent.
he was going to be back at the station?
Correct, sir.
And all of you knew this?
Correct, sir. It was announced to everyone at muster that morning.
Okay. So that morning, do you make it out to your designated area?
Yes, sir.
And that's Father Magdalene Park?
Correct.
Is that in Webb County?
Yes, sir.
And what type of vehicle were you in?
I was driving in a Ford F-150, a kilo unit.
Okay. You remember the number of that kilo unit?
Kilo 45153.
45153.
Yes, sir.
That was your unit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember driving by the park on that morning?
Yes, sir. I did have occasion to go in the park that morning.
Patrolling?
Patrol, yes,
Right.
of course.
Looking for any sort of illegal activity?
Correct, sir.
Do you remember seeing any vehicles in the park that morning?
So yes, one vehicle that drew my attention that morning as I was entering the park. I had gone from the top end of my area downriver, entered the park, and as I was passing through the park, would you like me to show on the map more or less
Sure,
the
yes,
location?
sir.
That maybe give a more better visual.
I'm going to ask you, this has already been also marked as State Exhibit 97. It's a little bit bigger.
So as I pass through the park, through here, through this center parking lot, it has a bunch of parking spaces that are lined this way. As I pass through here, more or less where this vehicle is, I noticed a white car. It was a Mercedes parked right here, and it caught my attention because it was, instead of being parked in a normal parking space, it was parked like across the spaces. Like if you're driving, you pulled over into a few empty spaces temporarily. But there was really almost no other vehicles in those parking spaces. It was mostly empty. So it was pulled off there across maybe 2 or 3 spaces. So it drew my attention. Obviously, I noticed there was a female in the vehicle. Didn't see anybody else in the vehicle, and she was looking at her phone. I don't know if she was talking or texting, but she was paying attention to her phone as I drove by.
We stopped you there.
Yes, sir.
More or less, what time are we talking about?
So this was shortly before 9 o'clock.
Somewhere around the 9 o'clock area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you mark for me the spot? Yes, it was. 107, did I withdraw it?
Oh, yes, it is.
107.
Can we also withdraw 107?
That's 107, the one you have displayed now?
97, I'm sorry, 97.
97's already been withdrawn.
Okay, so now you can mark on it. Okay. I'm just going to ask you to, from what you recall that morning, mark a circle where that car would have been.
So it would have been more or less right here.
Okay. Put your initials right above that. It's B for Bradley, right? So sometime around 9 a.m. you see a car.
Yes.
And anything else? Anything unusual about that?
So like I said, just the way she was parked, obviously she wasn't parked properly yet, so it drew my attention. So as I drove past her, I kind of circled over here, back into a parking space over here in this corner. Stayed there for just a short time. I had noticed a Laredo PD unit over at the north end of the park. Several other law enforcement vehicles that were coming into the park that were, I could tell they were unmarked canine units. Sometimes they go there to train in the park, exercise the canines, things like that. So
let me ask you, why so much law enforcement presence here? Border Patrol, police, what's the importance of your all's presence around here?
So I can't really speak to the police, but for Border Patrol, for sure, it's historically been a very high traffic area, because as you can see, very close proximity to the river. You can get vehicles easily into the river. Sorry, not into the river, close to the river. So it's a very short trip or run for smugglers or aliens to run up from the riverbanks, get into a vehicle, and get lost into that neighborhood, versus some other locations that are further off the river. You don't have as easy access. Whereas the park, it's very easy, close access to get a vehicle to the river. So it's historically been a very high traffic area for us.
What, if anything, do you do after you leave this location?
So after I was at the location for a short time, I noticed all the other law enforcement vehicles coming in. So in my mind, I kind of said, well, nothing's going to happen here right now with all these vehicles here. They're not going to try to cross or smuggle anything. So let me go back to the other end of my area. So as I started to leave, I noticed her driving back this way. Looked like the same female driver, same vehicle, driving back through this middle section right here. We passed each other on this little drive right here. And again, as I passed her, she was on her phone. Looked like she was talking at that time. On her phone, she had it held up. Again, didn't really notice anything else out of place other than she was just on the phone. But to me, it looked like she was possibly going to meet somebody there, because we often see that multiple cars will show up, groups of people will meet up and walk and exercise in the park, whatever, and then they all get back to their separate cars. So it looked to me like she was trying to coordinate with whoever she was meeting and meet there at the park. So I proceeded out this way. I saw her come into the parking lot here, and I left the parking lot, left the park, went up through here. Like I said, went up towards the northern end of my patrol zone over there.
So just real quick, so your last visual of her is entering this lot?
Correct, sir.
You want to put an arrow here where your last visual of her? Sure. Okay, put your initials
Sir.
Okay, so where do you go after that? Have a seat. What do you do anything after that?
So after that, as I mentioned, I drove up more than towards the northern end of my patrol area. I believe there had been some sensor activations that had gone off there as well while I was in the park. So I was going up to check and respond to those. While I was on the way there, another agent actually had acknowledged and cleared those out as being not good traffic. Some machinery, I believe, had set them off. So I just went back up into my area, stayed patrolled that area for a while. Nothing really eventful happened until later in the shift.
Okay, so in other words, you didn't make any arrests that morning, Agent Dennison?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term Carrizo clearing?
Yes, sir.
Was there any Carrizo clearing going on that day?
So that specific day?
Or during that time, that week?
Okay, during previous to that day, prior to that day, for about a week or two, there had been a Carrizo clearing project going on, maybe perhaps even for a longer amount of time, but definitely for at least the 2 weeks prior to that. They had been clearing Carrizo from the north end of the park all the way down towards Fletcher Lane and south of Fletcher, downriver of Fletcher Lane towards the Manadas Creek that's down there.
And when you say Carrizo clearing, explain what that is to the jury.
So people come in, a contract company comes in with heavier equipment, and they clear out the large areas of Carrizo that on the riverbanks that make it difficult for us to see or detect illegal entries. So they come in with heavy equipment, brush cutters, tractors, things of that nature, and they clear all that equipment down to just the bare ground pretty much. So you can easily see and detect anything coming through there. You can walk through, interdict any kind of illegal entries going on there.
Did that area include the brushy area or the bank area south of the soccer field, the Carrizo clearing project?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it did. Like I said, it went from the north end of the park, the whole length of the park, and all the way south towards Manadas Creek.
Okay. And I hate to bother you again, but
Sure.
just so that we show the jury, when you're describing the park for the jury.
So the park would be, like I mentioned earlier, the south end of the park down here, all the way up to the north end of the park, which would be up here. There's a large creek that runs through here, and it's the end of all the athletic fields. So the clearing project that was going on was from here, the upriver side of the park, all the way down, past the downriver side of the park, all the way pretty much past this map, and all the way down here.
So it would encompass this brushy area south of the soccer field?
Along the river banks.
Around the river banks.
Yes, yeah, they weren't clearing up in here, but they were up in here, but they were clearing on the river banks along there. Yes.
And typically, what will happen with any of the technology you may have there if Carrizo clearing is going on? I'm talking about pole cameras, things.
Yeah, so any technology, sensors and stuff that we have in those locations at that time had to be removed because the equipment they use, we're using to clear all that, either could possibly damage those sensors or they would just repeatedly set them off and run battery down. We would just keep getting alerts on them. So that stuff was removed while that clearing was being done and then replaced.
And that information, you agents are aware that that technology has been removed?
Yes, sir. That had been made aware to us before the project started, that during for the duration of this clearing project, all of those sensors will be removed from that area. Like I said, mostly just to prevent damage or loss of any of those, and then be put back after. To my knowledge, the project was still ongoing, so those had not been placed back yet as of that date.
Thank you. So I want to fast forward a little bit now to later on that morning. Do you receive any calls, or what happens, if anything?
So later that morning, I would say right around 11 a.m., a call went out over the radio of a report of a suspicious individual up by the pilot truck stop near the 13-mile marker.
13-mile marker on
IH-35.
On IH-35.
Yes, sir.
So you're now near the riverbanks, and you get a call of suspicious activity 13 miles north on 35.
At the 13-mile marker, yes, sir.
13-mile north. Okay. So what do you do?
So that went out on the radio. A supervisor from my station called me over the radio, let me know that they wanted me to go respond and check on that suspicious individual that was reported to be possibly an illegal alien. So as I started to leave my area, I was parked on a bluff near the World Trade Bridge. So as I went to leave that area, as I was leaving, I saw another Kilo unit similar to mine. It was also a Ford F-150 coming into the area, traveling on a different road from where I was, but I had visual of that road. I could see it. Traveling at a pretty high rate of speed for that road. That road had a lot of washouts, ruts. It was very uneven. It was made of rock and dirt. It was nothing paved. I was traveling at what I considered a very high rate of speed in my experience for that road. Typically, I would only travel on that road, or I've only seen other agents travel on that road at that high rate of a speed if they have a reason to or need to, whether they're responding to some type of illegal entry, some type of emergency situation, somebody's asking for help, something of that nature, not just as a casual drive down that road. So when I saw this vehicle driving at such a high rate of speed, I decided to follow up, make sure that agent didn't need some help with whatever it is that they were doing, because to me it indicated that they had something going on, more than just a casual drive down the road, like I said.
I'm gonna stop you
Sure.
only again, because this is important and to give the jury a visual. Is that road on this map? So that you can walk the jury through where you saw this other agent or vehicle. So, just if you could first point, just get everyone oriented here.
So
Where you saw this vehicle.
Full Trade Bridge, we mentioned earlier. I was right here, near this intersection. I had been parked right here. That little kind of circle you see there is just a wider dirt spot. I was traveling right here and stopped for a moment, and I saw the vehicle coming in on this road. Like I said, at a very high rate of speed. It goes downhill. It's very rough. A lot of potholes and ruts and stuff.
Okay, draw me an arrow where you see this vehicle. What kind of vehicle is this?
It was a kilo unit, Ford F-150.
Okay, put your initials right there. More or less, what time are we talking about?
So right then, it was probably around 11:05-ish, just a couple minutes after 11. Because like I said, that call had come in around 11 o'clock. And then they had, a few minutes went by, they called, told me to go respond to it.
So you're
around 11:05-ish.
So you're heading out,
11:10.
and this kilo unit's heading in.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and what, if anything happens, tell the jury.
So that kilo unit continued down the road here, raising a pretty large cloud of dust. It was pretty dry. So I decided to go see what that was all about before I went to respond to that call out at the pilot. So as you can see, the road goes underneath the bridge over here. It goes over here and kind of U-turns around, and that's as far as you could drive. There was an older road right here, but there's a creek pretty much right on the edge of the map right here, where that edge of the map would be, that you couldn't pass through the vehicle at the time. So I knew that he wasn't going to go very far until he got to wherever he's responding to, whatever he was doing. So without getting on the radio to call him, I just decided let me follow him, help him out if he needs it. So I proceeded down the road. I could see that his dust trail continued this direction down the road. It didn't turn here, so I just kept following down the road.
Do you go under the bridge?
I did go underneath the bridge, yes, sir. As I got underneath the bridge, I was able to see the kilo unit coming back on this road right here, the one that's closest to the river, coming back towards me, driving again at a pretty high rate of speed. He was making a large dust cloud coming up behind him. So I decided I'll just stop and wait here for him to get to me, and then find out what he's got going on.
Okay, so that kilo unit, you guys come window to window?
Yes, sir.
Door to door?
Yes, sir. So I stopped there, waited for him to approach. As he got to my location, I went ahead and rolled my window down. He also put his window down, and we spoke.
And who's driving that kilo unit?
That was Supervisor Burgos was driving the kilo.
And the same Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles that's sitting here today?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And in your exact words, what do you tell Agent Burgos?
So my exact words were...
Now the map, are we going to go back to the map? Or I don't know if you need the agent down there for the map, or you can continue with the map examination.
Yes, just
All right.
one. So, your exact words to...
So I spoke to him, I said, hey, what's going on? You have the traffic, or what's going on? He said, no, I'm just exploring. I said, well, you were hauling ass down the road, man. I thought you had something going on. You were responding to something. And he said, no, I'm just exploring the area. I said, okay. I said, well, since he's my supervisor for the area, and I hadn't had contact with him since after muster that morning. I said, hey, I don't know if you heard it on the radio right now. They just called me to go respond to that pilot, the call out at the pilot. And he said, no, I didn't hear that. I said, okay, I'm going to take off up there, so I'll be out of the area for a little while. And he just responded to me, okay, I'm gonna keep going this way, and I'm just gonna keep exploring. Okay. And then he rolled his window up and proceeded south. Down here.
Can you show us, just to finish off here?
Sure.
You see him here under the bridge, and he proceeds which way?
Right here in the bridge. So he proceeded down the road here, back this direction, and down this road here.
And what did you do?
So I turned around, proceeded out this way, and south the road towards Bassett.
Have a seat. The word exploring, what did you think about that word? Any impressions?
So yeah, at the time that I spoke with him, when he used that word multiple times, exploring, it struck me as an odd word to use.
Why?
Well, because at that time, Mr. Burgos had been an agent at the same station, at the Red Roller Station, for I believe about 9 years. So he had experience working that area of operations for many years, just as I did. So I really didn't I never would have thought anybody use the word exploring for that. The only time you ever hear typically an agent use the word exploring would be if we're going to a brand new area we've never worked at, or if you've been gone for a long time, detailed to another station or the academy for a few years, and then you come back, well, you're going to explore and see what's changed, what's different. If you're going through a location that you've been through hundreds of times or more, exploring just seemed like a very odd choice of words for that.
Okay. So you told the jury that you received a call that you're going to respond to at the 13-mile marker. Did you go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how long, or tell us from there what, if anything, happened?
So I proceeded north of 13-mile marker. As I approached and identified the individual that was from the call-out, matched the description that our dispatcher had put out. As I approached him, went to exit my vehicle, I heard a radio transmission on our radio from Supervisor Burgos, stating that he had found a woman who was injured on the near the riverbanks on one of the river roads there near the end of Bristol. And he was asking for another agent that was also in the area I guess he had seen in the area another agent there to come and help him, and he was asking for EMTs for the lady because he said she was injured.
And you more or less remember around the time this happened?
So that was more or less around 20 minutes after 11 or so, because like I said, it was around 11:05, 11:10 or so when I encountered Mr. Burgos there near the bridge, and then driving time to get up to the pilot there, and like I said, as soon as I arrived there around the 13-mile marker, it was when he put that over the radio. So it was more or less around 11:20ish.
Okay, so what do you do after you hear that call of him asking for other agents?
So when I heard that call, like I said, I was encountering this other individual. I went ahead and immediately conducted my immigration inspection with that individual, which turned out to be he was a United States citizen. As I went to leave, he asked me for a bottle of water. I tossed him a bottle of water real quick that I had in my ice chest. Got back in my vehicle and proceeded back south towards Bristol to assist any way that I could.
So you go back to, you make the location, you said you entered through where?
Yes, sir. So I proceeded south on IH-35, exited the Shiloh exit, went down Las Cruces to Mines Road. Mines Road is just a block up there to Bristol, turned north on Mines up to Bristol, went all the way to the end of Bristol. As I arrived at the end of Bristol, the gate that's there at the end that gives us access to the river areas, the dirt roads that are there, was closed and locked. So I exited my vehicle. As I was unlocking that lock, I could hear an ambulance, what sounded to me like an ambulance coming up Bristol. So I opened up that gate, brought my truck inside and waited for the ambulance to arrive so they could either go through the open gate or I could take them if they chose not to bring their ambulance, because obviously it's a bigger, heavier vehicle that's not maybe designed for off-road use.
I'm going to, with court's permission, again, ask you to show where you entered the area where Burgos was asking for help. We can orient the jury as to, you mentioned Bristol Road?
Yes, so this is Bristol right here, and then at the end right here, there's a gate, a metal gate that goes across there, blocks entry into these dirt roads and the river areas.
Can you mark an X where that gate is? And that's a lock gate that you're initially next to?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so there's a gate there, you have the key?
Yes, sir. We have a little patrol lock on there that all agents from my station would have access. They have a key to access that lock.
Where do you go from there? You can show the jury.
So from there, I pulled in there, stopped. Like I said, I waited for the ambulance to arrive. The ambulance arrived. They went ahead and stopped right here on the end of the pavement. They got out of their vehicle, and they began to approach my vehicle. They asked me, hey, what's the condition of the victim there? What's the condition of the lady? And as I was driving south on 35, I had heard another agent get on the radio and say that they had checked her pulse and they couldn't find a pulse. So I let them know they can't find a pulse on her, so she possibly is deceased. So at that moment, they went ahead, they turned around, they went back to their vehicle, they retrieved some other equipment. I don't know what kind of equipment it was, but they retrieved some other equipment as well. Then they came on back to my truck. So when I arrived at the gate, while I was waiting for the ambulance, I got on my radio and I called one of the agents that was there on the scene already. And I said, hey, where are you guys at? Where do I go? Because all they had put out was the end of Bristol, the dirt roads there. That's all I had heard yet. So I didn't know, whether I'm going straight in, turning left, turning right, whatever. So I said, where do I go? I go straight, left, right. So one of the agents said, hey, I'll come out and get you. So while I was waiting on the EMTs, another Border Patrol agent came out on foot. That was Agent Herndon.
Herndon? Okay.
Border Patrol Agent Herndon. He came out on foot up that road, arrived at my vehicle at the same time that the EMTs were getting their equipment. So I told him, hey, you drive my truck. Me and the EMTs jumped in the bed of my truck, and we proceeded down the road.
Show us which way you went.
So we went straight down this road right here, made a left turn, and then we turned right here. We went on the riverside of this little island of grass and brush that's here. And as we arrived here, there was already a kilo unit parked there, and then Agent Herndon parked right behind.
Put a K1 where you saw that kilo unit. K1. Let me try a black shirt. Because I can't see that. Let's try it. Yeah, K1. So that kilo's already there. Put your initials. So there's already a kilo unit there.
Correct, sir.
And arrow where you came in.
We came in this way.
Okay. Put your initials next to that. Okay. And what do you do with what's trying to do with your vehicle?
So Agent Herndon parked my vehicle directly behind that kilo unit that was right.
Okay, so put K2, kilo 2. Okay. Very good. So now you're at the scene.
Correct. So as
You can have a seat. Okay. So let's talk about what you see when you get off the back of your truck.
So as we arrived there, like I said, Agent Herndon parked my vehicle directly behind the kilo unit that was already there, which was Mr. Burgos' unit. I went ahead and me and the EMTs all exited the back of the truck. Agent Herndon also exited my truck. So as I got there, the EMTs immediately approached the female that was on the ground there. I saw her. She was further down the road in front of the kilo unit that was already there. She was laying across the road, kind of at an angle. She was facing away from me and somewhat face down.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yes, sir.
He's not gonna mark it, but can he show on 101 where he saw the yes, sir.
You want to go down?
I'm gonna have to ask you again, sir, down here.
I don't know if you can turn it just a little bit further so you know that there's jurors at the end or not. Like over there, like this way, Mr. Ali. There you go. And maybe a little bit further back, just so that, because I know the jurors here on the side are not able to see on the right hand side.
Maybe I can just hold.
Okay.
All right, so I just want you to point for the jury what you saw.
Okay.
And
You can get closer up if you like. Thank you.
So just for orientation, this is the road that we came in from Bristol, comes right here. And like I said, made this left turn. This is the island that's in the middle. The first kilo unit would have been parked more or less right here. My kilo unit was parked right behind that. So as I exited the vehicle, I saw a female's body laying across the road, more or less right around here. She was, like I said, she was facing away from me, somewhat face down, like she had her arm across, and then this arm across like that. So I was able to see her face, but I could see it was a female. She had long hair, She had a lot of blood around her hair, back of her neck, back area of her body. She also had a large blood spot on her right hip. And some pooling of blood right there near the hip. I could see near her body also a lot of blood splatter on the ground, on the dirt there. And some pooling of blood there around her body there in the dirt. Also behind, like at the end of her feet, behind there was, so more or less right here, there was a large rock. Maybe like.
I'm sorry, Judge.
We have the body mic or something, because when you're speaking outward this way, it's very difficult.
Let's get louder.
Oh, that's not your mic. Okay, so go ahead and speak.
So behind her, and a little bit, I guess, upriver of where her feet, closer to me from where her feet were, there was a large rock, maybe baseball, softball size rock that was covered in blood. Like the whole top of that rock was covered in blood. Like I said, there was a large amount of pooling and splatter marks in the dirt around her body.
Okay. Any other objects that you were noticing there near the body?
Right at that moment, no.
Okay.
The other agents?
No. Go ahead and have a seat.
Ready to go, check. Further out.
Yes, of course. So I'm going to show you what have already been admitted in the evidence, but I'm going to show you these photos from that area that you just described. See if you recognize 117, just yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you turned over. 114.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 123.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 187.
Yes, sir.
124.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 206.
Yes, sir.
125.
Yes, sir.
126.
Yes, sir.
127.
Yes, sir.
128.
I apologize, Mr. Allen, we're having a.
Yeah, a little bit louder.
Okay. 127. 128.
Yes, sir.
129.
Yes, sir.
132.
Yes, sir.
133.
Yes, sir.
134.
Yes, sir.
135.
Yes, sir.
248.
Yes, sir.
250.
Yes, sir.
And 251.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show some graphic photos of what he saw. So So you described seeing a female laying face down?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna show you 123 is when you're approaching, is that what you see?
That's correct, sir, yes.
I'm gonna show you 187.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that her arm was under her body.
Correct.
You said that you saw blood splatters,
Yes, sir.
blood spatter.
Yes, sir, that would be consistent with what I saw.
What do you do at this point? What's happening at this time?
So at the time I arrived there, like I said, it kind of took me a minute to take it all in. The EMTs approached the female, began to use some of their equipment to attach to her. So I observed how she was laying, the surroundings. I observed the other agents that were there. All of the other agents that were there on the scene, except for one, were kind of over and hanging out near that little grassy island that I pointed out on the map there near the trucks, off to the left. And then one agent, Supervisor Burgos, I could see him on the other side of the female's body, and he was pacing back and forth up and down the road there. Looked like he was just looking down at the road, looking at the area.
Okay, let me ask you about this. You've got how many agents standing by the island?
So it would be 3 other agents and myself.
Okay, and you say Burgos is past the body
Correct.
on the trail
Yes, on
where
the dirt
there's-
road there.
where there's blood spattered.
Yes, sir.
What are your impressions about what you're seeing or what's going on?
So when I saw him down there, walking up and down, back and forth, my initial thought was, well, he shouldn't be down there possibly contaminating the crime scene. But then as I thought about it, I said, well, he's only one agent down there. He's leaving one set of footprints. He should know not to step on any other footprints that he might see there to contaminate things. So his shoe footprint should be able to be excluded from any footprints of any other victims or the perpetrator of this. So at the moment, my initial,
Let me
okay.
stop you there. You mentioned
Go ahead.
Is he wearing the boots at that time?
Yes, he was wearing some black boots. Yes, sir.
Do you see any prints here that resemble?
Yes, sir.
Can you come down the court? Will allow
Sure.
me?
Make it bigger. Go ahead. Thank you.
So, right.
A little bit louder on the speaking.
Louder on the
Thank you.
speaker.
So right here, these boot prints that you can see in the dirt right here, those will match the boots that I observed him wearing that day. Those are a Rocky boot. That's one of those boots that I said is available on our uniform website to order, that a lot of agents wear. Those are the footprint, the foot sign that is left by those particular boots, that make and model brand. Will match the system of those.
Did you notice any other tracks that were out there as far as distinguish anything in this photo? Or just looking at it?
Again, this photo shows some vehicle tracks. I can see some other footprint there, but it's not really.
I'm going to show you
you 117.
So what I'm able to see here was that as I was there observing the scene and looking at the other agents that were there, I was able to see some lines that were in the dirt that I discussed with the other agents that were there. At that initial moment, we weren't sure what they were yet. Later, we discovered what they were, but there would be these straight lines right here, which were consistent with a stroller that was discovered there. It looks like it was stopped here and turned sideways. Also in here, right here towards the bottom, you see these same footprints that are right here. These marks are also consistent with those same boots that Agent Burgos was wearing. So right here, if you see at the tip of where my finger is, there's another footprint right there that is not consistent with the boots he was wearing. Looks to me, I would identify that. In my experience with tracking individuals throughout my career, as some type of tennis shoe, running shoe, cross-trainer type athletic shoe, which none of the agents that were there that day would have been wearing.
Show him again where you see that tennis shoe print.
Yeah, it might be easier to print like that. This is harder than it looks. Right there at the tip of the pen. Right there. You can see the squares and the round part of the heel right there. That would be consistent with the shoe I just described.
And that tennis shoe is around the same lines of a wagon or stroller or something?
Yes, so right here, right up here, you see the lines of the wagon. I'm sorry, the stroller. Right here where it stopped, turned sideways, and then right beneath that are the tracks from that tennis shoe.
Okay, let me see. And that is Exhibit 117. And then on the tire track marks, that was 206. On the first footprints that he identified Burgos' boots, that's 118. Okay. After you see Burgos walking, is he walking towards you, away from you on that trail?
So when I first arrived, he was just walking up and down, back and forth, both towards me and then turn around away. He went back and forth maybe about 3 times, and then he proceeded back towards me as the EMTs were working on the female. Past them, as he proceeded past me, he sort of scuffed his. I'm sorry, not past me, towards me, past the female's body. He scuffed his feet a few times, and then he made contact with that large rock that I mentioned that was covered in blood. He caused that to roll maybe a foot or two down the road, disturbed that quite a bit, and then he proceeded past me past that point back towards me, towards the truck where I was at. He just went to the front of his truck there near the driver's side door, and he just stayed right there in that area for that moment.
Using this word, scuffed,
Yes, sir.
Can you demonstrate, you can come down here and demonstrate what you mean, that you in front of the, now what I'm going to ask you to do is walking that way, demonstrate what you see Burgos doing.
So as he's walking down the road, he just kind of, instead of picking up his feet as you normally would, he just kind of dragged him a little bit in the dirt, creating disturbance more than you would in the dirt versus just picking up your feet and walking, actually kind of scuffing them along the ground. Not picking them up along
Go ahead and have a seat, sir.
Have a seat. Thank you. Now when he's coming back towards you, you say he also kicks that, he literally hits the rock with his feet.
Yes, sir.
The same
Yeah,
rock.
I mean, he doesn't hold back and kick it like he's kicking a soccer ball or football or something, but yeah, he definitely like I said, scuffs those feet, disturbs that rock, kicks it, moves it, a foot or two down the road, causes it to roll.
And that rock in relation to where the body was?
So it was a little bit closer to the trucks and kind of behind her feet on the road there. It was within a couple of feet of her feet there.
What's the exhibit number?
This is exhibit 123.
Thank you.
Are you able to identify that or see that rock that you were describing?
Can we?
I'm going to show you 257, exhibit 257.
Yes, sir. So it should be that rock that's marked right here with the number 2. It's right there. That is the rock that he kicked and moved. Yes, sir.
So, did you see any other rocks with blood on them, or did you go past the body yourself?
At that time, no.
Okay.
Later, yes.
Okay, so further down the trail, had you recognized this rock with blood or not?
No, sir.
Okay. But is that consistent with blood spatter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after he walks around the body, disturbs that rock, what else do you see him do?
So he comes back to the truck, like I said, to his vehicle. He stopped there. So as I was there looking, observing the scene, I started thinking about everything that I had seen and heard up to that point. And as I was traveling to the end of Bristol there, I had heard several people on the radio, and somebody had made mention of they believed she may have been attacked on the riverbanks or possibly on the Mexican side of the river, and it looked like maybe this was, she was trying to get to some help, and this is as far as she made it. So based on the way that she was laying across the road, there was some blood splatter coming, kind of from the direction that she was laid there. I said, well, let me check towards the river and see if maybe that is true. Maybe I can find a blood trail where she came from. Maybe there's other victims. Possibly the perpetrator that did this is still in that area near the riverbanks. So.
Let me stop you there.
Yes, sir.
Are you armed at this time?
Yes, sir. So
How are you armed?
So at that time I was armed. I was dressed in the same uniform right now, armed with a sidearm. I also retrieved my rifle from my vehicle. I had a service issued M4 rifle. Retrieved that, and I went to Agent Burgos and I let him know, hey, I'm going to go check this brushy area towards the river.
If you can step down here and show the jury your steps, where you went looking around, what you did while you were...
So as we mentioned, truck 1, truck 2 right here, body was here just for orientation. So I left my truck, I went to Mr. Burgos. I said, I'm going to go get into the grass here, I'm going to check towards the river, try not to disturb anything. If I find anything evidentiary, I'm going to look for any other possible victims, perpetrator, anything where she came from. So
Where's the river here?
the river is down here. So this is actually part of the clearing area where they cleared Carrizo out. You can see it's kind of clear right here. So I went into the grass right here near the trucks, near the front of the trucks. I decided because she was laying at an angle this way, I'm going to search from more or less where she's at back this direction, because it just looked at a glance that's where the direction she was traveling when she stopped there. So I went into the grassy area there, right off the edge of the road. Started searching, kind of zigzagging back and forth, looking for any kind of blood trail coming from that direction, any kind of disturbance in the grass, any fresh grass trail, anything laid down that would indicate that her or anybody else had traveled from the river that way.
Did you find anything?
I did not, sir. I went all the way to the riverbanks and did not find anything in that direction. So I came back to my vehicle. I let Mr. Burgos know I hadn't seen anything of interest over there that would indicate anything. So I put my rifle back in my vehicle, waited a short time longer. At that time, there had been a couple of uniformed PD officers, and I believe 1 or 2 detectives had showed up at the scene as well. The EMTs were leaving. They had already disconnected the equipment from her. I heard them make mention that they believed she had been deceased for probably about 2 hours at that point. So as they left, I asked them, I noticed that she didn't have shoes on her feet. So I asked them, hey, did you guys take her shoes off? And there was a shoe laying on the ground next to her. I said, did you guys take her shoes off? And they said, no, we didn't take her shoes off. She was already barefoot, but we did cut the back of her pants. They cut the back of her pants open to attach whatever equipment they attached to her legs there. But other than that, they said they did not disturb the body. Other than cutting the back of her pants, they did not disturb the back of her body. Disturb her body at all.
Where do you go now on this map you're receiving?
So after the EMTs left, I stayed there thinking for a moment. I said, well, just because she's angled that way doesn't mean she necessarily came from that way. So let me search. The same thing I did, just to rule out any other possible victims that might need help over here. Make sure that this area is safe for us to be working in, EMTs, everybody else to come into. So I decided to search from her body. I'd already searched from her body back this direction. So let me start at her body and go this direction now forward. So I went back into the grass again. I let Agent Burgos know what I was doing. Went back into the grass again, stayed off the road so I wouldn't contaminate anything. Went back into the grass and started proceeding down the road looking for any indication of grass trails, blood trails, any indication anybody had come from the riverbank toward it.
Now, speaking about grass around this area, do you notice anything unusual about anywhere in the grass?
Yes, sir. So as I proceeded further down the trail here, along off the edge into the grass, I got up to more or less this location here. Hadn't seen anything yet. And then I noticed a large area of grass, maybe about 4 or 5 feet in diameter, that was all smashed and matted down right off the edge of the road. Like maybe a foot off the road right there, maybe 2 feet off the road, a large area of grass that was smashed and matted down. That looked like someone had either sat there, squat there, knelt down there. They had spent some time right there. It wasn't somebody walking through.
Now, talk about your training and years of looking for sign or cutting. Explain to them what that is.
So at this point in time, I had been at Border Patrol for almost 18 years, just shy of 18 years. So a large part of my career I've spent doing what we call sign cutting operations. And even if you're not doing sign cutting details within the Border Patrol, you do a lot of tracking. So a lot of that involves identifying sign, tracking, following that sign, sometimes over miles of ranch lands from one ranch to another, through brush, rocks, dirt, and being able to identify the type of sign by the type of footprint, size, shape, the pattern that's within the footprint, and also the age of the footprint as well, based on how windblown it is and how worn that print looks.
Mr. Artemis, can you do this? I'll tell you this. Step back when you're going to be. If you're not going to be testifying, looking at the at the big poster board. Step over here, sir, and then speak that way. Okay. That way, the court reporter is right here.
So you're talking about.
So yeah, I spent a lot of my career looking at tracks in the dirt and being able to follow them, identify them, age them, things of that nature. And it's not also always tracks in the dirt. Like I mentioned, grass trails. If a person walks through grass, especially of any height, you're going to lay down, knock down some of that grass. You're going to leave an indication that you passed through there. And you can also usually identify humans from an animal most of the time as well.
But here you do see some grass that is matted down, you say?
Yes, sir. Okay. So further up the trail, around this area here, there was a large area, 4 to 5 feet in diameter, that was laid down, matted down, that would indicate somebody was there for an extensive period of time, or they, either pacing around, or they knelt down, or laid down or squatted down there to make themselves smaller. So at that moment, my first thought when I saw that was possibly whoever attacked her was laid here or waiting here in ambush for the individual for the deceased
Let
lady.
me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Did Agent Burgos walk by that same area?
Yes, he did. Yes, when I observed him walking, so I was here by the trucks. The lady's body was more or less here. I observed him walking all the way up past here, all the way up this area, out of my sight, and then back again. Like I said, at least 2 to 3 times, and then he walked back. So he had walked past that area a couple times, yes.
And would any trained Border Patrol agent have noticed that matted grass?
Yes, sir, I would expect so. It's close to the road as it was. Yeah, it was very easy to see, very visible. Anybody who spent any time in Border Patrol should be able to pick that out pretty easily. Yes, sir.
And this supervisor didn't indicate anything about that clue?
No, sir.
Okay. So what do you do after you see that grass?
So once I saw that grass, like I said, I looked at it, I thought, well, maybe somebody stayed here trying to ambush this individual. So I kind of kept looking at the edges of it. I noticed a grass trail in the grass that was matted down, leaving that grassy area, going more towards the river into the brush right here, kind of curved over this direction. And as I let my eyes follow that grass trail, first picked up the color of some clothing there, and I noticed they were bloody, and then I could tell that it was a child.
What do you do?
So I called out to the other officers and agents that were there. I didn't really have visual contact with them anymore because of the slight curve in the road and because I was off the road into the brush. If I was on the road, I would have been able to see them, but I was off the road into the grass there.
So you're not
So I let them-
you're not visible to anybody at this time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so how do you
So
vocalize it?
I just vocalized to them verbally.
What do you say?
I said, hey, I found another body over here, and then I said, I'm pretty sure it's a child. And then I heard some people vocalize back to me, oh shit, no, man, So some grunts and groans, people obviously reacting to that. And then they just told me, okay, we're going to come to you.
What do you do?
So at that point, I went ahead and stepped closer to the child. Obviously, first priority there was to see if there was any signs of life from the child, if there's anything we can do to help the child. As I approached, I didn't make contact physically with the child. I approached it within about 4 or 5 feet. I was able to observe the child there. He was laying face up. His head was turned to the right. He had quite a bit of blood on his shirt, some on his pants. There was a large, I wouldn't say large, but there was a cut here, a visible cut on the side of his neck, right where your carotid artery would be. There was a pool of blood on the grass from that. You could see blood that was coagulated already on his neck there. His mouth was partially open. His eyes were open about halfway. I watched his chest to see if I could see any signs of breathing or anything like that. I saw no signs of respiration at all whatsoever. And then there was some flies also beginning to gather on him. So as another officer approached me, got to my location, he asked me, hey, did you touch the child at all? I said, no, I have not. Described to him what I observed. He observed the same thing. At that point, somebody had also asked, hey, do you need EMTs back? And I told him, no, I'm pretty sure we're past that point. And once, also with the knowledge that they told me that the female had been deceased for 2 hours as well. So the other officer showed up there, he agreed with the assessment, so now I'm pretty sure the child's been deceased for an amount of time beyond our help there.
What do you do after you see the child? What else do you do?
So from here where the child was, I went ahead and me and that officer that showed up there, we moved back closer to the road. I believe some other officers and detectives were also coming towards us at that time. So as I was standing inside the grass here and I looked across the road this direction, I was able to see sticking up out of the grass a wheel sticking up there and part of just some claws, the bar sticking up. And it caught my attention right away as I looked across the road because it was very, very clean. Looked new, it didn't look sunburnt, sun-faded. It was plastic and rubber. So usually when those things are outside in the elements, obviously they become eroded by the sun. The color will fade on them and turn whitish, grayish. This didn't look like that at all. It looked very clean and new.
Can you show us where you saw that? More or less?
So the child was more or less in this area, and it was across the road here in the grass.
What was it?
So that was the stroller. So as I looked at it across there, I called out to the other agents that were there, because we had been discussing already those lines that I mentioned earlier in the road that stood out. And we hadn't really figured out what they were yet. We had talked about them maybe some kind of cart or wagon. So I called out, and the agent says, hey, I think I found the cart over here. And I said, I think it's a stroller. So I called out to them, and then when I said that, I heard Supervisor Burgos from the area where he was at. He was over with all the other agents near the trucks. I heard him respond, and he said, oh yeah, I saw that, but I just thought it was something garbage, just some trash thrown there. Here's your pen.
Okay, Jim, I have some here, Danny. Danny, I'm good. Danny, I got him. I got him.
Did you find anything else while you were out there?
Yes, sir. So after I saw that stroller, I crossed the road in a manner best I could to not disturb anything on the road. Proceeded to it, was able to observe the back side of that stroller facing away from me. I was able to see some potato, looked like some Doritos chips, a pack of Wipes was kind of laying and falling off the back of it. It was laying on its side, like I said, with the part where the child would sit facing away from me. So as I was looking at it, I asked for another officer, police officer that had shown up to approach from the opposite side. He approached from the opposite side, and he confirmed to me that there was no child in there. I asked him if there was any other child visible in the stroller to make sure that obviously we don't have somebody else there. He said no, that it was empty. So I didn't see any other kind of disturbance on that side of the road. So I crossed the road back over, and
What did you proceed to do when you crossed the road back over again towards the river?
So after I crossed the road back over towards the river, I went ahead and proceeded further downriver, also staying in the grass off the road, so I didn't disturb any kind of foot sign or footprints or evidence that was there. Looking for any indication, as I said earlier, that someone had approached the road from that side, from the riverside of the road. I was able to see a very, very slight, faint grass trail going away, looked like away from the road towards the river. It looked more like an animal trail to me than a human trail. It looked very faint, very thin, which is one of the ways we kind of identify human versus animal grass trails. But I decided to investigate it anyway. So as I walked down through that little thin grass trail towards the river, maybe 20 yards or so, I got to a drop-off area where it dropped down towards the river. Right before that, I saw a shoe laying there in the grass. It was a white shoe, cloth, and as I looked at it, to me it looked like it matched or was very similar to the shoe that I had seen near the feet of the female victim. So I called out again. I asked over there, I said, hey, can you describe to me the shoe that she's wearing? Is there any kind of markings on it, any kind of brand, anything like that, the shoe that's near her body? They said they didn't see any kind of markings or brand or anything on it at the time. I was able to see on the inside of the shoe, on the insole, because the shoe was face up, the one I could see, it said memory foam on it. I said, okay, took that away. They just told me, hey, there's another officer coming over there. He marked it with some yellow tape, and then I proceeded back towards the road, looked on the road itself. We proceeded a little bit further downriver, just looking for any kind of sign on the road, any kind of footprints that were there that I might be able to identify. The only visible fresh footprints that I could see there were consistent with the boots that Agent Burgos was wearing. So at the time, I said, okay, well, Agent Burgos walked down here, these are his boot prints, I don't see anything else. So I went ahead and moved back towards the trucks, through the grass, made my way back towards our vehicles there. As I went back towards the vehicles and passed the female's body again, I stopped, had a look at the shoe that she had there, and I could see inside of that shoe, on the inside, it also said memory foam, and it looked like an exact match for that other shoe that was over there in the grass.
I'm going to now show you, I'm going to show you 124. This is an area along that trail, right? And had you happen to notice blood splatters all along that trail? Or let me ask you this specifically, was there blood trail from where those stroller marks had stopped back to the body of the victim?
So at the time that I was there, my focus was more on what's in the grass coming from the riverbank or going to the riverbank, more so than what was actually on the road, because I knew Agent Burgos had already walked up that road, so I wasn't really looking too hard at checking it. So I didn't really observe the trail between the stroller marks and the body. So
Okay, no problem with that.
not in detail.
Yes, sir.
Because that wasn't what I was looking for.
I'm going to also publish some photos of the child. So these are our graphic photos. Show you 125. Can you see what, tell the jury what we see here?
Yes, sir. That would be consistent with the view that I saw from the area where I saw the matted down grass near the road, looking towards into the brush area. When I first noticed the child, that would be pretty much the view that I had there, or something similar to that.
I'm going to show you 126.
Yes, sir. That would be as you closer approach the child there.
127.
Yes, sir. That would be consistent with what I saw that day.
What do we see here?
So here would be the view looking back across the road towards where the stroller is there. As I mentioned, you can see the wheels sticking up, part of the cloth material.
And 129.
Yes, sir. Same stroller.
133.
Yes, sir. That would be the view from the back of it where I could see into it.
I'll show you 134.
Yes, sir.
The condition, this is what you had described, it looked like something new that
Yes,
had
sir.
not been burnt by the sun.
Yeah, especially the cloth parts that you can see are not faded by the sun at all, the black plastic on it.
You also said that you had seen some wipies
Correct, sir.
and some,
Yes, sir. Wipes are laying on the ground right here. Doritos are right there.
and that's 135. I'm going to show you 248, this picture of the shoe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the white shoe that I found in the grass.
Okay, 251.
Yes, sir. Same shoe.
And I'll show you a 250.
Yes, sir. Same shoe.
Did this shoe match the shoe that was near the victim?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you 149. This is an aerial view. You recognize this area?
Yes, sir. You want me to point out anything specific, or?
No, well, these particular vehicles.
Yes, sir. The bottom vehicle in the picture there would have been Mr. Burgos' truck. The one above that, behind it, would have been my truck. Yes, sir.
How do you believe, do you have an opinion how that shoe ended up in that location?
To me, it looked like it was probably tossed over there because there wasn't, like I said, a clear grass trail going to it that looked like a human grass trail. Like I said, there was just a hint of an animal grass trail starting towards it, and then after that, there wasn't really anything until I got to that area and looked around and found that shoe. So to me, it appeared like somebody tossed or threw it over that direction. Same thing with the stroller. When I crossed the road from where the child's buddy was towards the stroller, I was able to observe the tracks of the stroller there, the lines, and they went forward and then they turned sideways and then they just disappeared. It didn't look like it was rolled into the grass. It looked like it was probably picked up and tossed into the grass. And there was no grass trail going from the road to the stroller. It was just there.
Let me follow up on that. So, from the tracks that you saw, the stroller tracks had a stopping point.
Correct.
Is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes.
And you said the stopping point of that stroller had it moving either left or right, but no longer proceeding south.
Correct, sir. Yes.
And around that stroller, you've identified that there was either some of the Rocky boot tracks that Burgos was wearing when you got there.
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes.
And you also identified from one of the exhibits that you saw, in your experiences, a tennis shoe mark around the stroller marks.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. After you have found the baby, and you've already discovered the stroller, and you've also found the shoe that matches the victim's shoe on the trail, what, if any, type of contact do you have with Agent Burgos at this time?
So after I went back to our vehicles, I should say on the way back, I was asked by one of the detectives there to write a written statement, synopsis of just what I had seen and observed that day. So when I got back there, all the other agents, Border Patrol agents that were on scene, they had a paper statement that they were filling out and writing. They were actually all over my truck, pretty much using it as a table, the top of the truck, side of the truck, because there's not a lot to write on out there. So as I approached them, I noticed that Agent Burgos had 2 copies of the form. Because I asked, hey, does anybody have an extra copy? They said, yeah, Burgos has an extra. I noticed he had 2. And he said, no, we ran out. Go get one from one of the officers. I said, okay. So I went back to one of the uniformed PD officers that was there. I said, hey, the detective asked me to do a written statement. Do you have any more? That officer said, no, we gave him enough for all of you guys. One of you guys should have one, have an extra. So I went back. I said, hey, I went back to Agent Burgos. I said, hey, they said they gave you guys an extra for me to be able to have one. And he said, no, I started one, and then it was just a rough draft. I messed it up. It's a rough draft, so I used the other one, the extra one. I said, okay. So I went back to the PD officer. I said, hey, he told me he messed one up, so he had to use the extra one, so now I need one. Okay, wait a few minutes, and we'll go up to my vehicle and get another one. So.
Okay. And did you eventually fill out a voluntary statement of what you did there or what you saw that?
Yes, sir, I did. I proceeded up to the end of Bristol with one of the uniformed officers. He gave me another statement. I sat in the front of his vehicle and I filled that out.
And that would be, I guess, a summary, probably not matching every word for word you said here today, but a summary.
Right. It's a you don't have a ton of room to write on them. It's just like a page and a half or maybe a page that's handwritten. So it's just a quick synopsis summary of these are some of the things I observed when I arrived on the scene.
Let me ask you, in your, at that time, 17 years of experience, have you ever seen a crime scene like that?
A murder scene? No, this is the first murder scene that I've responded to. I've seen other dead bodies that I've responded to in the brush, but those have all been usually related to heat stress, dehydration, exposure to the elements, trains, contact with the train, things of that nature.
Murder scene, what makes you say that? Your impressions as you're one of the first ones to arrive?
The amount of blood that's there, mostly the amount of blood, the splatter, looked like multiple wounds. Like I said, there was a full separate one on near one of her hips, and then all the blood around her head and neck area. To me, it looked like a violent crime. It didn't look like anything else I would describe.
At any time that you were there, did Agent Burgos inform you that he had found or had in his possession the cell phones of either of the victims?
No, sir, not at all.
At any time that you were there with your supervisor, Agent Burgos, did he ever at any time inform you that he knew who the victim's identity was?
No, sir, not at all.
Did he at any time make any statements as to what he thought had happened there in your presence, yes or no?
No, not in my presence. He never mentioned that he knew her at all or recognized her or anything.
Very well. Your Honor, pass it.
Thank you. We're going to have you come back after lunch for further examination from perhaps both counsel. But for now, we're going to go ahead and cut off for lunch. We're going to try and do an hour and 15, or hopefully be able to get an hour and 15 minutes. So it's 12:35, I believe. So let's see if we can get everyone get in here by get started by 1:45 or 1:50, the latest. Okay. Thank you. Remember that you're still in the instructions that I give you, especially with regard to communicating with among yourselves or anyone else with regard to what you've heard here for the last couple of days. Thank you.
All rise for adjournment.
Also told Mr. Alanese that during that 18 years, you'd never encountered a murder scene. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you're a Border Patrol agent. You're not a police officer, correct?
Correct.
Right. But you know not to disturb a crime scene, correct?
Correct, sir. We've received limited training in that, yes.
And you testified on direct examination that you thought it was suspicious that Supervisor Burgos Aviles was, in your mind, disturbing a crime scene. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Now, you also on direct examination talked about tracking.
Yes,
and
sir.
your experience in tracking.
Correct, sir.
Do you hold any certifications or titles in tracking?
No, sir. That's not something that the Border Patrol issues certifications or titles for.
And today you described giving a written statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that was the day of the murders, April 9th, correct?
I made one statement the day of the murders and a second statement the day following. Yes, sir.
Okay. So one the day of, and then April 9th, and then another on April 10th.
That'll be accurate, sir. Yes.
All right, let's take this opportunity to look at your phones right now and turn them off or put them on silent, please. Thank you. Proceed.
So the one that was April 9th, the day of the murders, right? That was, you gave that statement before you learned that Supervisor Burgos Aviles was a suspect. Is that correct?
That'd be correct, sir. Yes.
Right. And then the statement that you gave April 10th, that was at the police station. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And that was after you knew Mr. Burgos Aviles was a suspect.
Correct.
And I'd like to talk to you about the statement that you made April 9th prior to knowing that Mr. Burgos Aviles was a suspect.
Okay.
All right, to start. In that statement that you gave at the scene, it was immediately after the events occurred, correct?
Correct.
When they were all fresh in your mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in that statement you gave April 9th, you didn't say anything about Mr. Burgos Aviles acting suspicious. Is that correct?
Can I have do you have a copy of the statement I can refer to? I
You
haven't memorized the statement.
So, we have an electronic version. I apologize.
Are you connected?
We can plug it in. Is it possible?
It's there. It popped up. You see it there?
Yes, sir.
We got it now.
Oh, you got it? Okay. Thank you, sir. Do you need a moment to look this over?
Yeah, that'd be great.
And so, you can see that indicates that it's April 9th.
Correct.
And that's the day of these murders, correct?
Yes.
And scroll down. And this is your handwriting that you wrote, is that correct?
Correct.
And you can see it on that screen right in front of you, is that right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Just take a moment. Let me know when you've finished reviewing what's on the screen, and we'll scroll down some more.
Go ahead, Mr. Ronald. You go ahead and go to the next.
Let me know when you've finished.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you were asked on direct examination by the district attorney if you didn't include everything, and you said you did not, and it was because you ran out of space. Is that correct?
I said there's limited space to include, yes.
Now, looking at your original statement, you left a lot of it blank. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so on this original statement, you didn't run out of space. Is that correct?
It would appear not, yes, sir.
Okay. And reviewing it today, your original statement, there's nothing in there that you indicated that Mr. Burgos Aviles was acting suspicious. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir, yes.
Okay.
At the time, I just dismissed his behavior as, as you noted, Border Patrol agents don't often respond to murder scenes, scenes of that nature. So I just dismissed it in my mind at the time as, okay, his odd behavior is just because he's never handled this kind of scene before. Maybe he's thrown off by what he's seeing here. So that's why I didn't feel at that time a need to mention that.
So you said that his odd behavior, maybe it was the effect of seeing a dead body. Is that correct?
At that moment, that's how I dismissed it, correct. That's how I
It was
justified
only
it.
After you learned that Mr. Burgos Aviles was a suspect that you focused your written statement on Supervisor Burgos Aviles. Is that correct?
I don't know if I focused my written statement on it. I wrote my statement as I observed the facts, sir.
And The statement that you gave April 10th,
Mhm.
you'd recognize it if I showed it to you, is that correct?
I'm sure I would.
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
And I have marked the April 10th statement as number 2, using the proper stickers.
Defendants too.
I apologize, I have a cough drop in my mouth because I have allergies. Please excuse me. Those 2 pages and what is Defendant's Exhibit number 2, do those accurately reflect the statement that you gave on April 10th?
I'm sure they do. Can we have Ronald to read the entirety? Thank you. Okay, sir.
And does that, what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 2, accurately reflect the statement that you gave on April 10th?
Yes, sir.
Police station? Okay. At this time, I'd ask that Defendants 2 be admitted into evidence.
Check, you can use it for impeachment, but not to introduce it.
Approach, please.
So Stan, you can obviously use it for all other purposes that you intend to.
I'd like to talk to you about your testimony about the rock being kicked, right? And I want to make sure I understand your testimony today. As I understand, and you gave a demonstration to the jury, you said that Mr. Burgos Aviles dragged his feet or he scuffed the ground, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. And he scuffed the ground, right, kicking a rock several feet that was near the body. Is that correct? Am I stating your...
Yes.
Okay, correctly? All right. Now, sir,
Thank you.
every time you tell this story, the story changes a little bit. Isn't that correct?
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay, so I just showed you what was marked as Defendant's Exhibit 2, and in that written statement, and it is after you knew Mr. Burgos Aviles was a suspect, you wrote, I witnessed Burgos walking up and down the road past the female body, but I did not witness him touch either body or any other evidence on the scene. Isn't that what you wrote in your written statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I just want to make sure everyone understands. Today you said that you saw him drag his feet and kick a rock, which was very obviously a part of the scene and the evidence, correct? The day after the incident, when it was fresh in your mind and you had the best recall of the events, you said you did not witness Mr. Burgos touch either the body or any evidence at the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct, that's what I wrote, sir, yes.
And in the exhibit that I just showed you says, I hereby swear or affirm that the contents of this written statement are true and correct, and I understand that any falsification or untruthfulness will constitute a violation of the law of perjury, correct?
Correct.
That's what it says. And as a Border Patrol, you're a member of law enforcement,
Right, yes.
so you understood what that language meant.
Yes.
correct? And as a member of law enforcement, you know that when you make a sworn statement, it must be complete and accurate, correct?
Correct.
Because you understand that a jury, judges and attorneys will look at that statement and rely upon it, correct?
Correct. So, if I may, sir?
One second, wait for the next question, sir.
Okay.
Now, can I have States Exhibit?
It should all be up here
257.
in the bins. The state does not have any of the exhibits up in the council exhibit. Admitted exhibit. Can you put them back on the bin, please? If you don't have any more, you. I think there's two. Approach, please.
So you previously.
So why are you taking those with you?
I may approach her. For the record, I'm passing the witness States Exhibit 253 and 257. And you previously identified both 253 and 257, is that correct?
I don't believe I did, sir.
Okay. Well, that is the rock to which you identified that you testified that Mr. Burgos Aviles kicked, is that correct?
I believe 257 was. 253, I believe, is the one I said I could not identify.
Okay.
But the level of zoom on the pictures makes it difficult. It'd be better if there was a more zoomed out picture.
Okay.
And I could see a large portion of the scene.
So,
We have to switch it to the other one.
So I just want to make sure everyone understands your description of the time that morning. Is that about a few minutes after you saw Mr. Burgos Avila say he was exploring, you heard the call over the radio, and that's where you came directly to Father McNoble Park. Is that correct?
Correct. It was
And,
about 10 minutes after I spoke to him.
And you went immediately to the scene and were trying to assist. That's where you witnessed the dead body, correct?
Correct.
And it was around that time, right, immediately on the scene where you saw Mr. Burgos Avilas on the other side of the body while the three plus you other Border Patrol agents were on the island, correct?
Correct.
And you thought it unusual that he would be on the other side because he might be disturbing the scene.
Correct.
Right? And that is prior to, and I apologize, let me back up. And then it was moments after you saw him on that scene, on the other side of the body, that you saw him scuffing his feet or dragging his feet and kick the rock. That's depicted in 257, is that correct?
Correct.
Right, and so that's prior to crime scene investigators coming out and taking photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this photo in 257, which has an evidence marker here, and was apparently taken by Laredo Police Department crime scene, that is after Mr. Burgos Avilas kicked the rock, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it would have to be.
Okay, and I don't have the best eyesight, but sir, you discussed on direct examination your ability of looking at tracks and tracking. And
Correct.
you pointed out for the district attorney some shoe prints.
Yes.
Could you come show the jury where on this photograph the tracks of Mr. Burgos Avilas dragging his feet are?
I can look.
And it's magnified, so you can do it surgery.
I was just kind of trying to see. I'll put it down before I pull anything out. From this photo, I cannot identify any drag marks.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, from that photo, I can't point out any drag marks that I could identify.
What was on the document in was the defendant's? I'm
It's-
sorry, plaintiff's, states 257?
It was states 257, yes, sir. If I could just have one moment. Now, I understand that you and Supervisor Burgos Avilas both worked at the Laredo North Station, is that correct?
Correct.
And in the almost 9 years that Supervisor Burgos Avilas was at the Border Patrol, you two never worked one-on-one, is that correct?
A few times, like not one-on-one in the same truck riding together, but maybe at the checkpoint, some other assignments like that where we would have interaction, yes, but not one-on-one for an entire shift, no, sir.
Okay. And you'd been there almost twice as long as Supervisor Burgos, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And had you ever applied for a promotion or applied to become a supervisor?
I applied one time, I believe back in 2006, 2007-ish. That was it. Didn't get selected and never did apply again.
Judge, I pass the witness back.
No.
Thank you for your patience.
Yes, sir.
Any follow-up, redirect?
Do you still have that statement?
No, sir, hand it back to him.
I think, yeah, that's the right one.
Just gonna ask you, looking at the same statement. Which statement that I just handed to you, when did you write that one?
This was on April 10th, the day following the murders.
Now, you began to try to explain maybe perhaps why your testimony didn't include everything, or your statement didn't include all of your testimony.
Correct.
You want to
So,
explain why?
as I mentioned earlier, also that there is limited space on these forms. On this form, I did use the entire space available. Did run out of space, and I had already made a statement the day prior, which included a quick synopsis of everything I had observed at the scene. So I went back and tried to make sure I included everything that I hadn't included in that first statement the day before, the events that I had not described prior, as well as I also made a verbal statement while I was there at the police department, outlining the whole experience of the day, which should coincide with everything I've testified to here today. So I felt that was way more important than whatever I wrote here, because I did have limited space, and I was asked to give a quick synopsis of what I observed here.
Now, let's put things into context. The first one, you were riding it on the hood of a truck, or where were you?
I was sitting in the front seat of a police car.
Okay. And after having discovered or seen a dead female,
Correct.
a dead baby,
Correct.
a bloody crime scene.
Yes, sir.
And
Yeah,
this
it was a lot of things, emotions, visuals to process and to process in your head.
So you have a lot going on at this moment, right?
Yes, sir. And I'm sure still doing some processing the following day as well.
Correct. Is everything that you testified here today, is that the truth?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any reason or ill will or any motive to make anything of this up?
No, sir, not at all.
Now, at the time, this trail, this dirt trail, in your best estimates, I want you to go back there in your mind from where the stroller mark stopped to where the female's body lay. How far is that distance? Estimate.
Maybe 15 yards
Okay.
at the most.
Your testimony to the jury was that you saw him pass the body dragging his feet, right? Or
The female's body, yes.
past the female's body,
Mhm.
and we're talking about a 15-yard space, right?
Mhm.
Distance from you. But what was the word you used when he was dragging?
The scuffing his feet?
Scuffing his
Yeah.
feet, right?
Now, he wasn't scuffing his feet that entire distance, no,
Exactly.
but.
And that's what I'm gonna ask you. Listen to my
okay.
question. Was he scuffing his feet the entire distance?
No, sir. No, just as he passed her body and approached the location where that rock was.
Okay, and when he got to the rock, was he scuffing his feet or did he just kick the rock?
No, he was scuffing his feet until he made contact with the rock, and then he began to walk normally following that.
You did put in your statement that you found it odd when he said he was on patrol, right? That he
When
told you that he
exploring.
was exploring, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how long you were interviewed by the police?
The following day,
Yes.
maybe an hour. Couldn't tell you the exact time, but rough estimate, maybe an hour or so.
And I was gonna,
Could be longer, I'm not sure.
can you give with your hands an approximate size of the rock to the jury? You can compare it to another object. What size would it be?
I would say maybe a little bit larger than a baseball, I would say. Something to that, somewhere between a baseball and softball size, maybe.
No, but you didn't put that in your statement.
No, sir.
Did you at any time verbally say that to any of the officers? Investigating officers?
I don't recall.
After experiencing what you experienced, in this case, this murder scene, did you have the occasion of having other memories or facts come into your mind after?
Yes, sir. Yeah, certain things that I noticed at the time, but maybe they didn't seem as relevant or as important as I kind of thought about and processed the day and the scene more in my mind. They became kind of stood out more. That they kind of clicked into place. Yes, sir.
Did at any time that you got there, did it ever cross your mind that Supervisory Agent Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles was the person that killed this young mother and baby?
No, sir. Not until later, after when I was informed that they were looking to take him into custody. At that point, that's when a lot of things started to make sense and click. But no, in the beginning, when I was first observing everything, I never would have imagined that one of my fellow agents would have done this. No, sir.
Even when you wrote that first statement?
No, sir.
No, sir, what?
No, sir. I never would have imagined that Mr. Burgos or any other agent would have done that.
And even after the 10th, when you gave your statement, you still continued to process the crime scene in your head?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And everything you've come and told this jury today under oath is the truth?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Pass away.
Sir, on redirect, you just told the district attorney that Mr. Burgos Aviles scuffed his feet, not the entire way, but kicked the rock. You have in front of you Defense Exhibit 2. Could you look at that second page and please read to the jury the last sentence that you wrote the day after the incident?
I'm going to object to that. It's not evidence.
It's impeachment.
It's not.
Let's do it. The way you asked the question perhaps can be done differently, because you're asking him to read off a document that would have normally have been already admitted. It's not admitted. You're using it for impeachment purposes, and therefore we do it the way the rule says that we should do it with regard to that. So, you want to approach with regard to it? Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, approach.
May I have the second page?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So just, Mr. Could you approach me? I want to make sure we get this right.
And you've told the district attorney just now that everything you've said today is true, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And
I'm going to also, I'm sorry, Mr. Boggs, but I need to object to him publishing it up on the.
Could you please ask the question with regard to if he says no to everything? Or unequivocally, what the rule says, Mr. Boggs. Go ahead.
the day after the incident occurred, you wrote, after I arrived at the scene where the deceased subjects were found, I witnessed Burgos walking up and down the road past the female body, but I did not witness him touch either body or any other evidence at the scene. That's what you wrote, correct?
That is what I wrote.
Overruled. Go ahead. What was your question?
That's what I wrote, yes, sir.
But you told the district attorney that the more time has passed, things have come into your mind. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the statement that you swore to under penalty of perjury that you gave the police the day after the incident is not true. Is that correct?
Not sure I understand your question, but I'll answer it this way. The statement that I made was absolutely true and still is true. When I was referring to evidence in that statement, I'm referring to the body, the clothing, the stroller, anything like that. Him walking up and down the road touching the dirt could be him touching evidence, could it not? Yet I already made a statement that he was walking up and down the road. So anything could be construed as evidence, a blade of grass that had blood on it that he happened to touch. I didn't visually see him interfere with any large pieces of evidence that were obviously, hey, that's evidence, that's a stroller, that's a body, that's a piece of clothing. That's what I was referring to in that statement that day.
And I just want to make sure everyone understands, because I thought on direct examination you said that when you saw that rock, it was very obviously a piece of evidence.
It had blood on it.
Okay.
It was obvious that it was moved and disturbed. But so was every piece of dirt he stepped on.
Okay. But
So-
not every piece of dirt that he stepped on had blood, correct?
I would imagine not, no.
I'd pass the witness. I'm no further.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Arnis, your next witness, sir.
Francisco Lara, United States Border Patrol.
Agent Lara, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
You've been sworn in, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I have, Your Honor.
Please, sir, have a seat right up here.
Thank you, sir.
Get comfortable, pull up your chair, and we'll start the examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Francisco Noel Lara.
Okay, and how are you employed?
I'm employed as a Border Patrol agent.
And how long have you been employed as an agent?
In October, it'll be 12 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
My responsibilities are to deter terrorists and terrorist weapons from coming into the United States, and also to safeguard our borders from illegal activities that attempt to bypass legal frontiers or ports of entries, meaning human smuggling or human or contraband smuggling.
Prior to the Border Patrol, work with any other law enforcement agencies?
I was with the military for 4 years. I was in the Marine Corps. And prior to that, I was with the Transportation Security Agency for approximately a year and a half as a federal officer.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you, sir.
On April the 9th of 2018, were you employed as a Border Patrol agent?
Yes, I was.
Were you a supervisor?
No, I was not.
I want to go back to that day. Where did you report to that day?
I reported to the Laredo North Border Patrol Station.
At what time was your tour?
My tour started at 6 in the morning and it lasted till 4 in the afternoon.
Okay. Were you present for muster that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what, did you get assigned an area that day?
As far as the area, my duties that day were to pretty much take care of 4 new hires, 4 new recruits that had been barely employed and were about to go to the academy. So my job that day was pretty much to take care of them at the old Border Patrol Station on Zapata Highway. It's for the South Station. We call it Old Base 7. My job that day were to pretty much take care of them while they get sworn in.
So kind of field trained?
Yes, I was a field training officer. Still currently am.
I'm sorry?
I'm still a field training officer right now.
Okay, so you still do field training?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a new recruit with you that day?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was his name?
Johnny L. Smith.
And did you, at any time that day, visit Father McNamara Park?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you arrive at Father McNamara Park?
I want to say by pure coincidence. My duties, like I said, were to be at the old the South Station. I was supposed to be there as long as it took for the new recruits to get sworn in, speak to the chiefs, fill out some paperwork, and then a lot of times we're there all day. But thankfully that day around between 10 and 10:30, my team leader told me to pretty much start training my new recruit, my new field training, my trainee, Johnny L. Smith. He told me that he would take care of the new hires and for me to go to the field and commence his training.
Okay. Are you familiar with someone by the name of Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles?
Yes,
How are you familiar with him?
he was my supervisor in that particular day.
Okay. Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And can you point out an article of clothing that he is wearing?
Black coat with black, might be a silver tie?
That's a
Silver shirt, I'm sorry.
Okay. The record reflect that he's identified Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles in the courtroom. Now, you say he was your supervisor that day?
Yes.
Did you have any contact with him prior to going to Father McNamara Park that morning?
Only at muster. He didn't give muster, but he was present at muster.
And what happened at muster? Do you recall?
We show up, they give the actual field agents their assignments for that day. And I believe whether it was the supervisor leading muster or the watch commander asked him if they had anything to say. I remember him speaking that morning. I think he gave us some words of things to do. I forgot what it was as far as our duties. And that's how I remember him that day, that he was present at muster.
Had he been your supervisor previous to this day?
Yes.
How long had you worked under his supervision, if you can recall? Or how many times?
I guess as far, I don't remember exactly when he became a supervisor, but however long he was a supervisor, however many years or months he was a supervisor prior to that day, April 9th, 2018.
Now, I want to focus your attention to when you arrived at Father McNamara Park. Do you remember arriving there?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember how it's a complex, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's pretty big.
Do you remember how you gained entry into the park?
On that particular morning, we came in through Lowry. We went west. And at the entrance of that park, that certain area to the soccer fields, there is a gate to the left. And that gate on that particular morning, it was open. So that's how we gained entry into that area that we called the soccer fields.
Okay. If I can ask him to step down, Your Honor, just to show the jury his location.
Thank you.
I'm going to hold this up for you and ask you to.
Once again, let's just start over here. I don't want to
Okay.
trouble with the court.
Come over here.
Yes.
Please. And hold it right there. Wait a minute, I'm not going to mark this. Okay. All right, so can you orient us here?
Yes, we came down Allen. From Allen, we went west towards the entrance to this area. That's the end of Lowry. And then to the left is the gate that's usually at the time, up until that time, it was usually locked. That particular morning it was open, so we went into the park through that area, which we call the soccer field.
Okay. Judge, has this one been withdrawn so you can mark it?
Yes, I think it's, what number is that?
Number is up there. 97.
Yes, it's been withdrawn. You haven't readmitted it yet.
Okay, so you can mark it.
Yes.
Okay, I do see some issues there. Okay, so I want you to this black pen mark where you entered the park, you said on Lowry? Yeah.
There's gates all through this area.
Show me an arrow. Oh, draw an arrow.
Yep.
Okay, and put your initials above that. Okay, and can you show us where the gate is?
The gate should be somewhere around this area, sir, as well.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to.
Yeah, draw a line where you think the gate is.
It should be right at the entrance. As soon as you take a left, there's a gate right there.
Okay. From here, where did you go?
We went south, and at the time there was a Conex box here. That's where we parked in this little parking lot area. We reversed into that area.
Is it in here?
Yes, this area.
Okay. So you can put a P there where, or
Yes.
where you parked? Okay. Did you reverse into this area?
Yes, I did. My truck was facing east into the neighborhood.
Okay. I'll put your initials right there. Okay, and how long were you parked there?
No more than 5 minutes.
What were you doing?
We were going to laminate some maps that I had assigned my trainee that morning. He did not complete the mission over the weekend, so we were going to laminate them with packaging tape.
Okay. Were you supposed to be in this area?
Not initially, no, sir. We ended up there by pure coincidence.
Okay. The time that you were there, did you end up moving your vehicle at any time after parking it?
Only after, at the time, Mr. Burgos asked me for my assistance.
Okay. And we'll get into that, but now that I have you standing here,
Yes.
you say he asked you for assistance. Where would you have moved from here?
From here, I would have moved to this area,
Okay.
which is south towards what we call the Bettis property over here.
Did you drive or walk?
We drove, sir, once he asked for my assistance.
Okay, so show me the direction you drove.
We drove across the field.
Oh, you cut through the field?
Yes, to the soccer fields.
Where did you cut to?
Through here, there's a dip.
Uh-huh.
And then once we get, because this area is, at the time, there was a bunch of brush and trees. There still is. But at the time we came through this dip, I remember I went around, I guess, I don't know if you want to mark. This is where I parked.
Yeah.
When I came to his assistance, I saw his truck on this side and I parked directly across him.
Okay, so this is without marking it.
Yes.
There's two markings here, which is the general area where these vehicles were.
Yes.
Do you remember this island?
Yes, I do.
All right.
So I would have parked there initially when I came across.
Okay. All right. That's all for now.
Yes.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
So going back to where you were, you said you went in there, you reversed in to that area next to the soccer field or next to the Conex box. You were there with Smith, you said.
Yes.
Laminating maps. What, if anything, happens while you're laminating?
We commenced to do that, and no more than 5 minutes later, my trainee, Smitty, says, "Hey, there's another kilo coming in." So
What's a kilo?
it's a Ford F-150.
Okay. What happens?
I look over and I see the kilo driving on the same Lowry's, driving west, and it kind of slows down as it comes to us, and we eventually find out it's Mr. Burgos.
You come in contact with Supervisor Burgos?
Yes, after he parks to, I guess, our passenger side.
Okay. And what happens next?
We call it, he slow rolls to us. I am facing the neighborhood. His truck is facing, when he parks to our passenger side, his truck is facing the river. We lower our window, he lowers his passenger window, and I go ahead and tell my trainee, "Hey, it's Supervisor Burgos." And at that moment in time, he's grabbing onto his steering wheel, and he's just looking over quietly, kind of just like leaning over. And I told my trainee, "Hey, it's Supervisor Burgos." I tell him, "Hey, sir, we heard you're going to be short-handed. We're going to be in the area if you need it. We're just going to be laminating maps." So he's quiet. and he looks at his phone, and then he says, hey, they just told me to 22, base 2, which means go back to the station. And he's like, do you know if there's a way out this way, which means south?
That south is past the soccer field?
Yes, it's towards that Pettis property where I guess there's that little dip that goes to an ATV trail.
To the brush?
Yes. So I told him at the time I did not remember. So I told him, to be honest, I don't remember. And he's like, it's okay. I was like, something to the effect like, that's okay, I'll go find out or something like that. So when he leaves, we raise our window, and then I told my trainee, like, you know what, Schmitty, I just remembered that they're building apartments. I think that area where he's trying to get out is blocked. So I'm like, it sucks to be him, let him find out the hard way. And we continue doing our thing, laminating maps.
So after you said that it sucks to be him, what happened?
We continue laminating maps, he's cutting the maps. I'm trying to laminate them with the packaging tape. And no more than a minute and a half, less than 2 minutes later, we hear him over the actual radio. And when we hear Lara, Lara, something to the effect like, I need you. That's Lara, Lara, get over here. So as soon as I hear my name, Lara, Lara, with some urgency, I drop what we're doing and we drive across the soccer fields to his position.
You hear him calling for help. You arrive on scene.
Yes, when I get to that dip, we hit it pretty hard. Everything flies all over the place, and I can feel my tires slipping. It's like not enough traction's going. So I hit it pretty hard, like we come around, and as I get around the brush, the ATV trail, I could see on the other side of where he's parked, I can see his overhead lights, his red and blues. So he's parked like in a circular area. He parks on the other side, and I park on the opposite side of him. That's where I eventually meet up with him.
Go ahead.
Show you where it's been marked as dates. Exhibit 77. Do you recognize the CD?
Yes.
Have you been able to hear the transmissions from that day?
Yes.
You're able to identify the voices in this transmission?
Yes.
Move to introduce State's Exhibit 77.
State 77, being offered. Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
Be admitted without objection.
Permission to play the transmission.
You may publish, yeah, play. Are you gonna play?
Yes, we're loading.
Water. Here.
Door cameras, 247.
We'll do it right after this. Mr. Dunn, we're going to take the opportunity to, there's indication by the jury that they need a quick break, so before you play, maybe you can work the kinks out of that while they're out on break. All right, give me about
All right,
five,
jury.
give me a quick break, guys, 5 minutes. Inside of 10 for sure.
Badge number, so that's how we're identified. It should be November 6, I think was his star number. But when he says that Lara November, his star number, that pretty much says Lara star number copy. That means, do you copy me? Do you hear me? So, yes.
Let it play, then you can explain any of the codes or whatever it is. It's,
Copy 6-8.
That it?
Hey, bro, I need your help right here, bro. My Bristol, man. 894068, I'm gonna need EMS ASAP at the end of Bristol. River Road.
At the end of Bristol, River Road?
Bristol, the River Road ATV Trail.
What's the traffic?
This is subject you need help ASAP.
Yeah, what's the traffic, or what's the situation? What kind of EMS are we requesting?
940, I don't know yet. Stand by. Let me go check. Just have them come over here.
It's Bristol, the River Road. That's there in the Delwood area.
Yeah, 10-4.
Therefore, we'll be sending back for information on the subject.
There'll be female subject. Stand by. There's a lot of blood. We're trying to see if it's a head laceration or.
Double.
868 247. I'll be here away from the triple case.
all right, so you heard, what channel are you all on that transmission?
We are what's called Moss Tower. That'll be the tower for Laredo North, sir.
Did you recognize the voices of that?
Yes.
What was going on there?
At the time, I did not know what was going on. When he called me Lara, I get to his position. It doesn't take me more than a minute and a half. I get there. I see his truck with his overhead lights turned on. I start making my way to Mr. Burgos when I see him looking down the ATV trail, looking south. His body is standing outside of the truck. with radio in hand, just looking down the ATV trail. So when I'm making my way to Mr. Burgos' truck, I see him looking south, so I look south and I see the silhouette of the victim.
Can I have him display on the map where he saw this?
You want him to come down?
Yeah, can you come down?
You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On 101, Your Honor, we wanted to go ahead and withdraw 101. So that we can,
101 was one of the exhibits that was already, it's already been withdrawn, yes.
Very good. So you can stand over here. Take this pen. Yes. Okay. So you had described in your previous testimony about a dip. Is that, what, do you see that dip where you entered, or is it not on the?
It should be in this area.
Okay. So you enter. You can show the jury how you drove in.
We drove across the soccer fields. We hit the dip. I get enough traction to get over. At the time, Mr. Burgos was parked on this side was his kilo truck. So I go ahead and park on the opposite side. So eventually when I'm trying to make my way to him, I see him looking down south towards the AVTV trail. That's when I look over and see the silhouette of the victim.
At any time, do you aware of another kilo unit coming, also arriving and parking behind Burgos?
After the fact,
Yeah,
it was
so-
Agent Dennison.
Okay, so there would have been,
At the time, it was just him and myself.
okay, but, so after, you got there before Agent Dennison.
Yes.
So if you could indicate where you would best approximate Burgos' kilo unit was when you arrived with a B for Burgos.
Somewhere here.
Okay. And put a K for kilo. BK, right here, next to it. Okay, and where did you put your kilo unit?
It should have been directly across from him.
Okay, so you can put more or less your last name or your initial. Okay. And the kilo unit there, right, K? And where did Dennison ultimately park his
It
vehicle?
should have been behind Mr. Burgos.
Okay, so put a D there for Dennison. Okay, and put the K for kilo unit. Okay. So now, describe and indicate for the jury what you saw.
Initially, all I could see was his overhead lights through the brush. At the time, it was pretty high brush, but I could still see enough of his kilos. I see the overheads. I don't know what I'm expecting. All I heard is that he called me. It sounded urgent, so my job is to get there as fast as I can. So I parked there. I'm looking over towards him, and that's when he's outside of his truck, looking south, the ATV trail.
South is towards me.
Yes, towards the Pettis property. There is a house over here, a landmark that we refer to as the Pettis property. So when I get there, he's looking south. So I look south and I see the silhouette of the young woman. So I completely forget about Mr. Burgos and I start running towards the victim.
Is off this island, where would the victim's body be more or less?
Somewhere in this area. Because this is the island, so it would have been like around right
Somewhere
here.
around here?
Yes.
Okay. So then what do you do when you see the victim?
As soon as I see the victim, I approach and I start yelling, like, "Señora, señora, despierta, estás despierta, ma'am, wake up." Because at this time, all I see is blood. I told my trainee, I call him Schmitty. I like, "Schmitty, is that what I think I'm looking at?" And I see the silhouette, and I immediately start running towards her. And that's when I tell him, like, I start yelling at her, "Estás despierta, are you awake?" So at that time, initially, right away, I said, "Sir, do you have any gloves?" Which he said, "No, I do not."
Who did you say that to?
Initially, I asked Mr. Burgos, "Do you have any gloves?" He's like, "No, I do not." So I say, "I don't have any gloves." And I asked my trainee, Schmitty, "Do you have any gloves?" And thankfully, being the great agent that he was, he did have a pair of gloves. So he goes ahead and tells me, like, "Sir, I have gloves." So I take them both. I grab one and I give one to Mr. Burgos. I put the glove as best as I can, immediately check for a pulse. I don't feel a pulse. Before anything, I'm radioing everything in to, initially before I even touch her, I radio everything into our station, base 2, and I'm telling them what we're seeing.
Hold on, Agent Lara, I think
Yes.
you can take the stand. I think this is good for now. Take the stand.
Thank you, sir.
And continue over there.
Appreciate it.
So continue your radio and then the intel that you have, right?
Yes. Radio in that we have a female. I'm not sure at the time. I think I tell them, let me see if it's a laceration or a head wound. All I know is that I'm seeing a woman covered in blood. There's blood on the ground. So I tell them to stand by. I put on the glove as best as I can, and I immediately check for a pulse. I don't feel a pulse. I look at my fingers, and they're covered in blood because I checked her neck area. So I don't feel a pulse. So I immediately see her left wrist. It's facing up. I check her wrist, and again, I do not feel a pulse. Right away, I tell Mr. Burgos, sir, I think she's 10-7, which means that she's dead. And he's like, yeah, it looks that way. So I'm radioing everything into our station, and I'm letting them know what I'm seeing. So I told our station, we have a female that appears to be deceased, and I'm telling them there's blood to the top of her head, to the left, to the body. There's blood splatter all over. The blood's a little bit coagulated. And at that moment, the supervisor at the station, I believe it is Supervisor Ali, tells me, okay, take a step back and treat it as a crime scene.
What is Burgos doing at this time?
At this time, he's standing there. Not really. The supervisor normally takes control of the situation and radios in everything to the station. Once again, he's quiet. I'm the one relaying everything that I'm seeing to the station. I'm processing everything in. I'm taking it in. And I'm telling them what I'm seeing. And right away, I start telling the camera operator to start scanning the river. I tell them, scan the river, see if you see anybody going back. Scan the Mexican side on the ridges, see if you see anybody out there. I hear the boat patrolling the area, and they ask if we want them to come to our area, which I tell them, of course, come up, try to check the landings where they come up, try to see if you see any tracks, any sign, any mud. I believe also a helicopter pilot reached out to us over the radio, and he asked if we wanted them to give us a flyby. I believe at the time they were coming back to Laredo to refuel. So we tell them to go ahead, please come into the area. And the impression that I got from the pilot at the time was that he's fairly new, because he did not really know where the Pettis property was. So I do remember I told him, come fly south of the river until you get to what's called the CPNL, the Central Power Light Company. And I told him, if you come south, eventually you should see all the vehicles, overheads or whatnot.
Okay, so giving all these transmissions, you already checked for a pulse.
Yes.
Does Mr. Burgos do anything around this time?
Not at that time, no, sir.
What else do you see him do at any time? At any time did you see him touch the body?
After I sent my agent Schmitty to go to Allen Street in Bristol to open the gate for the paramedics, I believe he took my truck. So for a moment there, we're by ourselves. After that's when I see him move the body.
Okay, and when you say move the body, can you demonstrate for us if the court will allow you to come down here and demonstrate
Yes.
how you move the body? County Judge? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the time, I'm standing next to the victim. I check her. Mr. Bowden is standing over here I guess on the other side of her. So I tell him she's 10-7, which means she's dead. Radio everything in. I told base 2, I think she's dead. They tell me take a step back, treat her as a crime scene. So before anything, I told my trainee, go to the gate, and open it for the paramedics. He takes off. So before I take a step back, I'm surprised to see so much blood. So I grab my head and I'm like, where is all this blood coming from? So at that moment, Mr. Burgos is like, cuts in front of me. He's like, let's find out. He grabs her from the bicep area, grabs her from the hip area, picks her up, looks at her, puts her back down. He does that, and my eyes were wide open. I was like, what is going on? And I take a step back. At the time he picks her up, I could see the shadow of her face, full of dirt. I could see her hair over her face, but I do not get a clear picture of her. But I am so freaking out and in shock, because I don't know what I'm looking at. So he puts her back down, goes back over her. He's like, you know what? This stuff makes me nervous. I'm gonna go back down this way, and he points south again towards the Bettis property. And he walks away, and I see him with his phone in his hand. He's doing something. At the time, I'm thinking he's gonna call base 2, but from what I understand, he never did.
Permission to publish the transmissions that he made reference to.
Are you gonna do all three, all the rest, the other two, 77.2 and .3?
That's the remainder of 77.1.
All right,
What you just explained.
go ahead.
Hey, Cameron, you just try to see you scan the river, bro. She's on the dirt road. We don't know if she's 10-7, something calculated. Blood coming somewhere from the head area.
They're focusing for a team scanning, but I don't see no movement.
Hey, November unit with that traffic, copy Omaha 7 Hotel Sierra. Can we assist you with anything? Are you looking for somebody?
Hey, Omaha, the copy. I think they're on walkie there, but I believe they encountered one subject, I guess, bleeding. Yeah, if you could make your way down there just to see if they have additional traffic.
10-4-0, to the 20?
Yeah, it's going to be at the end of Bristol, down towards the ATV trail at the end of Bristol.
Okay, Roger, 13.
November 16th, 940, you copy, EMS has been advised to the 13th.
Yeah, 10-4, I'm here with Lara. Any of the agents heading this way, just stand by. Stand by. Hey, we're gonna try to... Hey, 6-8, copy Davis.
Any unit by World Trade. There's 2 subjects from DD 8147 down river side of the World Trade, and timestamp is signal.
Hey, 940, copy base 2. Can you notify LPD if you have not done so to respond to that traffic as well at the end of Bristol?
Yeah, PD and EMS were advised, sir. They were both advised, simultaneously.
Now,
After he said he walked away south towards the Bettis property. He said he was messing with his phone. What if anything else did you see him do, or what happened?
He goes south. I lose him down the ATV trail for a few moments. Eventually he comes back because I lose sight of him around a curve. A few moments later he comes back with a tennis shoe and he's grabbing him by the shoelace. And he's coming back with the tennis shoe towards my position. I didn't think nothing of it at first, so I asked him, "Hey sir, what do you have there? What do you got there?" He's like, "Oh, I found this shoe in the brush." In my mind, I'm okay, he found his shoe. Same thing, I didn't think nothing of it. So he's walking back, and what shocked me was that he put it at the base of her feet, and he just put it there. So again, he puts it there, and as soon as he does that, he starts dragging his feet, kind of like when you're skiing. He's just dragging his feet to the point where he's picking up dirt. Once again, I'm like, I don't understand what I'm looking at, because I specifically told him there's blood over here to the right of the head, over here to the left. There's blood splatter exactly where he was picking up the dirt. So I'm just processing this quietly and just making mental notes, because at the time he was my supervisor in charge of me. So in my mind, I'm nobody to be telling him what to do. He tells me what to do. I am a field training officer at this time, but as a supervisor, he's in charge of me. So I remain quiet. By this time, I believe Agent Dennison and Schmitty and I think Agent Herndon are coming back to the scene with the paramedics. And at that time, everything just starts happening.
All right, let me stop you right there. I'm going to show you, this is a graphic photo. I'm going to show you this graphic photo. We can turn on the... Can you identify what you just testified to, what you described?
Yes, sir. That is the victim, the young woman. At the base of her feet is that shoe that Mr. Burgos placed after he came back from the trail.
Okay. I'm going to show you 131. You recognize that shoe?
Yes.
Your Honor, we have the shoe. We filed the chain of custody affidavit, permission to show Agent Lara the shoe.
Is it tagged?
Yes.
What's the exhibit? What's the
Your Honor,
exhibit?
this is State's Exhibit 37.
Okay.
This was previously marked as State's Exhibit 37.
All right, it's not admitted yet, so.
And, but we do have our affidavit of chain of custody. And we've moved to admit State's Exhibit 37. Move to introduce it now.
Any objection to 37? States 37.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
I ask you to put these on.
Yes. Exactly, sir.
I'm gonna show you what came out of the bags that Mark states Exhibit 37. Ask you if you recognize the shoe.
Yes, that is a shoe that Mr. Burgos brought back to the scene.
Is it the left shoe or the right shoe? What came
This
out?
is the left. Not muddied, not dirty.
You notice that there's been a cut.
Yes.
Did you make that cut on that?
No, I did not.
Okay. That would have been done by law enforcement, or you don't know?
I would not know.
Okay. This shoe was not near the body when you arrived.
No, it was not.
After he drops the shoe, what, if anything, happens next?
Once again, he places his shoe, and immediately after, he starts dragging his feet. Dirt starts picking up a bit. So to me, that was, of course, not procedure, not protocol. In fact, to me, it was very strange that he was doing that.
Why? Why was it strange to you in that moment?
Because we were already told specifically not to tamper with the crime scene. We were told take a step back, treat it as a crime scene. And then being a supervisor and us being Border Patrol agents, we received training in crime scene management. So we kind of know what to do and what specifically what not to do.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked that states 182, and it is a graphic photo. This is right. Is that where vantage point are we looking at this from?
We are on the north side from here. We are looking south towards the ATV trail. The bettest property of the house will be back further south around the trail.
You're standing near, is this vantage point from the island looking that way?
Yeah, I want to say yes.
On that, when I say island, I'm talking about where these two
Where-
roads come around.
Yes, the island would be back here.
Okay, so that would be the vantage point.
Yes, sir.
And you see the object that's in there as well.
The shoe.
Okay. So this is after the police have already placed the tape, correct?
Correct, sir.
So his treatment of the crime scene, you testify that is confusing to you, correct?
Yes.
What else, if anything, happens after that?
After he does all that, I'm still standing there on that same grassy little island. That's when Agent Dennison, Agent Herndon, and Schmitty are coming back in with the paramedics. As soon as the paramedics arrive, they grab their equipment, they place those little pads on her body and start checking for signs of life.
And any time that you're there with Supervisor Agent Burgos, does he indicate that he knows this person?
Not once.
So after the paramedics get there, what, if anything, did you do?
I'm still standing there. The paramedics finish checking her for life. One of them approaches me. And just to get confirmation for myself, I asked one of the paramedics, is she dead? And he says, we would not have stopped working on her if she was still alive.
Are you still wearing your gloves at this time?
No, at that time, as soon as I checked her pulse, I took them off, and I kind of just dropped them around the top of her head, somewhere in the brush. When the paramedic comes up to me and he says that, I look over to the young woman and I look at the crime scene and I told the paramedic, my gloves are there, I'm contaminating the scene. So he's like, it's understandable. So I go back and I grab the glove and I'm holding it, and at the time I don't know what to do with the glove that's bloodied. So I see both trucks, Mr. Burgos in the front, I believe it's Mr. Dennis in the back, so I just go to the first truck I see and I just put it in the back of the bed. At the time, I had no idea that he knew her, no indication of anything whatsoever. All I knew is that, hey, we're the good guys. Supervisor Burgos, at the time I'm doing everything. I'm checking for life. In my mind, I'm thinking he's got my back as a law enforcement agent. He's watching my back. So I didn't think anything of it. So when I grab the glove, I just go over and I put it there just for safekeeping.
In the back of his kilo?
In the back of the bed of his kilo, yes, sir.
Okay. Does he make any phone calls while you're there to headquarters or for anything, or do anything?
Not at that moment, no, sir.
Did you see any cell phones on the victim, or did he tell you he found any cell phones?
No, sir.
Did you get to write a statement for the Laredo Police Department?
Yes, sir. On scene, I made an affidavit, a quick synopsis of what happened, the encounter.
Did you write one or did you write two?
On the scene, I wrote one, and at the police station, I wrote a second, like an addendum.
Now, Burgos bringing over the shoe, did that violate any protocols that you have?
Yes.
Which is what?
Disturbing the crime scene. In my mind, planting evidence.
Did he ever give you any instructions to look for any subjects, go patrol, go investigate, check the riverbanks? Did he give you any orders?
No, sir. I was just doing what the supervisor at the station told me to do, was just take a step back and treat it as a crime scene.
Did you go to the police station that afternoon or the next day?
It was that afternoon, sir.
Okay. And were you interviewed?
Yes, we were told, my trainee and I were told to give our official statement at the police station.
Were you involved in any way in the discovery of the baby?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because at that time, I was on top of Mr. Dennison's truck doing my affidavit.
So the only person that you saw dead was the female, correct?
Yes, correct.
I'm going to pass the witness at this time.
Any questions from the defense? Yes, okay. All right. Mr. Boggs, go ahead.
I apologize. Can I exhibit number 37? Put it was
States? Oh, yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Do you still have gloves, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Just need one?
One, sir?
Okay.
Yes.
I'm passing, this is the exhibit you previously examined, number 37, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is the shoe that you saw Supervisor Burgos Aviles place at the foot of the victim, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there is, you can see, where does it say memory foam?
Memory foam?
Yes, sir?
It'll be on the bottom, sir. I'm sorry. It'll be in the insole, on the heel.
So, and when you say the bottom, do you mean the inside? Of
The inside,
shoe?
yes, of the foam. I'm sorry.
Okay. And how big?
You're taking it off, you're gonna grab it again, I think. Just wanna save some time.
It's true, I am, but it's just habit. My hands are sweaty. So I just want the record to be clear. It's inside the shoe. There's nowhere outside of the shoe that you can see the memory foam. Is that correct?
That's the only place I can see right now, sir.
Okay. And so, and is that big writing that it says memory foam?
It's pretty big, yes.
And I'm finished with the
You wanna go grab it, I guess.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
And you gave a statement to the police the next day, is that correct?
The same afternoon, sir.
This
Same day.
The same day.
Correct.
And do you recall making that statement?
Yes.
To the police?
Yes.
And today, you told us that Mr. Supervisor Burgos Aviles was dragging his feet. Correct?
Yes.
Now, had you ever encountered a murder scene in the time that you've been a Border Patrol agent?
No.
Okay. So, I think you'd indicated to everyone that this was and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so correct me, but it seemed like this was an overwhelming scene. There was a lot of blood.
I've dealt with blood, but the sight of the murdered woman was pretty traumatic.
So, so I understand that it was traumatic.
Yes.
But in the statement that you gave that same day, you never mentioned that Mr. Burgos Aviles dragged his feet, did you?
Not till the second statement.
Okay. And by second statement, you mean the written statement, is that correct?
The addendum, yes.
Okay. It wasn't in the initial interview with the police that you said that Mr. Burgos Aviles dragged his feet, correct?
The first one, just a brief synopsis. When we went to the station, we actually gave our verbal official statement. That's when I mentioned it.
Okay. And you would recognize a transcription of your verbal statement, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach. And I've marked this as Defense Exhibit 3. And sir, that is 49 pages, correct?
It says 149, yes.
Okay. And you just told me that you said in that oral statement that you said that Mr. Burgos Aviles dragged his feet in that original one. It is 49 pages, so it's quite long. But could you show me where in that statement where you said that originally?
Go ahead and look for it.
Yes, Your Honor. This time, sir, I do not see it.
So, and I want to make sure I understand that by today's testimony, when you said that you saw Supervisor Burgos Aviles dragging his feet, carrying the tennis shoe, it was just you and he on the scene at that time?
Yes,
So Officer Smith, the trainee, wasn't present at that time, correct?
correct.
And Officer Dennison was not present at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the day of the incident, you'd already learned that Supervisor Burgos Aviles was a suspect. You made a statement to the police, and in that statement to the police, you never mentioned him dragging his feet, correct?
Unless it was in the written statement that I put it.
I apologize, officer, just if I could have one of And so, as I understand, Officer, you said you made an initial statement, which was just a summary,
Yes.
and then the next day you added, was it the next day or later that day?
Later that afternoon.
Later that same afternoon. And so the initial summary was before you knew that Burgos Aviles, Supervisor Burgos Aviles was a suspect, is that correct?
One of the supervisors on scene had told me that he was their prime suspect. At the time, I thought it was because of the bloody glove that I put in the back of his kilo. I did not have confirmation that he was actually the main suspect until around 6:30 that night, when another detective pretty much told me. The whole day I had my phone on me. As far as like when we're at the police station, I was getting calls and texts, and I would just glance at it, put it down, glance at it, put it down. Somebody's texting me, put it down. I didn't think nothing of it. After we're done with our questioning, about 5 hours later, around 6:30, when I'm released from the interview room, I go to the lobby of the police station. I am sitting next to Border Patrol Agent Herndon. I get a phone call from my team leader. My team leader tells me, hey, we already activated the Border Patrol unions, the lawyers for you. Before you make any statements, we already got lawyers. And I'm like, we already made our official statement. He was surprised. He's like, oh, you did? I'm like, yes. He's like, before he hangs up, he's like, just so you know, there's a rumor saying that the dead woman is Burgos' side chick. I'm like, all right, 10-4, let me call you back. I told Agent Herndon, hey bro, there's a rumor saying that the dead woman is Burgos', I use the word Sancha. At that moment, we're talking, another detective comes out, a big man. I know him as a boxer. He comes out, and I tell him, I still have my phone in my hand, I tell him, sir, we just heard a rumor that the dead woman is Burgos' side chick. The detective said, side chick, that's his baby mama. And there's a possibility the dead boy is his son. that's when everything just, I broke down is the word. Everything just, I felt like this weight on my shoulder and I started crying. Because there I am thinking,
Wait. Go to the next question.
Should we take a break? Just a moment?
I'm good, sir. Here I'm thinking we're supposed to be the good guys. He's supposed to be watching my back.
Hold on. Give me 1 second, sir.
And I broke. I was heartbroken.
1 second, Agent. Just going to question and answer basis, Mr.
I'm good, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. I was heartbroken.
1 second, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, second, sir. We're going to take a short break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please rise for the jury.
A fair presentation of the evidence to this jury. The defendant deserves that, and the rules call for that. So in any event, in measuring what in fact occurred, I'm not quite sure the summary of everything that you said quite happened in that particular manner and with that type of emphasis, but there was, in fact, something of that nature close to what you, in fact, summarized. Obviously, the record may not reflect the moans or whatnot that might have been coming from the gallery, but there was some. It wasn't very loud, but there was some. I certainly appreciate your objection now. I wish that there would have been somebody objected to beforehand, but in any event, your motion for mistrial is denied. Thank you.
Your Honor, we would also request very respectfully and with understanding that this is a terrible matter for everyone involved, that Your Honor remind the audience to please.
I will do that now, in fact. Thank you. Two things I'm going to instruct right now. One is the witness. Agent Lara, please answer the questions that are posed to you, and only the questions posed to you, and then stop after the question has been answered by you. This is not a session where in fact, if somebody asks for your opinion on something, there's probably going to be an objection of some sort. So it's not a forum to be able to, in fact, give your opinion on what you may think of a situation like that, unless in fact it's called for under the rules, and in fact, that was not called for.
Yes, Your
Instruct you
Honor.
then to answer the questions posed to you, and only the questions, sir. To the audience in the gallery, in either way that you sit, I understand the loss. I don't put myself in your shoes, but I definitely understand the loss that you feel. You've been here at almost every hearing, in fact, 99.9% of all the hearings, and this is the days and weeks that you were waiting for to be able to give closure to this part of your lives, and I certainly understand, and I can't even know, maybe I shouldn't say that, I can't even begin to understand the pain that you must be suffering. However, I don't want to do this again. No one wants to go through this again. And the more of that occurs, the more that possibility grows. So please refrain from comments and I'm not saying you can't whisper to somebody something or whatever, but I'm talking about where the jury may hear you. I don't want any of that. If you don't think that you're going to be able to do so, and I certainly understand that you will, if you will not, then please excuse yourself and go outside. I know it's hard to do. I'm sitting here talking to you like if not knowing and not ever being in the type of shoes that you are in, and I'm not trying to substitute for that. But I'm only here to do this job, right? And I need to assure that this proceeding is done in a fair and impartial manner, that the rules are followed, and that we only do this one time. That's it. And unless I do my job by instructing you the way I'm instructing you now, and the witness, that possibility grows less and less. So I know I won't like it, but I will remove anybody from the courtroom and not allow them to come back into the proceedings if in fact any outbursts like that or worse occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bring jury back in. Consider as evidence, right? The only thing that's evidence that comes from here, not what comes from out there, from the gallery. You will disregard any comments that you may hear or outbursts that you may hear as a result of that. You will not allow any of that to weigh in when evaluating whether or not a defendant is guilty or not guilty. I'm instructing you, in fact, to therefore not do so when the time comes. Thank you. Any other questions of this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, officer. So, just to back up a little bit, you'd indicated that in your oral statement given on the day of the murders that you did not mention Supervisor Burgos Avila's dragging his feet, correct?
I might have mentioned it on the written statement, sir.
The written statement. So when you say you might have, would it? Do you mean you don't remember, or you?
I do not recall at this time.
Would it refresh your recollection to see your written statements?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe, officer, you gave 3 written statements. Is that correct?
It's 2.
2. So I am permission to approach.
Road.
And I've marked them for the record as defendants exhibits 4 and 5.
Thank you.
Each are 2 pages. Those are the written statements that you gave on the day of the murders, April 9th.
Yes, they are. I'm sorry.
Okay. And just without reading them aloud, take your time, look them over, and let me know when your recollection is refreshed.
It does not specify here, not that I can see.
So I apologize, your recollection is refreshed? Sorry, I have to do certain things for the record.
Yes, it is.
All right, and having your recollection refreshed, you didn't mention Supervisor Burgos Aviles dragging his feet at the crime scene the day of the murders in either your written statement or your oral statement. Is that, am I understanding correct?
Throughout the process of the case, I recollect certain events that were otherwise, that I couldn't recall at the time.
And I apologize, I should take this.
Yes. Thank you.
So you just told me that you've recollected certain things over time that you didn't remember at the time, correct?
I want to say yes.
Okay, and I just want to make sure everyone understands and the record is clear. The oral statement and these written statements happened the day of the incident, when very soon after the incident, correct?
Correct.
And over the years, memories have come back to you. Is that what you're telling us?
What I'm saying is that at the time when all this occurred, certain information that was not in my synopsis, I was under the impression that your client had enough integrity to disclose that information on himself.
Judge, I'd ask that editorializing be.
Sustained. I'm not gonna instruct you once again, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're a fact witness. Answer the questions factually, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you you've been very patient.
No, thank you, sir.
This is a very emotional case. Thank you for your patience. I pass the witness.
Agent Lara,
Yes, sir.
I want to go back near the time of this crime to the date of April the 23rd of 2018. Should have been 14 days after April the 9th. Do you remember?
2 weeks after was, I believe, the bond hearing.
Okay. I want to go to the bond hearing.
Yes, sir.
You remember that I subpoenaed you to the bond hearing?
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay. Do you remember providing testimony
Yes, sir, I do.
at the bond hearing? Do you remember testifying there for more than maybe a couple of hours?
Yes, sir.
Where you were questioned by the state and the defense?
Yes, sir, I do remember.
And this was 14 days after the crime, correct?
Correct, sir.
Do you remember, and like Mr. Boggs said, you know, it's been a long time. Do you remember everything you said on that day?
Not everything. It's been 5 years.
Would it help you look at the transcript from that day?
Yes, sir.
Objection.
Approach, please. Recross. Thank you, sir. You may step down and you can go about your business. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Am I dismissed?
Yes, sir, you are dismissed.
Thank you.
Okay. Your next witness will be
Next witness is Juan Mercado.
Juan Mercado.
Yes, and that'll be, Mr. Danny Elizondo, Assistant District Attorney, will be conducting direct.
Thank you. Mr. Mercado, come up all the way up, sir, please. And I want to ask you, so you can remind me, sir, have you already been sworn in as a witness? You have not?
No.
Okay, please, sir. Tell me your full name.
Juan C. Mercado.
Thank you, sir. Please raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat right up here. Go around the court reporter. Sit, pull up your chair, and tell us when you're ready.
Permission to proceed, Your Honor.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mercado. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Juan C. Mercado.
Thank you. How are you currently employed
With Border Patrol.
with Border Patrol? And where do you currently live?
I live in North Dakota, Grand Forks.
Okay. Now, back on April 9th of 2018, where did you reside?
I'm here in Laredo, Texas.
And specifically, could you give us an address?
305 Pedrosa Street.
Okay. And on April 9th in 2018, I assume at that residence you had neighbors, correct?
Yes.
Who were your neighbors, or at least that relate to this matter that we're here in court for?
Burgos.
And do you see Mr. Burgos in court here today?
Yes, sir.
Could you please identify him with the piece of clothing that he's wearing?
The black suit.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Burgos Aviles. Okay. So on April 9th, at your residence, did you have any surveillance systems installed?
Yes, sir. I had it all around the house.
Okay. What kind of
Excuse me.
system was this?
This is a DVR that has a hard drives in it. It was hardwired to a box in my room.
Okay. So this system you had isn't like a Ring or a Google Nest, correct?
No, this is straight up a box DVR, so it had his own hard drives.
Hardwired.
Mhm.
So the CCTV, closed circuit, nobody has access to it, internet, stuff like that.
That is correct.
Okay. And with regards to the way the camera operated, how would it store data?
To a hard drive integrated inside the box.
Okay.
Solid, yeah, it's like actual hard drive.
And did these cameras record 24/7 all the time?
They did not. They only record during a movement. If it detected a certain move, and then it started recording right after that.
Okay. So you would say then that these cameras would record based on motion? They were like
Yes,
motion
it's a
sensors?
motion, yes.
Okay. And on April 9th of 2018, was your surveillance system functioning?
Yes,
And it was recording everything properly?
that's correct.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm now handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 502. Are you familiar with this item?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
They showed me the content, which is the video that was in my house.
That was in your house?
Yeah.
Okay, are there any markings on this particular item that indicate that you have reviewed it or recognized?
Yep, after we review it, went and sign it for
Okay.
initial.
And the contents, you said that they were the videos, correct, from your surveillance system?
That is correct.
Are they true and accurate depictions of the way your house was
That is correct.
and the way the surveillance recorded?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I now seek to admit into evidence State's Exhibit 502, and I'm tendering to defense 500.
Any objections to State's 502?
No objections, Your Honor.
Permission to publish.
502 is admitted without objections. You may
For the
publish.
record, Your Honor, 502 indicates, or is there to represent the actual USB, and within 502, we will have point 1 through point 13.
Any objections to 502.1 through 502.13 that are inside of 502?
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please let us know which of the files that are inside of 502 you're playing so that the record will reflect the same.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll be going in chronological order, so we're starting with 502.1.
Thank you.
Now, before we begin, and your Border Patrol, so I'm going to start referring to you as Agent Mercado. Agent Mercado, could you open the screen? What are we seeing here?
Obviously, this is my pickup truck I used to have back in that day. As it's front of my house, I would say when you look face of it, it was to the right side camera. You can also see the neighbor's vehicles. There's 2 vehicles there.
Okay, and when you say the neighbor's vehicles, which neighbor?
Burgos.
Okay, and the 2 vehicles, are you familiar with those vehicles?
Yes.
So it looks like there's a vehicle that's closer to the camera and then one behind that vehicle. The one that's closer, do you know who would normally use that vehicle?
The one closer, that one, if I remember correctly, that would be the wife.
Okay, and the vehicle behind?
That would be the pickup truck from Burgos.
Okay.
Look like a unit, I think.
Well, we can take a look right now,
Yeah.
but I do want to address one more thing. On the 11th of May, an event happened that we're all familiar with, which was daylight savings.
Mhm.
And we see here that this camera, as its timestamp, indicates that it's 4 in the morning, or to be specific, 4:47 a.m. Was that time correct?
No, I had forgotten to adjust the time.
Okay. So what time would this video have actually taken place?
Should be hour after, so it should be 5:47.
Okay.
That's correct.
And
Say every time, yes.
okay, so an hour, the actual time is an hour ahead of what's recorded.
Yep.
And just to be clear, this is the case on all the recordings for that day?
Yes.
Okay. If we can play the video, please. Purposes of the record, could you please describe to us what just occurred in that video?
Yeah, that was his personal pickup truck. He was leaving.
Leaving at 5:47 in the morning?
Yep.
Okay. We can go to the next video, please. For the record, State's Exhibit 502.2. What is it that, we can pause. What is it that we're looking at here?
Okay, so this is the other side of my house. I had cameras on both ends. So if you look at the house from the street to my house, that will be the one on the left side, closer to Burgos' house.
Okay, so in this shot, where would Mr. Burgos' house be? On the right side? Or
On the
left
right side.
On the right side, okay. If we can play the video. And again, for purposes of the record, what was it that we just saw?
The same vehicle, which is Burgos' truck, leaving his house.
All right, we can move on to the next video, which is 502.3 for the record. Go ahead. So at this point, the timestamp on this video
says 6/12/08/09, it's running in the morning. But again, you had testified earlier that that timestamp should be 1 hour ahead.
That's correct.
So it should be 7:11 in the morning.
Yep.
And for purposes of the record, on State's Exhibit 502.3, what is it that we saw?
It's the wife's vehicle leaving, or what I would know that's her.
Okay. We can go to the next video, please. Can we pause? Again,
502.4, Mr. Elizondo?
yes, we are now looking at 502.4. And again, timestamp says 9:27 a.m., but to your testimony, it should read 10:27 a.m. Would you play the video, please? What is it that we're seeing here on the screen at timestamp 6 seconds?
This is a kilo. What we know for a kilo truck is a pico truck from Border Patrol.
Okay, and what is it, I mean, what is it doing?
He's parking on his house.
Who?
That would be Burgos' house, so him.
Okay. And again, for the record, what time would this have been at?
10:27.
AM or PM?
That's AM.
Okay. I know it's hard to see. If we can go back and pause. In the very top right corner, what is it that we're seeing?
It seems like it's Burgos in with shorts.
With shorts. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 503 and 504. Are you familiar with these items?
Yes, same one's front screen.
What are they?
They're a screenshot from that video.
Okay, and are they true and accurate representations and depictions of stills from your surveillance
That is correct.
system? All right. Thank you. I'm now tendering to defense State's Exhibit 503 and 504 for inspection.
No objection, Your Honor. Admitted without objection.
Permission to publish 503 and 504, Your Honor?
You're going to switch to the other one?
All right. I want to start here with the timestamp, as this is a still from your surveillance camera. What time are we looking at here?
Should be 10:27 a.m.
And I want to focus your attention. Bear with me here. At the corner right here. What is it that we're seeing right here?
Burgos with shorts and black shoes.
Okay. I wanted one more time with State's Exhibit 504. Could you please give me the timestamp on this one?
10:27 a.m.
All right. And same thing. Is that we were looking at there?
That's still Burgos with the shorts turning around or something.
Okay. Now, I know it's hard to see, but are you able to identify the shoes as to whether or not they would be something a Border Patrol agent would be wearing?
No,
Okay.
it would be in boots.
but you're familiar with what Border Patrol wears while they're on duty, correct?
That is correct.
And let me ask you, are shorts something that an on-duty Border Patrol agent, especially in a supervisory position, is allowed to wear?
No.
You can go to the next video, please. For purposes of the record, we have 502.5. We can play it. Now, for the record, what is it that we saw?
The kilo unit or picker truck going to Burgos' house.
Okay, and the time?
10:26 on that one a.m.
Okay. We can continue on to the next video. Can we pause it? What time do we have here? On states 502.6.
It will be 10:27 a.m.
Alrighty? And if we can just play this video. What, if anything, occurred in that video?
What occurred?
If anything.
This was when he get off and go inside the house.
Okay. So he's inside the house then?
Yes.
At this point. Alright. We can keep moving. Now publishing 502.7. What, if anything, occurred in states 502.7?
I believe this is when he returns to the vehicle. I'm not sure. I didn't see very close on that.
That's fine. And with regards to the time?
Yeah,
what
it's
time would this be?
10:28 and it's still in the house.
Correct. Now publishing States Exhibit 502.8. Alright, we'll go to the end of that video. For purposes of the record, on 502.8 at timestamp 21 seconds, what time is it?
10:28 a.m.
Alright. Now going to publish states 502.9. We can pause right here. For purposes of the record, on states 502.9 at timestamp 57 seconds. What time is it?
10:31 a.m.
All right, we can move on to the next video. Now publishing states exhibit 502.10. You can pause right there. The end. Purposes of the record, and this time, could you please tell me the seconds as well? At States Exhibit 502.10 at timestamp 30 seconds. What time is it?
It's 10:31, 58 second a.m.
So about 10:32, would you say?
Yep.
All right. Next video, please. You're now publishing States Exhibit 502.11. Pause very briefly. Under the kilo unit that you noted, do we see anything?
Yes, it seems this is when he returns to his vehicle. His 2 feet moving around on the other side.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's 2 feet moving around the other side of the vehicle.
Okay. And this is on States Exhibit 502.11 at time mark or timestamp 15 seconds. And for purposes of the record, at this point, what time is it?
10:34
All right.
a.m.
You can play the rest of the video. Alrighty. Now going to publish States Exhibit 502.12. Can we pause right there? Purposes of the record, we're on States Exhibit 502.12 at timestamp 34 seconds. Could you please indicate to the jury what time it is?
10:36 a.m.
All right. And what is it, if anything, that we saw in this video?
You can see the feet moving around and get inside the vehicle and then backing up.
Okay. We can just play the rest of the video. And finally, I'm going to publish 502, States Exhibit 502.13. And we can pause right here. For purposes of the record, States Exhibit 502.13 at timestamp 14 seconds. Could you please indicate to the jury what time it is in this video?
10:37 a.m.
And what, if anything, did you see occur?
The same vehicle backing up from Burgos' house and then driving away.
All right. The vehicle that we saw both earlier enter the driveway and leave the driveway, what kind of vehicle was it?
It's a kilo unit, as we know, is pickup truck, what we use for Border Patrol.
For Border Patrol. And it was it marked?
Yes, it's a marked unit.
And in total, roughly how long was he at his house?
do the numbers, but I will say 10 minutes.
Okay, and we can, I mean, if you want, we can play the video where.
Yeah, if you want me the exact numbers, like we can play the first one and then go back, but.
So right now, just for your memory, it's 10:37, correct?
Okay, yes.
Okay. We can go to States Exhibit. No, if we can get rid of 4, 502.4.
Ten minutes. Yep.
And just for purposes of the record, when he arrived, it was what time?
It's 10:27 a.m.
Okay. And when he left?
10:37 a.m.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
Any questions?
Just a few, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Mercado, you and Mr. Burgos were neighbors for about 5 years prior to the date of the murders, correct?
I don't remember the exact dates, but we bought the house in 2011, and I believe he bought it a few years later, so I can't recall the actual numbers of years.
Okay, but during the time that you were neighbors, you met Amy, Mr. Burgos' wife, right?
That is correct.
She's a Customs and Border Protection agent.
She is an officer.
In fact, you all took a trip down to South Padre Island together on one occasion, correct?
That's correct.
And you also met Mr. Burgos' children, Gabriel and Damien, correct?
That's correct.
And they would go over to your house to play with your kids frequently?
That's correct.
Do you recall that there was a period of time during which Amy and Ronald were separated?
I never noticed that.
You were not aware that they were separated?
No. I mean, I don't pay attention to their relationship like that, so I'm not sure.
You were interviewed by a police investigator around May of 2018, correct?
Probably, yes. When that incident happened, or murder happened?
About a month later, more or less.
That is correct, yes.
And in that interview, do you recall stating that you would sometimes go home to pick up lunch while you were on duty?
I've done it before with supervisor approval. I would ask if I can pick up my lunch, and I would literally just go in, pick it up, and go. Let probably a minute or 2 minutes, whatever it takes me to walk in and out.
A lot of agents would, it was not uncommon for agents to go home and pick up lunch, in fact, while they were on duty. Isn't that correct?
I can talk for all the agents. I can only say about what I do, and I know I ask for supervisor approval before going to my house to pick up my lunch if I left it behind.
All right. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused, you may go ahead. Thank you.
State calls Juan Ruiz, Your Honor.
Juan Ruiz.
He will be taken under arrest by Carlos Garza, ADA.
You're gonna put it in the bin?
Yes, Your Honor, put the photos in the, yes.
Good afternoon, sir. You've been sworn in, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat right up here. Have a seat, pull your chair up to the mic, and we'll get ready. You may proceed, Mr. Garza.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Juan Leopoldo Ruiz.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
And where is that?
Webb County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been at the Webb County District Attorney's Office?
5 months.
And before you started working there, did you work somewhere else?
The Laredo Police Department,
And how long did you work there for?
31 years.
And what training and experience did you get while working your 31 years at the Laredo Police Department?
Well, upon graduating from the police academy, I was assigned to the patrol division. I remained there, started working in 1992. I remained there till 1998 when I promoted to the rank of investigator, at which time I was assigned to the crime scene investigating, the CSI unit for crime scene investigations. After that, November 2000, I was reassigned to the burglary and felony theft division, in which I remained for 16 years. In, I believe it was April of 2016, I was reassigned to the Intel division. So I was there from April of 2016 through November of 2020. In November 2020, I was transferred to the Office of Professional Standards division. And that's where I remained there until January of 2023, till my retirement.
And so you were employed with the Laredo Police Department on April 9th, 2018?
Yes,
And by this point, from which you testified, you had been with the Intel Division for 2 years?
yes.
And what were your duties as a member of the Intel Division?
My duties in the Intel division was gather intelligence for ongoing investigations and cell phone forensics.
And what is cell phone forensics?
Cell phone forensics is basically the process of recovering digital evidence from mobile devices.
Okay. And did you receive any trainings related to cell phone forensics prior to April 9th, 2018?
Yes, I did.
About how many trainings had you received by then?
I believe it was five training. Had gone to 5 trainings prior to that, to 2018.
Okay. And during your course of duties as an officer of the Intel Division, had you performed any cell phone forensics before April 9th, 2018?
Yes, I had.
Approximately how many had you performed?
Approximately about 50.
For large or extra large?
Large.
I'm now going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 48. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Do you recognize this?
Can I take it out of the bag?
You may.
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a Samsung Galaxy S7, I believe.
And is this one of the cell phones you performed a cell phone extraction on back on April 9th, 2018?
Yes.
Take that. Your Honor, I'm now tendering to defense for inspection State's Exhibit 48. Now operating evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Stage 48, Mr. Huffman?
Yes, we operate into evidence, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
And Mr. Ruiz, as to State's Exhibit 48, do you know whose cell phone that belonged to?
Mr. Anthony Burgos?
Your Honor, may I first witness?
You may.
I'm now handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a Samsung Galaxy.
And is this another one of the cell phones you performed an extraction on April 9th, 2018?
Yes, I did.
Or about?
Yes.
And do you know whose phone this belonged to?
Ms. Griselda Hernandez.
I'm now tendering to the defense for inspection what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49. And operating evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
Now, Mr. Ruiz, I'm now handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 50. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a ZTE cell phone?
And is this another one of the cell phones you performed an extraction on around April 9th, 2018?
Yes.
And who does this phone belong to?
Ms. Griselda Hernandez.
I'm now tendering to the defense what's been marked as State's Exhibit 50. And offered as evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
Now, you just saw what was marked as State's Exhibit 48, which you said was the defendant's Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles' phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, was that phone, that extraction of that phone, was that pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
And was that search warrant, did that contain a probable cause affidavit?
Yes.
And was that search warrant signed by a judge?
Yes.
Now, I am now handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 485. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a USB drive.
And what is on that USB drive?
It's the recovered digital evidence from the cell phones.
And how do you know this?
It's got my initials on the back.
So you reviewed this before?
Yes.
Mr. Ruiz, are the reports contained in this USB a true and accurate copy of the original reports you generated in 2018?
Yes.
Have they been altered in any manner?
No.
As to the information that is contained in State's Exhibit 485, what kind of electronic equipment was originally used to generate it?
It's a Cellbrite UFED Touch.
And what is Cellbrite UFED Touch?
Cellbrite UFED Touch is it's a standalone device that's used for the extraction of digital evidence from cell phones and other digital devices, laptops, smartwatches, all the sort, tablets.
Okay, and so when you say that Cellbrite is a standalone device, does that mean it's a hardware?
Yes, it's hardware.
Does it require any extra software to perform those forensic extractions?
Not for the forensic extraction.
Now, did you have a chance to examine the equipment back in 2018?
Yes.
Was it a standard type of equipment for the purpose for which it was used?
Yes.
And was it in good working order?
Yes.
Now, what process is generally used to input information onto Cellbrite?
So the cell phone, in this particular case, the cell phone was an Android, so the cell phone has to be prepared in order to be connected to the Cellbrite, to the device, to the hardware, in order for it to perform the extraction.
Okay, and how is that device prepared for extraction?
There are certain steps that are taken. So you go to settings, you click on settings. After settings opens up, you go to about phone. Once about phone opens up, scroll down, you go to the build number. You tap the build number 7 times. Once you do that, another drop down opens up, which is developer options. Okay. Once you go into developer options, you turn on USB debugging, and you set the phone to stay awake. Once that process is done, then it's ready to get plugged into the Cellbrite device.
Okay, so you prep the phone and you plug it into Cellbrite and it's ready to input information.
Yes.
And once you input information onto Cellbrite, how do you store that information?
It gets stored onto an external hard drive.
Okay. And once it is on that external hard drive, how do you then recover that information?
That information is recovered by the UFED physical analyzer.
And what is the UFED physical analyzer?
It's software that's intended to analyze, to create reports, create timeline graphs, basically to put all the information that's the digital information that's extracted, the digital evidence that's extracted from the mobile device, to put it into a readable format.
Okay. And did you use any additional software in extracting the information?
No.
Now, using Cellbrite UFED Touch and the UFED Physical Analyzer, did you extract, recover, and save any information from Griselda and Dominic's phones that you have available today in a digital form?
Yes.
And in what format were these forms generated in?
In PDF format.
And once these forms are generated in PDF format, can they then be edited afterwards?
No, because they were generated in read-only.
So once they are generated in read-only, there's no more editing of that?
Can't be altered or edited or deleted.
So the information in that report is solely information that came from the cell phone?
Yes.
I'm now tendering to defense what's been marked as State's Exhibit 485 for inspection and offered into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
Mr. Ruiz, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 486. Do you recognize this?
Yes, it's a USB device, USB drive.
Okay, and are you familiar with that USB drive?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with it?
It's got my initials in the back.
And what is contained in that USB drive?
As well, digital evidence that was obtained from one of the mobile devices.
And do you know which mobile device that was?
From Mr. Anthony Burgos' device.
Mr. Ruiz, I want to talk about that in this exhibit, in the State's Exhibit 486, the report states that it was generated on Cellbrite UFED Touch. However, in the supplemental report that you provided to the Laredo Police Department back in April, you stated that it was performed on Oxygen Forensic Detective. Can you please explain that discrepancy?
It was a clerical error in my behalf, as far as the supplement is concerned.
Okay, so the report that you generated back then is the same report that is on this USB?
Yes.
Okay. And as to the information that is contained in State's Exhibit 486, you used the same hardware that you used for Griselda and Dominic's phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And was it in good working order just as it was when you performed those other extractions?
Yes, it was.
Now, using Cellbrite UFED Touch and the UFED Physical Analyzer, did you extract, recover, and save any information from Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles' phone that you have available today in a digital form?
Yes.
And was it also generated as a PDF?
Yes, it was.
So what you're saying is as you said before, the information that's on this USB has not been altered, and it could not have been altered because it's in PDF format.
That's correct.
So the information in State's Exhibit 486 is solely information from the phone of Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles?
Yes.
I'm now tendering to the defense has been marked in State's Exhibit 486. And offered into evidence.
No objections, Ron.
Admitted without objection.
No further questions. Pass the
Any
witness.
questions of the witness, Mr. Payne?
No question for this witness, Ron.
Sure, you are excused. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. It is 5:56, and we are calling it a day. We'll start tomorrow at the same time we did today. Will that work out for you all, I hope? And then we'll take it from there. So, any special requests? Talk to Mr. Rubio. Thank you all.
MRI, the CT scan refutes the explanation given by the parent.
Yes.
So
So again, I mean, it's the parents trying to deflect law enforcement from suspicion on them.
Judge,
Okay.
objection, we're far afield.
He opened the door to, he precisely
move on.
asked that
Let's move
question.
on.
That's all I have. That's all I have.
Any other questions?
If we could leave that exhibit on the
Sure.
projector. So, on redirect examination, you said that in domestic violence situations, the abuser takes the abused, and most of the time it is the husband and or a male is the abuser and a female is the abused. Is that correct?
Yes, most of the times.
And the abuser wants control over the situation. Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
And so the abuser will take the abused to the hospital, correct? That was the example that you gave?
Correct.
And they stay at the hospital in order to control the situation, correct?
Correct.
Because it's the control is the key point, correct?
That's correct.
And you gave another example when asked by the district attorney about child abuse. Parents take the abused child to the hospital and then they lie about what happened, correct?
Correct.
And they stay with the child as the parent in order to control the situation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in this example, Mr. Burgos Aviles, and let's be clear, he's convicted of killing both Griselda and Dominic some 2 weeks later. Everyone knows that, right?
Correct. Yes.
Now, however, in this situation, he suggests to Griselda to take Dominic to San Antonio, correct?
That's correct.
And he doesn't say, I will take Dominic to San Antonio, does he?
No.
Okay. He doesn't say, I will take Dominic to the hospital and get it checked out, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Okay. And so it looks like in this message, your example about controlling the situation doesn't apply. Wouldn't you agree with that, Detective?
I think it does, given the what we know now. Okay. He killed somebody, and he tried to deflect law enforcement by pretending that by reporting it. I found the body.
So it's only in that retrospective that you're able to sort of try to reconstruct a story around this earlier incident. Am I understanding you correctly, Detective?
Yes.
But this message here doesn't indicate trying to establish control, does it?
I think it does.
All right. But he's not saying he's going to be present at the hospital, correct?
He's not saying that.
Okay. And the example you gave about the parents who come and say, oh, my child fell from the bed, they were lying, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, now, this message that the district attorney pointed out, and he did it the first time you testified as well, you know he can get necrosis, right?
Correct.
Okay, now, that's not a lie, right? It's not a lie like, oh, he fell from the bed, is it?
No.
So, your examples that you just gave the district attorney about child abuse and about spousal abuse really have nothing to do with these messages, do they?
No. But, okay.
I'd pass the witness.
All right.
You were gonna say something, but what?
So these messages, remember that they were sent on the 25th, and he was set to go to he had a meeting with the child support, I believe on the 27th. So from what I get from these messages is he's trying to deflect Griselda from, or getting Griselda to take him to San Antonio. That way he wouldn't have to go to that meeting.
Okay. Now, would you say you solved the crime in this case?
I would say yes.
And you're using all the evidence in your investigation to put the pieces together?
Correct.
Do you know when the first time in Dominic's life, Burgos decided to see him, how old he was for the first time?
How old he was?
How old was Dominic?
About the 1 year old and months.
18 months old.
18 months old.
For the first time in 18 months, do you know where he saw his son?
The first time he saw his son on the 25th of March at the Winfield Park.
And who set up that meeting?
Ronald Anthony Burgos.
And that meeting was set up before what?
Before Dominic's injury.
And what was going to happen after that meeting?
The meeting with the child support.
Who chose the location and where to meet Dominic?
Ronald Anthony Burgos.
And that location was outside at a park.
Outside at a park, yes, correct.
And what was the conclusion of the injury at that time, being outside in the park, that Griselda thought caused that injury?
Objection, Your Honor, this is cumulative. Just
No, it goes to control. He controlled the whole environment. He opened the door.
I think it's gone way beyond the scope of recross, redirect, and then the other redirect.
I'll wrap it up.
Yeah, wrap it up, please.
That injury was thought to have been caused by what?
A spider bite.
Spider bite. In the final meeting on April the 9th, who was in control?
Ronald Anthony Burgos.
The investigation that Griselda and her friend Adriana launched to find out where he lived, where he worked, who his wife was, his address. Do you know when that started?
I believe that started back in January of 2018.
Of 2018. Okay. No further questions.
Detective, you testified that the meeting at Winfield Park occurred on March 25th of 2018, correct?
Correct.
And as a part of your investigation, you spoke to Ms. Adriana Flores, correct?
I didn't speak to her, but our investigators did.
Okay. You oversaw the investigation.
Yes.
That, spoke to her. And you were aware as a part of your investigation that she was the best friend of Griselda Hernandez, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, you just referenced her or the district attorney referenced her in the question about when they started investigating Mr. Burgos Aviles. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you, as a part of your investigation, or your team, collected text messages from Adriana and Griselda, correct?
That's correct.
And you know that the night before the Bad Bunny concert, which occurred on March 25th, that Griselda said she'd been up all night with Dominic, correct?
I believe so, yes.
That was because Dominic was sick and coughing the entire night before the first time Mr. Burgos Aviles saw his child, correct?
Yes.
I passed the witness.
Were you also aware that Adriana Flores' baby, Aaron, also had a cough and was up all night?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Mr. Dr. Detective, you may step down and go about your business. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness, Mr.
Jose Luis Macias, Your Honor.
Jose Luis Macias. Come right over here.
Judge, may we approach?
Okay. Let me swear him in real quick. You raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat over here, sir. Approach.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'll ask you to make sure your mic is on and speak loudly so the court reporter can get your responses.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Jose Luis Macias.
Mr. Macias, how are you employed?
I work for the Webb County Jail as a mental health specialist.
Okay, and how long have you been working for the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
13 years and 8 months.
Okay. And how did you become the mental health specialist?
Before working at the Webb County Jail, I was working at Border Region Behavioral Health Center as a crisis intervention worker and as an intake worker, as a jail diversion worker.
So you started at the local
mental health authority in Laredo.
Okay, the mental health services in Laredo, which is now Border Region?
Correct, which is Border Region.
Okay. And what is your educational background in?
Bachelor's in criminal justice, minor in psychology, and a master's in public administration.
Okay. Now, what does a mental health specialist do? If you can tell the jury.
There at Webb County Jail, what we do as a mental health specialist, what you do is you conduct daily assessments on individuals
that come to the jail that complain of mental health services, or they have history, or they reported something related to mental health when they arrive to the jail.
Now, when they arrive to the jail, is that somebody who perhaps has just recently been arrested?
Correct, that's what I mean by that, yes.
Okay, so when they're arrested, they come into your custody, correct?
Correct.
And then you conduct an assessment of the person.
Right.
And what is the purpose that when they come in there that you're conducting this assessment?
The purpose is to find out if they need further evaluation, if they actually need mental health services, which means medication inside the jail. And by that, we do it through our county jail psychiatrist, Dr. Mero Sanchez. If we see, based on our assessment, that somebody needs further evaluation, we refer them to either a psychiatrist or board of region, which is another option.
And is this something that's required under the law, by policy?
Correct, by the state, by the Texas Commission, yes, of jail standards.
So under the Texas jail standards, the Texas Jail Commission, you're required to make an assessment of the inmate as he comes in, correct?
The jail is supposed to do that, yes.
So walk us through when somebody comes in, what do you do in order to make your initial assessment? Tell us.
First of all, when somebody comes to the jail, obviously they get screened first by the nurse. And the nurse uses some of the state forms that we have, that the state provides. And in there's a lot of questions regarding mental health. Questions like if you have history of mental health, if you've been on treatment regarding mental health, if you have attempted suicide in the past, if you have suicidal thoughts, if you have psychosis, if you have hallucinations, just probably I can't finish right now the form, but it's a lot of questions regarding mental health. So whoever complains of something, whatever it is regarding mental health, it could be depression symptoms, it could be suicidal, it could be hallucinations, it could be whatever symptom related to mental health, those they get referred to us by the nurse.
Okay, and how is it that you yourself make your assessment through? Let me ask you, is it through observation, through looking?
Correct. That's one. Yes.
That's
basically
one.
What we do is we bring the inmate down to our office, and we sit with them face to face, and we conduct daily assessments, where we pretty much is like an interview.
Okay, and based on that interview, you decide if the person is in crisis or in need or in further services.
Correct. That is correct, sir.
Or if they're okay.
Correct. That is correct.
And if they're okay, then what happens with the inmate?
If we determine that there's no crisis, there's no need for mental health, that's where it ends probably, unless the individual requests to see us again.
Oh, okay. Now, were you working on the day of April the 10th of 2018?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to come in contact with a Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that individual here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir. He's here.
Okay. And is he an inmate at your Webb County Jail?
Correct.
Okay. If you could walk us through, he came in on what day?
I have the chart here, the medical chart. I'm sure I can look at it, right?
Please.
He arrived on 4/10/2018.
Okay. And did you conduct one of your mental health assessments?
That day, yes, sir.
Okay. Can I approach you?
You may.
569. Is that next?
569. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 569. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Was it prepared by yourself?
Yes, I did this.
And does it very accurately depict what's contained there?
Correct, yes.
Has it been altered in any way?
No.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Now we move to offer State's Exhibit 569.
Admitted objections. have been overruled.
Thank you. Commissioner Publisher. I'm showing you on the overhead here, the mental health assessment. Can you walk us through this assessment?
Yes, sir. This is what we use at the Wake County Jail. It's just a mental health assessment, as it says right there, on the date of 4/10/2018,
And what time did you conduct this assessment?
11 a.m.
And this is on Ronald Anthony Burgos.
Burgos Aviles, Ronald, date of birth for 1989. Yes.
What do we have in here? What are these boxes?
Those are some of the symptoms that I was explaining earlier that people with mental health can present.
Okay, was Mr. Burgos, did he present himself with anxiety?
No.
Did you note any hallucinations?
No.
Did you note any delusions?
No.
Did you note any psychosis?
No.
Did you note any depression?
No.
So in all of these areas, you did not note any, correct?
I didn't observe anything like that, and he also didn't report anything like that.
What were you able to, what sort of information were you able to ascertain of Mr. Burgos? His age?
Correct.
What else?
That he was from Puerto Rico. He was a border patrol agent, and that he was incarcerated on 2 charges of capital murder.
Okay. What was he concerned about?
He stated right there that he was upset and embarrassed about his arrest.
Can you approach the
Contact was good. Thought process, he was coherent, he was logical, he was organized. Suicidal thoughts, as he mentioned to me, there was none. And psychotic symptoms, I didn't see anything. Non-reported or detected, I put there, which means he didn't report any, and I didn't see any. Inside judgment was good at the time, and he was alert and oriented ×3, which means he was oriented to person, place, and time.
He knew where he was.
Correct.
He knew if it was day or night. Did you know?
Correct.
Is it normal for somebody who comes into jail to be anxious?
Yes, we can say that, especially with the charges.
Yeah,
that
but just in general, when somebody is in jail, do you know anxiousness?
Correct.
Okay. Over here, you say he was made aware of.
Mental health services at Wake County Jail. Basically, he was made aware that I was the worker there as a mental health specialist, that we had a psychiatrist, that we had mental health services in the jail.
If he needed any help, you were there.
Correct.
If I may approach you.
Yes, good. Could I see the document? I don't know, I'm not sure if Mr. Boggs or Mr. With regard to 570.
two more. I'll show them to the court. There's only 4. 571 and 572. Which you have the last one. Do you have the?
So these were done July 7th and on October 3rd.
Correct.
I already made a ruling on this.
Yes, but I won't introduce him, but I know that I would ask him if he could. I thought it was only October 3rd. So at this time, you've done 2 assessments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember at any time in June of 2018 being advised by Mr. Burgos' attorney not to conduct any more assessments?
Yes.
Did you in fact conduct another assessment in October of 2018?
When I remember, but there's a note that means yes, I did.
Or if you can refer to your notes.
October 3rd, 2018. That is correct.
So, but 4 months before that, you had received a letter not to conduct
Correct. Yes.
any assessments, is that right?
Yes.
So without revealing the contents of the assessment, okay, without revealing anything in the assessment, why would you have conducted an assessment after receiving that letter from his attorney?
The reason being because I believe he was on suicide gown again, and I needed to reassess him in order to help him out and give him a uniform again. That was the only reason.
Questions?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, I want to talk about your qualifications in just a moment, but what I'd like to address first is your descriptions of your interviews with Mr. Burgos.
Yes, sir.
In every interview, he was cooperative, correct?
Yes.
And he was respectful with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And he knew that he was facing a possible death sentence, correct?
That I don't know.
Okay. Well, you indicated on direct examination that he was oriented to time and place, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so oriented to time and place means it was your belief that he understood where he was and what was happening, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. And you knew, for instance, that he was facing a possible death sentence.
Correct.
Okay. So if he's oriented to time and place, and you knew that he was facing a possible death sentence, it's fair to infer that he knew he was facing a possible death
It's
sentence.
fair.
Okay. And now, you also discussed psychosis with the district attorney on direct examination.
Correct.
And you indicated that, and I want to talk about your qualifications in a moment, but you indicated that you did not see any signs of psychosis in Mr. Burgos Aviles. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. You didn't observe him hearing voices or apparitions or fantasies, correct?
Or delusions, correct.
Right. I think the district attorney used imaginary as his word. You didn't observe any of that, correct?
Correct.
Now, like I said, I want to speak about your qualifications in a moment, but from your opinion and understanding, psychosis is a continuum, right? It's a progression. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. So full-on psychosis would mean when you're seeing things that are not there, correct?
Say that again.
Full-on, like on the far end of psychosis, that means that you're hearing voices that aren't really talking to you.
Or you have delusions.
Or
Yes.
delusions. That
Correct.
would be full-on.
Correct.
Now, there's no way for you to observe whether or not his thinking and thought processes had been affected, correct?
When I saw him, his thoughts, like it says in the report, they were coherent, logical, and organized.
But you don't know what's going on inside his head, correct?
I just
So you're not claiming to be a mind reader, right?
no, definitely not.
Mr. Brooklyn. Mr. Boggs, Mr. Ellery.
Now, sir, I'd like to talk about your job and your training.
Yes, sir.
Your title at the Webb County Sheriff's Office is Mental Health Specialist.
That is correct.
Okay. And I think you testified on direct examination that you have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
Yes.
Is that correct? And then a minor in psychology.
That is correct.
All right. And that's a part of that bachelor's degree.
Correct.
Now, and you also have a master's degree in public administration.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, would it be fair to say we could both agree that it's the psychology minor that is the relevant part of your job as a mental health specialist? Is that correct?
And I guess the criminal justice also, because that's where I work at the county jail.
And now, I apologize, but for a minor in psychology, that is how many hours, sir, of college credit?
Probably 18 hours.
18 hours. So is that about 6 classes? Is that correct?
I want to say yes.
Okay, so you took 6 undergraduate classes in psychology, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I just want to make sure, right, you're not giving any clinical impressions, are you?
No.
Okay, as a matter of fact, you need a license to give clinical impressions, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't hold that license?
No.
And I think you testified on direct examination that you do these mental health screenings every day, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and matter of fact, what I believe I heard you say is that the law requires every inmate to be screened for mental health.
Correct.
Is that correct? So you have a lot of inmates that you have to screen every day, is that
That we
correct?
see, yes.
And a part of that is that you want to decrease violence and self-harm within the jail. Is that correct?
Make sure that they're safe, first of all, yes.
And as a part of your screening, you're not there to discuss their criminal case, correct?
No, I can say we don't. We just, probably the first question that I'll ask in my assessment is just why are they there? If they're aware of the charges. That helps me to find out that they understand and they're oriented.
So, but it's a part of your training not to get into the facts of their criminal case, correct?
Right, I'm not gonna investigate anything about that, yeah.
Okay. Matter of fact, you don't give them a waiver or tell them that they have a Fifth Amendment privilege not to speak to you, do you?
No, all I do, again, is pretty much I just, about his legal status, I just ask about the charges, which obviously I know why they're there, right? I have a system where it tells me why is he there, what the charges are.
And you don't, for instance, tell these inmates that you're screening that anything they say could be used against them in a court of law like they do in the movies, right? You don't tell them that.
No.
And yet you're here testifying against Mr. Burgos Aviles today, aren't you?
Yes, I'm here.
And in this case, the district attorney talked about a letter that Mr. Burgos Aviles' former lawyer wrote asking that you not have contact with him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that wasn't me, right?
Right.
Okay. Because I wouldn't do that. Now, as a matter of fact, you had a verbal argument with that previous attorney about this case, didn't you?
That I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Yeah, I don't think so.
And it was after that verbal argument that he wrote the letter asking that a counselor, and he put it in quotes, be restricted from visiting Mr. Burgos Aviles.
I don't remember having any contact with the attorney.
I think you told the district attorney that that letter is in your file.
The letter, yeah. The letter got to the medical department. It was filed on the chart.
And part of your job as a mental health specialist in the Webb County Jail is to monitor and make sure that people are safe, correct?
Correct.
Now, since that first time that you saw Mr. Burgos Aviles on April 10th of 2018, there have been no reports of violent acts by Mr. Burgos Aviles, have there?
No.
Matter of fact, you told us in every interaction that you've had with Mr. Burgos Aviles, he's been respectful and cooperative, correct?
That is correct.
And you indicated that you spoke to him just last week, correct?
Yes.
And that was after this jury convicted him of capital murder, correct?
That is correct.
And he knew at that time that this jury would decide whether or not he would spend the rest of his life in prison and die in prison or be executed, correct?
I assume that.
I'm going to object to the relevance of this line of questioning. I think he's way outside the scope of the relevancy of what Mr. Macias is here for.
One more question on this line.
No, just wrap it up.
And knowing all that, he was respectful and cooperative with you a week ago, correct?
Yes.
If I could just have a moment. Thank you for your patience and for your service, sir.
Thank you, sir.
After the verdict of guilty for double homicide, capital murder, was Mr. Burgos' accommodations changed?
Yes, they did.
Did he complain about that change?
Yes, he did.
Hold on a second. I think I already ruled on that issue with the documentation.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but he just asked him, if he was just asking him if Mr. Burgos had been cooperative or not complained about anything at the jail on specifically after the verdict. And I just wanted to ask him that question, that if after the verdict, Mr. Burgos complained, that's all.
All right, go ahead.
Did he complain after the verdict?
Yes, he complained of being placed in another cell.
How many inmates have you assessed in your 13 years?
Yes.
And what was your position at Motorola?
Principal staff engineer, software.
Okay. And how long had you been working at Motorola in that position?
I've been at Motorola for 38 years, and in that position, generally for almost 30 of those years.
30. Okay. And what were your duties as the principal staff engineer?
I worked with the development team of Astro subscriber products, and basically working on specifically the products that have already been released to a customer. And so we would handle any issues with the product that the call center could not resolve. So if there was either an issue or something that the radio was doing that the customer complained about, or that wasn't configured correctly, or that they needed more information about, we would investigate. So we would work with the customer directly to try to understand their complaint, reproduce their complaint, if it wasn't just an understanding issue. And we would find out whether it was a problem with the system, with the configuration of the radio, or in some cases, we would actually have to resolve the issue with a software change in the product itself, or
I want to stop you right there very
enhancement.
briefly.
Sure.
You keep mentioning product and customers. What kind of product are we talking about?
We're talking about radios that either go into a vehicle to communicate with, a dispatch center, things like that, or between radio to radio with other people on the team, group calls, individual calls, as well as data, whatever data services they used on that system.
Okay. And with regards to customers, was the United States Customs and Border Protection a customer of Motorola at that time that you serviced?
Yes, they were.
And this was back in 2018 as well?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Could you please tell the jury a little bit about your educational background, any degrees or trainings or experience that you have with working with these types of products, and so on and so forth?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in the Department of Computer and Information Sciences, and that's a 4-year degree. And after graduating, I did start working at Motorola after one other job, but it was pretty soon after graduated that I started working at Motorola. Motorola provided a lot of training, mostly on the job training specific to the products we developed. Also, things like C++, object-oriented programming, all of the skill sets that evolved as I continued to work there.
And C++, is that a code writing?
Mhm.
Is that what that is?
It's a programming language that is used extensively in our products.
Okay. And at Motorola, did you ever conduct data extractions of your customers' products, being the mobile radios?
Yes, because, like I said, we worked on, customer complaints, so we had to collect data out of radios while they're operating or post complaint as well. So you'd have to, we knew how the data was stored in radios, so we had, because we did a lot of that programming ourselves, so the people that developed the memory management of the computer devices inside the radio would also develop tools that would access that data.
Okay. Can I ask you to just pull the mic a little bit closer to you? A little bit
How's
more,
that?
please.
Okay.
Just a little bit more. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. So with regards to doing these investigations into customer complaints and extracting the data, how many times would you say you've done an extraction of a Motorola mobile radio?
It's a countless number. I would do it on a daily basis.
On a daily basis?
Well, I mean, for any particular customer complaint, I was probably either collecting data while the radio is running or extracting data that is already residing in the radio.
Okay. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about the Motorola mobile radios. What are these radios used for?
They're used for communication, voice and data communication between people out in the field in their vehicles or on their person, with a dispatch center usually, or between each other, and so it's a communication device for voice and data applications.
Okay. And do these radios and these devices, do they store GPS data?
They do. They all contain a GPS device.
All right. And before I get into that data, I want to briefly cover GPS. Can you kind of explain a little bit in layman's terms how GPS works?
Sure. GPS, or Global Positioning System, has two major parts to get a coordinate. So one of the parts is the satellites, of course, and so there's satellites that have known orbits around the Earth. There's a number of them in the system, and at any one time, covering any part of the world, there's at least 4. That's the plan. That's the configuration of these satellites. There's at least 4 visible satellites at every location on the Earth. So the job of those satellites is to transmit information, and they're very precisely coordinated. They use atomic clocks, all of them, to synchronize their transmissions. So they're the transmitting units in the system. All of the GPS devices or chips in your devices, like a cell phone or all of Motorola's radios, they are receiving. They're not transmitting anything for the GPS purposes. They're all listening to those satellites. They know where, they know how to listen to every one of those satellites. It's all, pre-configured or known to the devices. They all so they all have along with the transmitted information about where the satellite is in its orbit and its timing information, the devices are able to basically use mathematics if they can C4 satellites, they can determine the distance to each one of those satellites. And through math, they can figure out the unknowns, which would be your longitude, latitude, altitude, and as well as the exact time from that transmission. So that transmission arrives at the radio or at the GPS chip in the radio, and from there it's up to the chip itself to determine those coordinates.
So in essence, then, like you said, there's about 4 satellites at any given time, at least 4, transmitting data that the GPS chip inside of a device would collect, and based off of that transmission data and the information it gathers and the mathematics it uses, it can determine where it is on Earth.
On the Earth, yes.
Okay. And how reliable is GPS?
It's in open sky, it's very reliable. It does depend on your receiver. You have to have a good receiver, and you need to have a clear signal to the satellites.
Okay. So, with regards to the Motorola GPS, or with regards to the Motorola mobile radios, how is it that they gather and store this GPS data?
It depends on the features that are enabled in the radio. The customer that we're talking about didn't use any location features. So the only one that was available to the radio itself is a power down location. So Motorola, for its own device, uses that information so that when it powers back up again, it can get a lock faster. Okay. So Motorola devices store that shutdown coordinates and time at the time that the radio is shut down, probably when when the vehicle is stopped and turned off. Okay. So that value is stored.
Okay, and you said
if it's accurate.
Okay. And with regards to you had mentioned this particular customer. Are you referring to the United States Customs and Border Protection?
Yes.
So the only function and feature that they had on their device was that the GPS that the mobile radio would store GPS data when the device turned off.
Yes.
Okay. And are there any, you had mentioned at the very end that it would store this data if it was accurate. What do you mean by that?
Well, the device, the GPS device itself has criteria. It has to have enough satellites to do its job, and it does know something about the signal quality as well. So if it deems the signal usable to some, parameters, it will report it to the Motorola device. The Motorola device then applies its own criteria on top of that to determine whether the signal had the quality that is required to make it a useful waypoint to store. It might be have been a useful coordinate to use for a mapping system that's getting updates all the time and things like that. But to store it on the shutdown, we would want a useful coordinate for the purpose of speeding up the lock on power up.
Okay, so in essence, then, before it stores this data, you would say it goes through a filtration system to make sure that it is a useful, accurate, and reliable source.
Yes, based on quality of the signal.
And it does that 2 times?
Yes, I mean the GPS device itself is doing that basically to get a good fix and report it. And then the Motorola software that's written to act on that GPS data also has a looks at some quality criteria.
Okay. So I want to, actually now, I think I got this one. Actually, before that, permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
Approach the witness. Sorry.
All right. Now showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 269. I'm sorry, 296, 297, 298, and 299. Are you familiar with these items?
Yes,
What is it?
it is the customer APX 7500 radio.
And how are you familiar with this APX 7500 radio?
It was brought to the Motorola facility where I was working, and I extracted data from it.
Are you offering, Mr. Lisbon?
I believe they've already been admitted. I just wanted to let the defense know what I was
All right.
referring to.
Thank you. Did you check to see?
Is this the radio that you conducted an examination and extracted data from?
Yes, it is.
Permission to approach the witness again. I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Are you familiar with this item?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is the APX 7500 radio that I extracted data from.
Okay. The state is now offering to admit State's Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
No objection. Admitted without objection.
All right. So this radio is the radio that you conducted an examination of
Correct.
and extracted data from.
Yes.
And let me ask you, how did you come into possession of this radio?
It was brought to the facility. I met with the officers that brought it in a conference room, and I brought my equipment because that's just the transceiver part of the radio. It doesn't have the control head or the power supply attached to it yet, so I had to bring that material with me to the conference room. And basically most of the time spent was setting it up, just getting it all connected to the control head and the power supply. I had to go back for cables once that were the wrong type for that, because that model needed a specific type of connector, so, by the time, I got that all done, the actual extraction, because I knew where the data was that I wanted to extract. I used a tool on my laptop, proprietary Motorola tool, that can read data out of that section of the memory, and I used it to extract that information that I knew contained, if any, the waypoints.
Okay, and with this tool that you use, this proprietary tool that I assume Motorola developed, is that correct?
That's correct.
When using this tool on that day that you did the examination, was the tool in working order?
Yes.
And was your laptop in working order?
Yes.
And so, obviously you said you had to go get some power cords and stuff like that, but ultimately you did extract the data and analyze it.
Correct.
And did you generate a report after you conducted that?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
Granted.
I'm not showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 506. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Could you please tell me what it is?
It's the report that I emailed to the agents about the data that I extracted from the radio.
Okay. Now this report, was it generated at or near the time when you conducted the analysis and extraction of the data?
Yes.
And was this report generated in the regular course of business of Motorola in extracting data and analyzing customer products?
Yes.
Okay. And this is an accurate copy of, an accurate, true, and correct copy of your report?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now tendering to defense State's Exhibit 506 for inspection and objections.
Any objections? Are you offering?
No objection. Yes, Your Honor.
506?
State's Exhibit 506 is being offered in 10 minutes.
Admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Right.
Ms. Stevens, could you please explain to the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
This is the data that has a date timestamp and a coordinate associated with that timestamp.
Okay. And this data was extracted from that radio that's on the state's table right there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we're looking here, you said that it was date stamped and time stamped, correct? It had the date and time stamp on it.
Mhm.
So that would be, is that what would be right here?
Yes.
Now, what are all these numbers on this side of your report?
Those are the GPS coordinates, latitude and longitude of the position of the radio at that time.
Okay. And I assume that these numbers correlate with the time and date on the left-hand side.
Correct.
And these would have been stored and saved on that radio anytime it powered down?
Correct.
Okay.
Each line is a separate waypoint.
From a power down cycle and was then saved onto the device. How many, if we can count here, how many waypoints were saved on April 9th of 2018?
9.
And at any point in time, have you been able to, in your analysis of this data, did you ever map out those coordinates?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor. now showing you what's been marked as states 507, 508, 509, and 510. Are you familiar with these items?
Yes.
What are they?
They are images, maps, satellite image maps of, with pinpoints containing the coordinates on the report.
From your report. Now, obviously, we're looking right here at actual locations, correct? Based off of the longitude and latitude?
Correct.
So we can't see anything, correct?
Yes.
As far as where it actually is?
Right. You need to enter it into a, something like Google Earth or Google Maps.
Okay. Would it be helpful to the jury to see these items to understand exactly where these pinpoints on your report are?
I think so.
Now, tendering to the defense states 510, 59, 58, and 57.
You saying 510, 509, 508?
508, 507. Yes, Your Honor.
And are you offering?
Yes, Your Honor. I will be offering them to evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, the objection is that there hasn't been any testimony to show that Ms. Gibbons mapped this waypoint. And so we don't know how this were produced.
Maybe
I'm sorry. So what is your objection?
Well, that this is not, she hasn't testified that she prepared this exhibit. There's no testimony showing that they're reliable or
Why don't we do this? Why don't you finish up the question with regard to how that was done and where they landed on each one of those photographs, and then we'll take it one by one like that. All right?
All right. Now, Ms. Stevens, you've seen these photos already, so I don't need to show them to you again. Did you yourself prepare these?
I did not.
But you reviewed them?
I did.
And you did your own separate analysis of mapping the coordinates from your report, correct?
Correct.
And when reviewing them, were you able to look at them side by side and analyze the waypoints and the pinpoints that were marked on these images?
Yes, I took the coordinates off of the report itself, entered into Google Maps, and compared the exact images with my images.
And you compared your images to these images?
Correct.
And were they identical?
Yes.
Now, one more thing, if you could. Is there anything here that indicates where these photos were generated from?
What are you showing the witnesses?
I'm showing the witness 507, 508, 509, and 510. And I'll fan them out so you can see. And particularly right here.
Okay, yes, it indicates that it was created by Google Earth program.
All right. Again, Your Honor, I'm offering to evidence 507 through 510.
Approach, please.
Sure.
In this image, you said that there were pins, correct?
Correct.
And those pins indicate what?
The location that the coordinates relate to.
That relate to what? Your report? Or?
In the report, those GPS coordinates
Mhm.
are latitude and longitude. They will pinpoint a location, an actual location, and Google Earth or Google Maps will draw for you a pin and place it on the map
Okay.
at those coordinates.
So explain how you verified these pinpoints that are on states 507, 508, 509, and 510. What is it that you did in order to double check, cross-reference, and verify those images?
I opened up Google Maps.
Okay.
In the search bar, I cut and pasted from the report that exact number and pasted it into the search bar in
Okay.
Google Maps.
Okay.
Hit enter,
Okay.
and it displayed the pin for that location on the map, and I compared it to your Google Earth images, and it was identical.
Okay. Now, when you say you copy and pasted, how many did you copy and paste?
All 9 from the list from April 9th.
Of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And so you copied each and every single
Each one.
longitude and latitude,
Mhm.
and you mapped it out and cross-referenced it with these images,
Correct.
and were they identical?
They were identical.
And in states 507, 508, 509, and 510, within these images are all 9 of the waypoints from April 9th of 2018 mapped out and pinned down in those images.
Correct.
And how are they mapped down, or how are they pinned down in those images? What is there?
There's a yellow pin marker,
Okay.
and the coordinate is printed on the image as well.
Okay. And the coordinate is also printed on the pin as well. And those coordinates that are on those pins, when you typed in those same coordinates, copy pasted it from the report, and put it into Google Maps, the pinpoints were exactly in the same position.
Correct.
Okay. And just again, on each of these 9 pins that are shown in these images.
You're going to object to the leading questions about this. It's one leading question after another.
Okay, are you sustained, but are you reoffering?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections to the offer?
Same objections, Your Honor, that there is a lack of foundation to show precisely how those images are generated, other than Ms. Tiffin's testimony that she plugged in the coordinates to Google Earth, and that they coincided with her determination of the waypoints.
All right.
I don't think that's sufficient to show the reliability of those waypoints.
Okay. Your objection is overruled. The state's exhibits are admitted. 507, 08, 09, and 510. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Now, I want to cross-reference these photos with your report. So, let's start at the beginning. Because it seems to me, or you can say, is it correct that these timestamps, along with their coordinates, are in reverse order, being the latest one at the top and the earlier ones at the bottom?
Correct.
Okay. So let's start with the first one on
And
April 9th.
And don't try not to leave yours.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. On April 9th, could you please, for the jury, read the date, the time, and the coordinate?
2018, April 9th at 7:59:07 Central Daylight Time. The coordinates are, do I need to read out the whole number?
I'm sorry, the coordinate?
You
Yes,
want me to
please.
read the whole number?
Or
27.61 to a lot of digits, and minus 99.47 with a lot of precision digits as well.
now, with regards to that coordinate, this coordinate right here and this plotting point of that coordinate from your report, this is where that coordinate, in essence, from this radio,
Mhm.
when you extracted that data, showed the location of that radio.
Yes, basically that's the graphical representation of that coordinate.
Okay. And that was at what time again?
At, I think it was 7:59.
I'm going to point right here. I know it's a little difficult to see. Oh, is that the yellow thumbtack
Yes.
that you referred to earlier? And again, that's, what is that for the jury?
That, what, the pinpoint, it's a graphical representation of that coordinate on April 9th.
On April 9th. The first one that morning.
Yes.
Okay. And right here, could you read for the jury what that is, what that says right there? I can zoom in.
It's, yeah, it's, okay, Laredo North Border Patrol Station.
All right. So we have just reviewed this one right
I can't
here.
hear you, Mr.
Oh, this is the coordinate that we had just covered right now in that photo, right? In State's Exhibit 510.
Correct.
Okay. Now, these two coordinates right here, could you please state the date and time as well as the coordinate?
April 9th, 2018 at 9:49 a.m. or Central Daylight Time, and April 9th at 16:59 Central Daylight Time.
I'm sorry. These two right here.
Okay. Oh, sorry, 9:49 and 10:10.
Okay. And then obviously the coordinates, if you could just read the first four numbers of each of those coordinates, please.
Okay, the earlier one is 27.57 and minus 99.52.
And for the one at 1010?
27.57 and minus 99.52.
All right. Now again, going over the same exercise, this pin right here, what is that?
That is the location at the timestamp.
Okay. And this one right here?
That's the second location of that time with the 1010 timestamp.
So this right here is from 1010, and then this one was the 949, the one prior to it?
Yes.
Okay. And these are where a power down cycle occurred?
Yes.
And would that be the data that was stored?
That would be a waypoint stored.
On this radio right
Yes.
here?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, moving back to your report. And for the record, the image that was just up was State's Exhibit 509, and we're now moving back to the report, State's Exhibit 506. After the 1010, could you please read the next three timestamps, date, as well as the first four of each of these coordinates?
On April 9th at 1310, the coordinate is 27.57 minus 99.52. On April 9th at 1659, the coordinate is 27.57 and minus 99.52. And on April 9th at 1708, the coordinate is 27.57 and minus 99.52.
Right. Now, Publishing States Exhibit 508. Could you please tell the jury what this is?
It's a graphical representation of those three coordinates.
Okay. And just going in. Looks like these coordinates were very close to each other, but reading the first one, at what time was this coordinate saved to the device?
At 1659.
The top one, please.
Oh, sorry. 1301. Yeah, that's
Alrighty.
earlier.
And how about the bottom one now?
At 1659.
And for purposes of the record, 1659 would be what time? If we put it into a 12-hour instead of a 24?
459.
And 1301, again, if we put it in a 12-hour instead of a 24?
1:01 p.m.
Alrighty. And lastly, this pin right here.
Yes, that one is the representation of the third coordinate at 5:08 p.m.
At 5:08. Okay. So again, in this photo, based off your report, which is based off of your report, these would be the coordinates that were saved to this device?
Correct.
And that would have occurred during a power down cycle?
Correct.
Okay. Now going back to States Exhibit 508. I would like to cover the top three. If you could read the date and time of the top three waypoints, as well as the first four numbers of their coordinates.
On April 9th at 1812, the coordinate was 27.53 and 99.47. On April 9th at 1814, the coordinate was 27.53 and minus 99.47. And on April 9th at 1814.50, the coordinate is 27.53 and minus 99.47.
Alrighty. And for the jury, if we convert that hour 18 into a 12-hour, what time would that be?
6 o'clock p.m.
6? Okay.
6:14.
6:14. And then if you could just put them all out there, it'd be
6:14 again. 30 seconds earlier, 6:14 and 6:12.
Alrighty. I'm publishing States Exhibit 507. Could you tell us what this is, please?
A graphical representation of the coordinates, the last three coordinates.
Alrighty. Now, zooming into this one, this is one of the, what is this yellow pin?
That is the location of the radio in a parking lot.
Alrighty. And these two coordinates, again, were pretty close together, but let's start with the top one. At what time was the top coordinate saved?
At 6:14:26.
And now moving to the bottom coordinate.
6:14:50.
And then again, I'm going to go to the parking lot. And at what time was this parking lot coordinate saved?
At 6:12:49.
6:12:49?
Yes.
Alrighty. And if I could, very briefly, have you read what both this and this say.
Laredo Police Department and Laredo Police Patrol Division.
Alrighty. And that was State's Exhibit 507. I'm now moving back to State's Exhibit 506, the expert's report. Alrighty. So, as we just covered, the 9 waypoints that were saved were shown there. And let me ask you, when you conducted the analysis and extracted the data from the Motorola mobile radio, was the data good?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
At the point of collection, while the radio is storing the data, it's written to a block in memory as a record called, waypoint structure. And that record would have a checksum applied to it and stored. And that new member of the block would then be incorporated into a new checksum for the whole block. So that each record has a checksum and each block has a checksum. And so that's at the time it's stored. When I extracted the block of data, the Motorola tool knows how to create that checksum, knows what parts of the block are counted in the checksum value, and it knows what parts of the record are used in the calculation of the record checksum. So it goes ahead and creates its own checksums, and they must match to provide confidence that there was no corruption of the data.
Okay. And you're talking about these checksums. Could you very briefly describe to the jury what exactly is a checksum?
It's an algorithm that, it's actually a value that is created by an algorithm that decides what bits in a set of data are used in a count. Basically, it's counting the number of, all data is composed of ones and zeros, and so it'll count the data pieces to see how many ones are actually used in the creation of that data value, and it will plot that, or it stores that in a checksum value.
Okay, and so that's pretty much like a checks and balances to make sure that the data is good and not corrupted, as you said?
Yes.
And in this case, was the checksum good?
Yes, it matched.
Now, a couple final questions for you. Referring back to State's Exhibit 506, you indicate that the data extracted from an APX 750 or 7500 mobile radio had a serial number. Could you read that serial number to the jury, please?
656 CRZ 2019.
All right. And that was on State's Exhibit 506. On State's Exhibit 502, could you please read the serial number?
656 CRZ 2019.
All right. So it's safe to say that.
Which exhibit number is that?
Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2?
Exhibit 2.
I thought you said 502.
Oh, I might have. Apologies. Okay. So it's safe to say that the serial number is the same.
Correct.
And one last thing. On State's Exhibit 2, could you please read what is labeled on the side?
K66119 LRN.
Do you know what that number means?
I do not.
Do you know what this?
It's drawn on after production of the radio. It's not a Motorola number.
Okay. And do you know where this radio came from?
Customs and Border Patrol vehicle.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any questions? All right.
Good morning, Ms. Stevens.
Good morning.
Ms. Stevens, to try to give the jury a better idea of your testimony and of what it entails, 1 degree of, well, first of all, GPS coordinates use degrees of latitude and longitude, correct?
Yes.
And they also use minutes and seconds, correct?
I'm not familiar with that part of GPS. I don't use it that way.
So you just use degrees of latitude and longitude?
Well, I'm actually not a GPS expert, but I do know that the coordinates can be represented by that number that is stored in the radio.
Do you know that 1 degree of latitude equals approximately 364,000 feet or 69 miles?
Sounds correct.
And 1 degree of longitude equals 288,200 feet or 54.6 miles. Does that sound correct?
Sounds correct.
Okay. Now, according to Exhibit 506, it indicates that 9 GPS location coordinates were recorded over an 11-hour period of time. Is that correct?
It sounds right. I mean, I'd have to do the calculation from the report, but if that's what you found in the report, that's correct.
You're not suggesting that the Motorola device only generated 9 GPS location coordinates over that 11-hour period, are you?
No, those are only the ones that were stored. The GPS device itself is running constantly.
Does the unit ever power down?
The vehicle unit is powered down when they either turn off the radio with the button or turn off the ignition to the car.
Do you know how many GPS location coordinates were generated by this Motorola radio during this 11-hour period of time on April 9, 2018?
I don't know how many the GPS chip is generating, but anytime the radio requires a GPS coordinate, it polls the chip for that information. And the only time it would be polling for that information is when it needs it for an application. And in this case, all it needs it for is storing that power down location.
So would it be correct to say that the 9 GPS location coordinates that you met are only a small fraction of all location coordinates that the unit received during that 11-hour period of time?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, simply that the 9 GPS coordinates that you mapped are not all of the coordinates that the device received during that period of time, correct?
It's correct that, what I don't know is if there were any erroneous GPS locations that were not available at the time of shutdown. So if it did not pass the criteria of getting a good fix, the GPS device itself says it didn't get a good fix, so it's not going to report a coordinate. Or if the Motorola software deemed the signal quality not good enough to use that coordinate, it would also not be stored as a waypoint. So I don't know how many of those there were, if there were any. It could be that, or the other thing is if the vehicle loses power, you know, if for some reason, you know, the battery disconnected or whatever, and you shut down a hard shutdown like that, the radio doesn't get a chance to store a coordinate. But on a normal shutdown, it tries to store a coordinate.
Now, Motorola's technology that is used to generate the GPS location data is proprietary technology, correct? It's technology that belongs to Motorola, in other words, isn't it?
The part of GPS handling outside of the chip is Motorola proprietary, correct?
Yeah. And by proprietary technology, the algorithm is the private property of Motorola, correct? The algorithm that generates the GPS coordinates is private property of Motorola, correct?
That's correct.
And because it is the private property of Motorola, the company does not have to reveal to any third party how that technology works, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, Motorola does not reveal that technology. Those are trade secrets, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And so as a result, there's no way for any person to independently verify the accuracy of the GPS location coordinates that are generated by this Motorola radio. Isn't that correct?
Well, someone can use a mapping tool to. There are programs that a customer, or applications we could call them, that a customer could enable on the radio to see how accurate the reported values are.
Google Earth uses an algorithm to determine the waypoints of the GPS coordinates, correct?
Google does, did you say Google does something? Sorry.
Google
sorry.
Earth uses an algorithm to determine the waypoints of the GPS coordinates, is that correct?
I still didn't quite catch what you were saying at the beginning. I'm sorry, my hearing's not too good.
My hearing's not that good either. You do know that Google Earth uses an algorithm to determine the waypoints of the GPS coordinates?
To plot the pins?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you have knowledge as to how that algorithm works?
No, not specific knowledge.
And that's because those are trade secrets, correct?
Correct. I've used it a lot, but
Right.
it seems to work well.
Yes. Now, you don't know whether the GPS coordinates that you extracted on April, that were extracted from the time period that you've been talking about on April 9, 2018, You don't know whether those coordinates place Mr. Burgos in the area of the sector that he was assigned to patrol on the morning of April 9, 2018. Isn't that correct?
I'm going to object. Speculation.
I don't know anything about the activities of
Right.
the patrol agent.
Of course, the GPS coordinates don't tell you or Mr. Elizondo or any of us what Mr. Burgos was doing in that area at that time, correct?
Correct.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, very briefly. There were some questions asked to you as to whether or not, if a longitude is off by 1 degree, or if the latitude is off by 1 degree, it could be several miles, thousands of feet off, correct?
Well,
on the GPS coordinates.
I'm not sure if that was implied, but if you're 1 degree off, that would be a big deal, yes.
Okay.
But there's a lot of precision provided so that you can get partial degrees.
Okay. And again, this radio came from a customer of Motorola, correct?
Yes.
And who was that customer again?
Customs and Border Patrol.
I'm now publishing what's been marked as States Exhibit 10, 510, apologies. And this was what again?
Laredo North Border Patrol Station
And the yellow pin there?
is in the parking lot. It is the coordinate retrieved on April 9th at 7:59 at a latitude and longitude of 27.61 and minus 99.47.
Your Honor, my objection is that this is repetitive. We've gone through this questioning already.
And this waypoint came from this radio,
Correct.
which belonged and was a customer of T-Mobile, of Motorola,
Yes.
and they were United States Customs and Border Protection.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you said you worked at Motorola for 38 years, correct?
Correct.
And do you know when this particular model of radio or similar models that relied on the same software components was developed?
It's been a number of years. I can't recall exactly, but it's probably over 10 years.
Over 10 years?
Yeah.
And you testified earlier that you had been conducting analysis of these types of products for, you said 30 years? Or?
About 30 years, yes.
So is it fair to say that you've been testing and analyzing mobile radios like this since their inception?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to permission to publish States 213. Sorry, didn't get it.
Go ahead.
I'm now publishing what's been marked as States Exhibit 213. Could you please read to the jury what that number above F-150 says?
K66119.
And again, on States Exhibit number 2, what is the marking on the side? What does that say?
K66119.
Is that the same number that is on that Border Patrol vehicle?
Yes, it is.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Ms. Stevens, you mentioned that sometimes there are issues with configuration of one of these mobile instruments, correct?
There can be, definitely.
And what is meant by configuration of an instrument?
It's, it's only going to be configurable from the radio operation point of view, not much configuration for a GPS. The GPS device is totally self-contained, not configurable by this information, but when I'm investigating issues, frequently, we would have to extract data from a radio to find out if there were problems with the configuration from a radio talk, listen, data point of view. Not really relevant to the GPS. There's very little configuration for a GPS, just, if you have enabled or not the features, and they did not configure any features. So it was really just the one feature that Motorola uses itself, which is to speed up GPS lock on a power up. So we store the last reading on a power down.
And what kind of issues can result from the configuration of one of these instruments?
From a non-GPS point of view, there's countless ways. You could program the wrong frequencies in the radio so that you couldn't find a site to communicate with dispatch. There's
Okay, chat, so there is some things that we'll be continuing this another time. This will complete this round of the stream. Thank you, Saw. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate the feedback, and it's always great to have you on board. And there are some things that need to get done. So, yeah, we'll show more of this another day. And so I'll see you in the garden. All right? Thank you so much. Okay. So this stream will be ending, chat. Thank you all for coming, and we'll see you on the next one.